Thank you so much for being here in Fort Lauderdale with us. We are extremely excited to get this show on the road. This is my third year here now at the conference, and I could not be more happy to be here with you in the great state of Florida. For those of you that are joining us today for the first time, this is going to be a great show for you. This is a little bit different than we've had from years before. We have all the stuff inside this year, and we're going to talk about all that here in a moment. I'm going to bring on my co-MCs. But before we get into all of that, I just got to say, what a time to be alive in Bitcoin. We are here in a totally different new era. We're in the Bitcoin era, right? And I'm excited to be here after we've defeated and overcome so many obstacles. They wanted to come for you. There was a whole entire apparatus of people that wanted to take you down. They wanted to eliminate you from banking. They wanted to ban Bitcoin mining. They wanted to make sure that you could not transact in digital assets. But we have overcome those obstacles, and we have beat the anti-crypto army. And we have gotten our strategic Bitcoin reserve. And Satoshi Action has passed 5 bills into law to protect the right to mine, to protect the right to self-custody, to protect the right to peer-to-peer transactions so that you can continue to innovate and build in this industry. And what an industry we live in. We are here amongst all of this innovation, which in a moment we will open up the expo and we will enable you to walk around and see all the incredible opportunities that people are building, all the incredible innovations and technologies. That's one of my favorite things about being at this conference, is you get to come here and you get to touch and you get to feel and you get to see all of the things that people are doing to build the next generation of energy technology, of Bitcoin mining technology. And a lot of it now is happening here in the United States of America. So in just a moment, I'm going to bring up my co-MCs and we're going to run through a few really important components. But I just want to say thank you to everybody who has been here through all the years that Mining Disrupt has been running strong. And I'm really excited for a lot of the content that we have coming up. We've brought in some excellent panels together that we've designed specifically that are going to cover really important issues. Who knew that Customs and Border Patrol would be a major problem, but we are seeing a lot of machines held up at the border. Who knew that state lawmakers across this country were going to be introducing strategic Bitcoin reserve bills, but we got some of them here with us today and tomorrow to talk about those efforts. Very, very much so. Looking forward to a lot of the conversations we're going to have. And of course, a lot of the sponsors and a lot of the folks that are a big part of this conference are going to be talking about some of the really important things that they have done, the innovations they have, and the announcements that they're going to be making around the various types of technologies and the various types of innovations that they've been building over the last year. So in just a moment here, I want to go ahead and actually go ahead right now. Erica Gemma and Mandy Gunasekar come up on stage with me. Round of applause for the two of them.
Hello, everybody.
We got Nico Moran as well from Simply Bitcoin.
Isn't this venue cool? You don't have to go outside anymore to see the big containers.
Yeah, that's one of the best things about this conference this year is if you haven't been here before, there was a place we were using in Miami and half of the stuff was outside because we had these huge containers and like, how do you get them inside? So that's one of the great things about this new center that we're at. Let us know, by the way, give us some feedback if you think that you like this location more than the last one. But there's a lot of things we got to get through and then we're going to get to the show here in just a moment. Erica, why don't you walk through a couple important components with regards to the annual yearly publication?
Yeah, sure. We're here now, so Bitcoin must be up. Just to introduce myself, my name's Erica Gemma. I've been with this conference since 2019, helping the team here because Bitcoin mining is really the foundation of our entire industry. It's great to see everything growing. I now work in a venture fund, and we've invested into many different aspects, specifically now running some multifamily offices. It's so interesting how the tables have turned because we're seeing that the traditional finance people are knocking on our door and trying to figure out what's going on with us. So I think it's important for us to be educational. And then also while you're here, make sure to meet people because the people you meet here today are people you'll likely collaborate with in the future. So get the most out of this next 48 hours. I'm going to let you guys introduce yourself and then we'll go over the...
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Thank you for that. Hey, y'all, I'm Mandy Gunasekara, co-founder of Satoshi Action Fund, supporting the amazing work that Dennis and the rest of our policy team has been achieving all across the country. I'm really excited about today. Just want to highlight some of our sponsors who have really been pivotal in bringing this all together. Certainly Bitmain, Digital Shovel, AlphaPex, and IntelliFlex. Also, shout out if you haven't checked out the coffee, GDA, they have a great little graphic on top. It just adds to the caffeine boost that you know you need to make this day a really great one. So I encourage you to go over there and check it out. It's great to be with y'all. I'm excited about all the speakers. We've got a lot of great discussions set up.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Nico Moran, founder and host of Simply Bitcoin, the most watched Bitcoin-only channel on all the platforms, depending. We're currently live streaming right now on Rumble, YouTube, X, all the platforms. But this is a historic year for Mining Disrupt. We won the regulatory battle, which was absolutely massive. And this is the first year that we're going to be having those discussions rather than being in survival mode, which was last year. So everyone, welcome to the conference, and thank you so much.
So just a couple housekeeping items. Have you guys got your Bitcoin mining yearly premium publication in your bags? Check them out. They're awesome.
The guide is really important. I mean, there's a number of articles and pieces in there, as well as opportunities for people to put postings as well from the various sponsors. And it's just beautiful. It's got an incredible cover. So you certainly take it home. It's something to put on the coffee stand at the house.
The next thing is if there is a whale pass party tonight, if you guys are interested in upgrading to the whale pass, you can do so directly on the website. And then, yeah, I mean, everything's inside the conference hall this year. So please make sure to check out the Mining Museum. That's a great addition if you guys really want to understand the history of this industry, where we've been, and definitely where we're going. I think our first panel is about to be about AI, so we'll see where we're going. And then check out the art gallery as well. It's right next to the Bitcoin Mining Museum.
Yeah, and just for everyone, just to give an understanding of the way things are going to run, we're going to have a mixture of panels and keynotes going back and forth, some firesides. Very much excited about the content we have this year. Go ahead and look through that guide. Make sure you plan out your day and figure out when you're going to be here for some of these important pieces of content. But as Nico said, very excited about where we are now. We've gone away from a world where we're going to debate whether or not we do Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining, and into a world where we're debating, like, how are we going to do these things? How are we going to be a leader on Bitcoin? How are we going to be a leader on Bitcoin mining? So it's a truly incredible era that we're in. In fact, there's so much going on with all things policy that I don't live in DC, but I have to actually get an apartment there now because there are so many incredible conversations happening with regards to this technology on Capitol Hill and all across the country that are pivotal to be a part of. And if we can get Bitcoiners like myself and others in the space to be there and be a part of those conversations, we can truly make sure that the United States is one of the best places in the world to be a Bitcoiner and to be a Bitcoin miner. So another round of applause for the co-MCs. And we're going to be getting going here with our first panel in just a couple minutes. Our first keynote, I should say. What's up, Ben? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. How are you, sir? Good, yeah. Good. Ben Wong, right? Ben, yeah, right. Payne. What's your last name? Khan. Yes. Okay. Is there any water?
Water in the whole venue. I'm dying.
Good. How are you?
I'm getting a picture of you, but
no, that's okay.
It wasn't working.
No worries. Can I have this guy, actually? You guys are about to go up.
Sorry? We're just miking them up.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Okay. Just real fast.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people.
Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.
Welcome to TicTac, your gateway to the world of mining. As an official Bitmain distributor, TicTac is your premier choice for the full range of Antminer products. Backed by a $25 million deposit with Bitmain, we offer unparalleled trust and security to our investors. Over 10,000 miners are traded through TicTac every month. Feel free to stop by for a chat about anything related to the mining industry.
Why script mining is thriving, profitability, market growth, and future innovations. There's a lot of different types of mining in this world. Obviously, me as a Bitcoiner, are very hyper-focused on Bitcoin, but there is a lot of different miners, script mining, Litecoin mining, Doge mining, which a lot of the Bitcoin mining companies, even some of the public companies, have started to look into. And so up next, we're going to have AlphaPex, and we're going to have Payne Kong and Ben Wong come talk about what is going on in the world of script mining. Give them a round of applause.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, guys? Guess what's been running on fumes this morning? If you know, you know. Dogecoin back above 20 cents. So just in time for my keynote. How awesome is that? It's really a pleasure and an honor to be able to stand here in front of you for the second year in a row, and then tell you more about Dogecoin mining, tell you more about AlphaPex. But before I get into it, I would like to show you guys a little video. Oops. That didn't work.
Welcome to AlphaPex Miner, the world's leading manufacturer of cryptocurrency mining machines. Specializes in the innovation and production of top-tier mining equipment. Currently, we offer 4 exceptional products: DG1, DG1 Plus, DG Home 1, and DG Hydro 1. Featuring sleek and user-friendly designs. We are excited to announce the upcoming release, the most powerful air cooling script miner, DG2. All designed specifically for mining Dogecoin and Litecoin. At AlphaPex, we leverage industry-leading chips, each undergoing rigorous quality testing to ensure unmatched performance and stability. From design to assembly, we strive for perfection in every step. Our highly skilled team of engineers and state-of-the-art production facilities ensure that each AlphaPex mining machine meets the highest standards of excellence. AlphaPex miners have earned the trust of miners worldwide with their outstanding performance and reliability. From beginners to seasoned professionals, our products meet the needs of users at all levels. Efficiency, stability, and a competitive edge are our promises to every customer. Our global supply chain ensures that our products are delivered swiftly and securely to every customer. Just as we are dedicated to our production and supply chain, we place equal importance on our after-sales service. We have an official repair center in Dallas, USA, and a technical support center in Montreal, Canada, dedicated to resolving any issues our customers may encounter. We offer comprehensive consultation and repair services for any product concerns. Your satisfaction is our top priority. AlphaPex, it's not just a manufacturer of mining machines. We are your ultimate partner in cryptocurrency mining.
All right. If you didn't know who I am, my name is Payne Kong. I'm the head of business development for AlphaPex Miners. I see some old friends here today, and we're hoping to make some new friends after today and tomorrow. So please feel free to come talk to me afterwards. Please feel free to come to our booth. It's right there. It's one of the bigger ones. We're here for you for the next 2 days. So today, we'd love to do 2 things. Number one is to tell you guys a bit more about Dogecoin mining. What is Dogecoin mining? What is script mining? How is it a little bit different from Bitcoin mining? And number 2 was we'd love to do a little review of 2024 of what happened, what we did, what happened to Dogecoin mining, and also give you a little sneak peek into 2025. So first and foremost, I want to give you a little bit background information on what is Dogecoin mining, what is script mining, and how is it different from Bitcoin mining. I'm a very visual person, so here I'm going to show you two charts. On the left-hand side, we're comparing the profitability between script. For simplicity's sake, I'm going to refer to as Dogecoin mining, to SHA-256. For simplicity, I'm going to refer to Bitcoin mining. So on the left-hand side is the profitability. On the right-hand side is the electricity proportion, meaning the amount of electricity costs compared to the revenue. So the green blue-ish line indicates the Dogecoin mining, and then the orange line indicates Bitcoin mining. So the data here we're pulling dates back to Jan 2024, right, until about a week ago when Dogecoin was trading about 20% lower. So here, what I want to show you is a comparison on the profitability and the electricity proportion, right? So a few things I want to highlight and call out here. So number one, as you can see, in 2024 to 2025, right, Dogecoin mining has pretty much consistently outperformed Bitcoin mining in terms of profitability. In the very beginning, it's similar, right? But after the halving in April 2024, you can see a significant difference between Dogecoin mining and Bitcoin mining in terms of profitability, right? I'll touch a bit more on the halving in just a bit. One of the reasons why script is so profitable, right? Because it allows you to merge buy till today 9 different coins, with the majority of the revenue coming from Dogecoin, right? And then the other part of it coming from Litecoin and then 7 other coins. That's reason number one. Reason number two, Script is still a relatively young and smaller network, right? It allows early comers to be, to really reap the early mover benefits and be very profitable, right, when it comes to script mining. So that's number one. Number two, on the right-hand side, you'll see the electricity proportion, right? So again, in the beginning of 2024, it's very similar, right? Somewhere between 20 to 30%, that's your power cost compared to your revenue. After the halving in April, right, you will see a significant difference. Dogecoin mining has been consistently, going between 20% to 30%, dropping to 10% at some point, right? It's the same time period as the bump in profitability, at the end of last year. And then, if you look at the Bitcoin electricity proportion is, ranging between 30 to 50%. What that means is Dogecoin mining allows you to always keep your power on, right? To keep your miners online. You don't have to shut off your miner. You can keep a very high up rate for your miners, right? So it alleviates any operational pressures. You don't have to turn them off and turn them back on again. It makes your operation a bit more efficient, right? The other thing I want to call out here is the halving events, right? So in both charts here, you can see, halving obviously has a significant impact on the profitability for Bitcoin mining, right? We just had our 4th halving last year. We're going to have another halving in about 3 years. So, looking ahead, right, what are some of the things that you can look into to diversify into, right? Besides Bitcoin mining, right? If you're forward looking, if you're trying to, diversify a little bit into other aspects of proof of work. So, talking about diversification, there's a few things I want to highlight here. Number one, again, Dogecoin doesn't have any halving events, right? And the majority of revenue of script mining comes from Dogecoin, right? So it provides you a very consistent and long-lasting stream of revenue, right? Number two, with script mining, you're still staying in the world of proof of work, right? You're not diversifying into, data centers or AIs, right? With something that's completely new. You're still staying in the world of proof of work. You can still use your farm, your operations, your racks, your power, all your infrastructure setup. So it's very easy to transition, right? It's literally just plug in and play. Number three, higher profitability, right? As we saw in the charts. And here's a very cool thing. You can get paid out directly in Bitcoin if you choose to, right? So a lot of the pools we work with, like via BTC, allows you to get paid out directly in Bitcoin, right? So if your strategy is to, hold on to Bitcoin forever, or whatever your strategy may be, it can be mix and match. You can keep 50% of your assets in Doge, the other 50% in Bitcoin. However you want to mix and match it, you have the option to get paid out directly in Bitcoin. So what that does is that it makes your rack space more dense, right? Think of this: you're using one machine in the same rack space. You're generating two to three times more revenue with a Dogecoin miner. You can get paid out directly in Bitcoin. So essentially, you're replacing 3 Bitcoin miners with 1 Dogecoin miner. So take it one level above, right, on a broader scale of things. The rise of meme asset, right? So there are a lot of potential upcoming good news, coming to the market, coming to the world of Dogecoin. Doge ETF, right? That's impending. That's imminent. That's coming, right? So that's going to drive hopefully another good wave in the market, in the price. There's going to be more and more payment scenarios, right? Also, the payment function on X, that's also impending. There's going to be more and more. Obviously having Elon as the biggest supporter of Dogecoin, it only adds to the fume, right? Number 3. This is a bit more long-term, right? Potential strategic reserve being part of that, right? There's a lot of good news, a lot of good movements on that front. So we have high hopes, right, that maybe Dogecoin can one day become part of the strategic reserve as well. Last but not least here, there are a lot more rising institutional interest, right, in such assets like Dogecoin. What that does is, I think it drives more public interest, right, into Dogecoin, right? Imagine if you can buy shares of a public company that, mines Dogecoin, right? Gets you, more exposure to Dogecoin, and then also drive the price of Doge as well, right? By getting more liquidity, by getting more interest in the world of Dogecoin. So with those information in mind, here's a little review on 2024, right? So as a manufacturer, as a leading manufacturer of script miners, we have a very robust and forward-looking product roadmap, right? You might have seen some of this in the video in the very beginning. In 2024, in February, we came out with our very first product, DG1. After about 3 years of testing and iteration and improvements, we came out with a very, very good product in the market in February 2024. Very quickly afterwards, in April 2024, we came out with our current best product, which is DG1 Plus, which is about 30% more efficient, more powerful than our first product, DG1. And then in June 2024, we wanted to get more people involved into home mining, right, to help with decentralization, to help to raise the interest, to help create a community. We came out with our very popular and awesome product, DG Home One. We'll have a bit more information on that in just a second. And then in November 2024, we came out with the very first Hydro script miner, the only manufacturer who can produce Hydro script miner in the world. And we're going to have a little surprise for you in just a bit of what's next. So I've been talking a lot, but now I want to show you what the community says about us and about our products. So first, I want to show you some community reactions and comments on our, again, very awesome and popular DG Home One. First of all, one of the main features of DG Home One is very, very quiet, right? It's like whispering quiet. Right, so people are saying, their ceiling fan is louder than a home miner, which is very different from a traditional industrial miner, right? Which hums a lot and is very noisy. And seeing this is always awesome. First mining device the wife didn't complain about, because with home mining, with Doge home mining, is actually profitable, right? Because again, the profitability is very high, and then the electricity proportion of the cost is very low. So while having a home miner at home, you can just plug in and play. It also makes you a few bucks a day. And it's very easy to use, right? That's one of our original design goals, right? So make it plug in and play, right? So we'll make it 110 volts to 240 volts, where you can just literally plug it in, and then it will start to run, right? There's no complicated setups. We want to make sure it's very user-friendly. So we have a lot of good feedback on that. Personally, I've set up one of those units as well. Super easy, right? It took me less than 2 minutes. And then sorry. I guess that side doesn't want to play. But it also acts as a heater, right? So if you live in an apartment, or you want to heat up your bedroom, your living room, that heater while it's very quiet, it produces a good amount of heat, right? So especially if you live somewhere that's cold, right? For example, I live in New York. In the winter, it's freezing. So I just keep, one of those on, and it heats up the whole apartment, which is amazing. So if you have to use your heater anyways, might as well, use one of those home miners that we have. And this size really melts my heart, right? I'm a big dog person, big pet person. It's super cool to see, you know, because it's very quiet, right? The pets are not afraid of it, right? So this goes to show how quiet the machine really is. And of course, we have the Doge here. I don't know if these videos will play, but one of the other things we try to do is we try to have you know, the KOLs in the community to, you know, help us review it fairly and transparently. We have a lot of, I know there's a lot of them here today as well. So thank you guys, and we have a lot of you know, review videos online to really help. You know, one is educate you know, people on what is Dogecoin mining, and then two is really to kind of raise the interest and create a community that we want to build together, right? To have to get more people into mining, to get more people into mining Doge. Oh, there we go. Now it's playing, but we're gonna, for the sake of time, we're gonna skip this. And here's another video I want to quickly play.
Here we go. The best Dogecoin miner in the world from AlphaPex.
We really make killer videos. Shout out to our marketing team. This is amazing. So what's coming up next is we want to give you a little bit sneak peek of what's going to happen in 2025. I want to introduce you to our VP of product, Ben, who's going to give you a bit more of a behind the scene information on what's inside of our miners and what's going to happen in 2025. There's going to be a little surprise. Ben.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name is Ben, and I'm the VP of Product from AlphaPex. And today I'm very exciting to show you some hardcore technical stuff. By the way, that's a very interesting analysis on script probabilities from Payne. So I'll be showing you our progress and innovations in script mining in these 4 aspects. So we have mining solutions tailored for different mining scenarios. And we have hardware and efficiency improvements in the manufacturing. And we're constantly expanding our global repair network. Last but not least, I'll talk about our innovation in the ASIC chip development. So we have 3 major product lines. We have the DG1 and DG1 Plus air cooling series, which is extremely popular, well received in the global mining community. And we have the DG Hydro 1, which is suited for large-scale data center type of settings. And we also have the extremely popular DG Home 1, which is perfect for mining at your home. You can mine anywhere. It's very easy to set up. And next, I'm going to show you some manufacturer improvement and innovations that we put in our product with our heart and love. So here is a glow-plated PCB. On the left, it's a copper-based PCB, and on the right, it's a gold-plated PCB. The glow-plated PCB, although it's much more expensive in manufacturing, it offers high corrosion resistance. It has superior conductivity, low contact resistance, and it improves the solderability and ensure a long service life. And it's very durable, and it protects the wear. And it has a better performance in harsh conditions. So our DG1 Plus utilized this glow plate PCB to ensure the longevity of our service life. And second, we have industrial leading solder void control. As you see in the small picture in the middle, so this indicates the white spots here, indicates a lot of solder voids. This is greatly affecting the long-term reliability of the ASIC. On the right, you can see a CT scan showcasing our excellent void control in the DG1 Plus machine. The black chips are very uniform, and there's seldom any white spots. So the industrial standards like IPC 7095 suggest a void rate of less than 10%, which is ideal for high current and high reliability ASICs. But we did it better. We achieved an average of 6% rate in our DG1 Plus miners. Kudos to the manufacturing and supporting team. And next, I'm going to show you our full conformal coating on the hash board. In this picture, it's from a DG1 that has been running for over a year in a very dusty environments. But the conforming coating protects the components from dust, moisture, and other contaminations. It prevents corrosion, it's moisture and humidity protection, and it provides chemical and contaminant resistance, and it provides electrical insulation. All of this ensures the enhanced durability of our miners so that it can run for a longer period of time. And next, we are constantly expanding our global support and repair network. And this year, we are adding 3 new repair centers across the globe. One in Canada, one in Malaysia, and one in Ethiopia. We put a customer-first approach in our support team. So we prioritize our customers' satisfaction, ensure that the support, the maintenance, and the problem resolution are tailored to our customers' needs. And next, I'm super excited to announce that we have broken the barriers again with our all-new DG2 chip. So this is, again, an in-house designed ASIC chip with the state-of-the-art technology. So in April 2024, we revolutionized script mining with the DG1 Plus with an impressive 0.28 joule per megahash power efficiency. And now, at Mining Disrupt 2025, we did it again. We shattered the new limits with the DG2 chip, achieving the 0.1x joule per megahash power efficiency. This entirely revolutionary new chip demonstrates our world-class R&D capability in the ASIC chip design. And what's more, it confirms our commitment for the Dogecoin's ecosystem. Here is a video for it. Now I have seen it. So now with the DG2 chip, we are entering the new era of Dogecoin mining. So this DG2 will be coming soon. And to celebrate this new machine and the new era, we are having an ultimate launch event at our booth. So please join us for this launch and be the first to witness this awesome machine at our booth. And don't just hear about it, feel it. We'll have one running live and showcasing our awesome performance. So see you all at the booth 258 at 3 p.m. today. And what's more, we have an epic lucky draw afterwards with top prize such as the home miner, DG Home 1. And thank you, and let's see you again at booth 255. Thank you, thank you.
Dogecoin to the moon. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, oh, give it to Chuck. Thank you. Yeah, of course.
I'm going to give this to you. So I'll take your.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt. It's pretty dang awesome.
Centers. In fact, they're one of the only people in the entire space that are doing the thing that they're doing, the specific way that they're doing with modular data centers. This is very different from like a traditional container. These things actually meet building code. It's an incredible design. IntelliFlex has been a huge partner of this conference for such a long time just because of the product that they build is just in such demand, and that every time they come here, they're able to find new customers and new clients. And that's one of the things to keep in mind about this conference. A little different than a lot of the other Bitcoin conferences out there, crypto conferences out there. This one is very, very much a B2B conference. So if you have a product, you're a company, and you're looking for a way to get it in front of folks, there is no better conference in the world to get your product in front of Bitcoin miners here. So big round of applause for Chuck LaCour. He's coming up for the IntelliFlex Edge, setting new standards in modular data centers.
We went and visited a crypto mining site. We looked around. I said to myself, there's got to be a better way. My name is Chuck LaCour, founder of CS Corporation, home of the IntelliFlex line of product. At IntelliFlex, we're innovators. We're very conscious about the overall footprint that the system will take and the overall density that we could achieve on a single parcel of land. When you talk about density, that's eco-friendly. The carbon footprint, look at 6 megawatt of IntelliFlex solution versus 6 megawatt of any other system out there. We design, build, deploy, and operate our system. We have 4 cooling pods on top of one 6 megawatt system. We designed a system that is very easy to operate. We have industry-leading operation uptime and efficiency. Our product are UL certified. Quality is what we do. Every piece will have their own power distribution system, their own immersion tank, network system, pump, fans. Our clients that we all have something in common, and indeed they're looking for a high quality product that they could deploy as a modular system that is scalable. At IntelliFlex, our motto is start to finish.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here and listening to what we have to say. I hope you enjoyed that first video we have. I introduce myself. I'm Chuck LaCour. I'm the CEO, founder of CS Corporation, home of the IntelliFlex line of product.
So in 2019,
today we're just going to go through a brief history of IntelliFlex. We have a few milestones that we're very proud. We wanted to go through with you guys and explain where we come from, where we are to date, all the way in 2025. In 2019, this is where we started prototyping first running proof of concept. As you can see here on the left side, we got our first prototype, which was the intent of that was to demonstrate and test a single phase and a two-phase liquid immersion solution to figure out what would be best to actually deploy commercially on the market. Because of all the single phase was selected because of the cooling capacity based on the compute density, cost of production, simple operation and maintenance. So we moved forward and built our first, as we like to call it, Iron Man 1. We have it on the side there. In 2021, we opened our new headquarters and manufacturing facility set up for success. We actually built this to have a new state-of-the-art R&D lab to keep innovating and testing. We expanded our manufacturing capacity to 1 gigawatt per year. And this is where we house our multidisciplinary engineering and manufacturing team. 2021 was a great year for us. First large deployment worldwide, 60 megawatt. We thought we'd make it easy for ourselves, deploy across the world. We call it our world tour. It was definitely a great success for first deployment. A few challenges on the way, but great success overall. Uh, 2022, immersion ready miner hits the market. We were very happy to see that we had a full adoption of liquid immersion cooling from the hardware manufacturer. This helped a lot pushing the liquid immersion solution sales. It was a great year for us. Lots of testing on the RD lab, engineering and design optimization on the Generation 1 module to make sure we could accommodate these new generation of miners coming up. As you can see, pictures in our lab and a few liquid immersion ready miners as well. Uh, 2023, Generation 2 IMDC deployment, insights gained. Basically, we brought in a few optimization for augmented flow distribution, new SPDU generation for a single and three-phase mining operation, upgrade the industrial automation system with local HMIs, updated our PID loop control for better performance, and multiple small changes for ease of installation and operation. It was crucial to stay relevant in the market. 2024, our Generation 3. So we kept evolving, moving forward with even better solution. Keep refining the solution, never look back, keep moving forward. Some of the optimization we did were stainless double braided hose for longevity and increased reliability. We increased flow capacity with our new VFD driven Grundfos pump. The new flex flow distribution design allows for a quick change of injection nozzles for any miners available on market and coming up. We changed and upgraded to a busway system for our primary power distribution. And again, multiple changes for ease of installation and speed up deployment process. You can see a couple of deployments here of the Generation 3 looking pretty good. 24, 25, refined. Basically, sorry. Continuous innovation. Continuous innovation is key to remain the industry-leading solution. New design consists of robust, high-efficiency performance, built in U.S. Dry cooler, extremely quiet and high ambient temperature, and ease of operation and maintenance. We made a lot of changes, I think, a lot based on noise pressure and operation and maintenance. As you can see, these motors are very easy to access if any problem occur. "2025, very excited to say that we are proud to announce we have an expansion of our manufacturing and service department in Texas, centralized location to serve all our U.S. project and clients, strategic positioning for future growth, access to top talent manufacturing partners, and allows for an additional 2 gigawatt of manufacturing capacity. Again, we have a lot of extra capacity. This is up and running by end of Q2 25. Yeah, 2025, where we sit today. I just kind of show you where we started with our prototypes, and now today where we sit in 25 is 430 megawatt of deployed system globally, 500 megawatt of capacity in the backlog. We are, very happy where we sit. I think it's a reflection of the trust our clients and partner in place in the IntelliFlex team and our line of products. So, a big kudos to the IntelliFlex team on that, and thanks to our clients. Now, I just wanted to go through just to show a bit the capacity and the range of the IntelliFlex, how it's a flexible solution for all climates out there. We have deployments we see here in New Brunswick, which is basically reliable operation in cold, humid, and coastal climate. Wyoming, proven performance in cold weather and high altitude condition where low air density challenge for dry cooler. Abu Dhabi, I ain't have to say, but engineered to thrive in extreme heat and dusty desert conditions. South Florida withstood 2 hurricanes operating in high ambient heat and intense humidity. I think that speaks to the quality of the solution, where it could be deployed, extremely flexible, and could take on any challenges out there. I'm just going to go through a little explainer video so you can see what the IMDC is. I'll leave it to that. Yeah, a bit of an explainer. I think shows very well the solution of the IMDC 6.0. Obviously, we have one here on the floor, so I invite everybody to come and take a look at it. I hope you liked this first portion of the presentation. We're just going to move on to what's next here. Taking what we've learned from the IntelliFlex line of product, and in response to market demand, we are proud to announce our newest line of product, the Octopod. The Octopod is actually an AI HPC Tier 3 rapidly deployed data center. I'm going to go through a quick timeline just to situate you guys of where we're sitting and when we launched this. It's not a new product. It's been out there since 24. But in 2023, we started our AI HPC design, moved on to 24 when we did our first product launch at the IATA show in Vegas. In 2024, we went into an partnership agreement with WWT, Worldwide Technology, as an OEM. And in 2025, 300 megawatt agreement with TerraSys and our friend Chad Harris. This is kind of where we sit today, just to situate you. But now we're going to go through what the Octopod solution is. Again, it's a pre-engineered modular data center, Tier 3. I'm just going to go through here. As you can see, this is a fairly large deployment. That solution there is up to 100 megawatt of solution. It encompassates all the building blocks that you would need to build a Tier 3 data center, which we're going to go through right now, is basically every building block of the solution, from your switchgear all the way down to your IT hall and cooling system. Yeah, our cooling modules. Yeah, our cooling module include chiller unit paired with roof-mounted dry coolers, equipped with variable speed control for optimal efficiency. 3 chiller system and associated dry cooler and piping allows for N+1 redundancy. You can see here how everything is kind of laid out. We utilize the same dry cooling system that we had on our IMDC solution, so this is no news. We repackage a lot of our existing components into a different system. Our diesel rotary UPS solution. This is in a really good solution. Diesel rotary uninterruptible power supplies eliminates the need for battery and combined generator and UPS system into one component, making for more efficient and reliable systems. Very good for this type of application. Our switchgear. Again, that's where we start. From utility power, we have all the switchgear included. You have everything in place. Module includes incoming power utility cabinet and all associated feeder breakers and protection for the downstream medium voltage site power infrastructure requirements. So those are customizable to whatever the primary power you have on site and what is actually the source of power you have on site. So this is a great solution for that. Our Mega Box, again, when we speak about a product that's vetted since 2019, the Mega Box module, our unit substation that handles medium voltage power transformation, metering, protection, downstream from the switchgear building. This is basically your power transformation that you need all the way down to 415, but it includes a little more with your power metering and all your controls. The control room is a very nice addition to all of this. The control room modules are tailored to your specific specification to house operators central servers, networking hubs, workshop, restroom. Basically, it's a module that could be tailored to what you need. You could have multiple of them on one configuration, and it allows for good space for your operation team. The compute module. Module house all of your servers and network rack, immersion tanks, and associated smart PDUs. It includes all of your power distribution, bus systems, and liquid cooling piping rack assemblies. Basically, that's the heart of the Octopod solution. We're going to go down a little more in depth here, where you can see all the power distribution busway on top, your liquid cooling manifold right down the center, with 2 rows of server racks and your crawl units on the outside walls. How does it work? You can see how your PDU power connection comes from the busway. You have air circulation here for all your residual heat that you get from your direct-to-chip cooling racks, up to 30%, depending on what you deploy in there. And then your liquid cooled injection and hot returns. Going through all of this, we went through all the module. What we have here is another explainer video that should kick in right at this point. That's going to show you the Octopod solution kind of in general, just a good run through. Well, thank you everybody for watching. I hope this was enjoyable for everybody, informative. If you have any question, we're booth 369. We have full IMDC 6.0 here to show and a team to answer all questions. So thanks for your time. Have a great show. Yep, see you out there.
Awesome, Chuck. Thank you so much, Chuck, for all your dedication to this conference. And a quick note real quick, there's a lot of people I see standing around the edges. If everybody could kind of scoot in a little bit, let's do that a little, we'll take 60 seconds. Please stand up, scoot in, because there's a lot of people waiting to sit down and they can't quite get to their seats. It's very, very busy in here. We're certainly close to or over capacity from a chair perspective. Please scoot in as much as you can to make some room for some folks. Up next, we're going to have a talk from one of the most important companies in the Bitcoin mining sector. This is a company that has gone through a lot and has continued to stay at the very, very top of the Bitcoin mining hardware manufacturing sector. I'm sure you can guess who that might be. Of course, we have their giant logo over here. The company that is going to be coming up next is Bitmain. They're going to be bringing up Gaio Doria to talk about creating a better digital world. So, Gaio, come on up. Give a round of applause.
Appreciate it. Yeah, good luck. Do I have the PPT here? Right there. That's clicker, yeah.
Well, okay. Good morning, miners. I'm here to, I guess, do a tough job, which is to introduce Bitmain, like you already know. Today, I guess I'm gonna be speaking about like how Bitmain creates sustainable solutions and efficiency for our clients, and speak about the products we currently offer and a future sales batch that we are launching from some of our flagship products. I mean, this is a well-known slide that we always show in our presentations. And this is to showcase, I mean, it's a new industry, right? We basically, our history is intertwined with the mining and the Bitcoin history as a whole. We had a humble beginning in 2013 to today. All the major milestones of the industry, and also like for China, for the industry in China, we were present, and we were always striving to push the limits on what is possible in terms of ASICs. We developed several product lines from Bitcoin to Litecoin, and several others in the pipeline that you will soon hear about. Not today, but soon. And we all know the name of the game, right? Is always like the highest hash rate with the best efficiency. And when people ask me like, what is the secret of Bitmain? It's actually quite simple. Like, most of our company is composed by engineers and our product team. We focus very hard on developing the best technology, reliable, sustainable for the market. And this is a showcase of our efforts throughout time, from the S1 to the S21 XP, across multiple solutions like air, hydro, immersion. How much energy efficiency and hash rate we optimize. Gonna talk a little bit about our XP series. It's basically our flagship products. I guess everybody know we released them last year doing our WDMS, and WDMS is really the time where we communicate to the market our new product lines. There will be a WDMS soon, and we will announce to the market, to be seen. Please stay tuned. But speaking on, like, we developed these 3 lines of products, which is basically to accommodate the expectation of the market and the versatility that's mining requires, right? We have sites scattered all over the world with water access or no water access, with like high yearly average temperatures or low. and we thought we should provide solutions that could accommodate any situation. And the good thing about these products, they speak from themselves. Like, I guess many of you had direct experience with them, is that when you buy them, you can always like swap with some previous notice um, on the cooling solution. Let's suppose like I have a greenfield site. I don't know, maybe I will do hydro, and then you do a due diligence and you realize, well, maybe hydro is not the thing, but you place a contract with us because you want to secure a timely deployment. You can always request to change with 90 days prior notice. And just to give like the overall picture of like how much energy efficiency and hash rate it was increased from the previous model, right? It's quite astonishing, and like I don't see any parallel in the market as of now, right? Goes for the XP Hydro, but I want to take some time to speak a little bit about hydro. We all know like that's where the industry is moving towards, and that's not just the mining industry, the HPC, AI, call it whatever you want, but it's just the most efficient and sustainable method of heat dissipation. And thinking on that, we produced several solutions for the market to choose from. Right here, we are showcasing the HW5, which is a 40 feet container, basically 1.2 megawatts per container, where you can rack to 210 miners inside. But the bottom line is, and I get this question all the time, like, oh, I don't have access to water in my site. Like, what should I do? Well, we have the dry tower solution as well. That it's basically a closed loop system that you can use. We have the 20 feet solution, which is the famous HK3. And right now we just released a new one, which is the HD5, which is basically a 40 feet container. And we stack the cooling towers above, and it's 1.5 megawatts per container, which is 380 miners per container, which is really good for people who have real estate problems in their site and need to, optimize the space. But the main difference is, and I just want to, oops, call your attention to this, is basically these solutions were designed for specific purposes, right? Sometimes you do not have access to water in your site, but you may not be able to do the dry tower. And the reason for that is dry tower is usually taught to be, or like it was conceived to be used on average yearly temperatures of maximum 95 Fahrenheit or 35 degrees Celsius for those who speak Celsius. And the dry wet tower is actually, the best solution for places with intense heat. And we deployed several of these solutions across the globe, not only here in the US, but in Africa, Latin America. And quite frankly, they speak for themselves. And we all saw like who is in the industry for a long time. Like Hydro had I would say a humble beginning, until like I think now finally pick up a lot of traction, not only because of the needs, but also like because it represents a major trend in the whole, like, I would say, computing industry. Uh, this is just to, showcase like the advantages of like a hydro cooling mining farm. It has the lower joules per terahash than air or immersion. It's environmental friendly. It's a mature solution already. We are the 7th generation of our containers. We, went a long way, a lot of improvement, very reliable. And I guess the best part is lower operational costs, right? These machines, they have a longer life cycle. They have lower RMA rates. And yeah, it speaks for itself. And I invite the audience, like if you have or you are considering hydro as a solution, we from Bitmain, we are happy to facilitate a visit to a live mining farm, so you can see the solution, see how it works, and have a real experience, like not through manuals. But speaking about manuals, I also want to call the attention. We just published, and that's very new, mining farm construction guide on our website. It's free. Everyone can go there and look. And it basically explains point by point how to build a hydro mining farm. Very, very comprehensive. Honestly, to my knowledge, one of the best resources out there in the industry to help you start your mining project. And I invite you all to check. It's in the website, free, and the manuals too. Just want to bring to you all's attention like some of the good things that hydro and the good impacts that it's causing around the world. And I think a good example here is Ethiopia and Africa, and Bitcoin mining. And I think this is not very well spoken. Actually helps a lot of countries that would not get the same attention from foreign investors to get a good amount of foreign investment. And Ethiopia is a good case. Like we basically, and I speak we as an industry, not as Bitmain, help to create jobs, stabilize the energy grid, and foster renewable energy, and basically connect like these countries on the global stage. And we have other examples here. We all know who they are, but it's a very positive impact that the mining industry brings in the world. This is our immersion model. Also, we have an immersion line. We think the market claimed for immersion products, and we release them. Honestly, the lowest joules per terahash in the market as of now, 13.5 on normal energy mode, and 15 on high energy mode, 380 if you overclock. We at Bitmain, we call overclocking high energy mode, just for reference. And we also developed like basically a one-stop solution. We have our own container where you can plug 160 miners. It's just roughly 1.2 megawatts. And of course, like this is also one of our new product lines. We know that many of you are considering some sort of mixed arrangement between HPC and Bitcoin mining. We don't know where the AI industry is going to, how the monetization models will be. We have some directions, right? And we from Bitmain thought, well, like let's give like miners the versatility to keep mining while expanding their business portfolio. And we developed these miners, which is basically like U-shape, right? Liquid cooling, excellent hash rate with excellent efficiency to help you do this transition, let's put it like this. And the best part is it's compatible with current data center infrastructure. It doesn't require anything special, like any general solution that you can find in the market for data center building. You can use our U-Farm. Also, I would like to introduce you all to the NTRAC solution. This is a very interesting project. It's basically if you have a heat recovering need and you're going to spend some money on heating, and maybe you want to heat up a house, or I don't know, like you want to use the heat for other purposes, like maybe heat up a pool, open a sauna. I've heard like people even pasteurize beer. Last year in the Mining Disrupt, I was like shocked to learn like people were pasteurizing beer. That's a great use. But yeah, basically like you can use, and you don't have to pay for heating, right? You would just use this as a way of optimizing your costs. But also you can mine and be profitable depending on the miner you are going to be using. But ultimately, like I would like also to announce a new sales batch that we are releasing for Q4. We're going to have a special price for it. I invite you all to go to the booth
to talk more about it. It's a Q4 delivery, the same thing. We can exchange the miners one-on-one hash rate basis with a 2-month advance notice. So you place a contract now, we can discuss the payment terms, and it would be shipped on Q4, and that's the new available. Oops, sorry. Yeah, that's the availability. But I guess like more importantly, like the message that I want to convey here to the market and to the miners is that if you have a project, especially on hydro, please come to us. We're happy to facilitate visits to hydro mining farms so you can see how the technology works. We can help you, or we can offer you resources, good resources like Solid, to help on the design and the construction. And depending on the scale we're talking about, we also might be able to help you technical assistance. And the idea here is we really want to service the market as a one-stop solution for mining projects. And I think we are able to do it with a high degree of success and efficiency. And that's all I have for today. Thank you all for the attention, and wish you a happy conference. Let's connect. Please stop by our booth and ask questions. We have a whole team there to service you all. Thank you.
In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. And it spawned a whole new era supported by blockchain technology and chip arithmetic. This is where Ant Alpha Prime was developed. Alpha Prime was growing to become a core contributor in leading the continued development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, providing technology to build the infrastructure for Bitcoin eco-development. Taking risk management first, openness and transparency as its business philosophy. In the future, Ant Alpha Prime will continue to deepen its commitment to the Bitcoin ecosystem and contribute to the value of decentralized network technology, risk control, and subsequent innovation.
Now we have 6 states total that Satoshi Action has led the charge to help protect your right to be able to engage with and utilize Bitcoin, Bitcoin mining, and really all digital assets. You know, that's one of the important things about our organization that a lot of people don't understand. When we are going out there to fight for Bitcoin, we also don't want to put ourselves in a position to say, well, we're only going to do this for Bitcoin. Everybody else can go screw off. What we do is we write tech neutral policy. So whether you're into Bitcoin, whether you're into Litecoin, whatever the technology stack that you want to use in this space. Personally, I'm into Bitcoin. I only own Bitcoin. I don't own any other type of crypto. But regardless, when we pass these bills into law, we call them Bitcoin rights bills because, you know, I'm a Bitcoiner. That's what I care about. But at the end of the day, it protects all of your rights to ensure that you can self-custody your wallet. And we've seen attacks, political attacks, all across this country, all across the world, really, trying to make it so that you cannot directly access this technology. They want to make sure you have to go back through the banks. But if they're going through the banks, if you're going through the exchanges, that's no different from the world before. We need to make sure that you are able to have direct access to the technology. And in particular, when Satoshi Action started in June of 2022, the very first thing that we did, because we knew how hard it was for the Bitcoin miners, is we went out there and we started educating on the importance of Bitcoin mining, the value that it has to provide, the ability for Bitcoin mining to balance the grid, for it to enhance clean energy, for it to be able to mitigate methane emissions. Bitcoin mining is one of the most powerful energy technologies that we have in this world today. And that's why we at Satoshi Action are proud to have led the charge to fight back against all the misinformation, all the FUD. Remember when they used to say that Bitcoin mining was going to boil the oceans? Well, we jumped in and we actually put together over 5 pieces of peer-reviewed research debunking every item of the FUD that was coming from groups like Greenpeace and other environmental groups. I mean, the funny part is, if you're really pro-environment, you should love Bitcoin mining because it's going to help bring in and usher in a lot of the changes that we need to see with regards to clean energy. Wind and solar in particular have all these problems, right? They're intermittent, they cause problems on the grid, they can't produce energy when people need it. Only when the sun is up and the wind is shining, sun is up and the wind is shining. When the wind is blowing and the sun is shining, do we see wind and solar produce energy? Well, that's not how energy demand works. We need to see a constant generation pattern in order to meet the demand. And so when those curves of when there is no generation coming from wind and solar, you can have the Bitcoin miner wind down and wind back up, helping to make sure that all of the energy that's produced is captured. Because another big problem in the wind and solar space is you have a massive amount of curtailment. How many of you have ever gone and looked at how much curtailment is taking place just in the state of California alone? If you go look at CAISO's website, California ISO, you'll see that there is a chart on there that tracks all curtailment. For those of you that don't know what curtailment is, it's essentially tracks how much wasted energy comes from wind and solar. And if you look at this website, it's just it's going up faster than Bitcoin. It's like up and to the right. And if you track where it will be in 2030, just based off of where it's the trajectory that it's already on, you're not sort of like inventing any new math here, you'll find that by the year 2030, the state of California will curtail or waste more green energy than the bottom 36 nations combined. It's an incredible amount of power. And now, for the first time ever, we have a technology that can go in with pinpoint accuracy and scaled exactly to the size that is needed, go in and monetize 100% of the excess energy that is being generated from wind and solar, ultimately making sure that those wind and solar generators are maximizing their profit, which is good for folks that like clean energy. I went back to this point I made earlier. If you love the environment, if you want to see more clean energy, you should absolutely love Bitcoin mining. And so again, it is such an important point that we drove home, and it is why we are seeing this total shift of opinion around Bitcoin mining all across the country, with people who care about more generation growth, not necessarily caring as much about the environment, and people who care deeply about the environment. That's one of the great things about Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining writ large, is it really brings together all these different groups. We've already seen to date, obviously the Republicans are out there leading the charge. We have a whole party basically that's like YOLO'd into Bitcoin. But we're going to see that same type of reaction take place over time with other political parties, other political groups in the United States. And now is the time when we're going to see it. I've always kind of thought, the party in power is not the party that's going to love Bitcoin, because ultimately Bitcoin is disruptive to powers that exist today. And so now that the other party, the Democrats, are out of power, they are in a position now, I think, better position to be able to see and understand the value of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining. But I want to get to my next panel here in just a moment. Erica, are you coming up here with me right now?
Yeah, I'm going to come up because I will introduce the next panel.
Okay, all right.
Per special request by Scott.
Yeah.
But I just want to let you guys know, one of the best parts about Mining Disrupt is that we really honor our sponsors. Some of our big sponsors were up here today, and that's one of the reasons why the floor does not open up until 11. So we've got about 50 more minutes until the floor opens up. The lights won't even be on up there. But once it opens up, you guys, please make sure to check out every single booth out there. But yeah, just to honor our sponsors and for you guys to make sure that you're getting the knowledge that's provided to you on the stage, the floor opens up now at 11. But our next speaker, his name is Scott Johnson. He is founder and CEO of Digital Shovel. He has been a longtime sponsor of the conference, so we want to make sure to honor him. And he is going to teach you guys about why it is important to blow and not suck. Give it up for Scott.
Good morning. Okay, I need a clicker. Before I get into why you should blow and not suck, I'm going to tell you a little bit about our company. I got into mining in 2016, probably like a lot of you, a couple GPUs, started in the closet, took over a bedroom, took over a basement, then eventually went into a shipping container. And in 2018, I founded Digital Shovel. We are a leading infrastructure manufacturer for switchgear, modular container solutions, everything else but the miner. We now have 80,000 square foot of manufacturing facility and 67 full-time staff. We originally started cutting apart shipping containers out in a parking lot, probably like many people in this room have. We've now migrated to having a fully vertically integrated manufacturing facility, complete sheet metal shop, forming operations, panel benders. All of our welding operations now are fully robotic as well. We're even moving to the point where our powder coating booth will soon be fully automized and robotic. In addition, we make all of our own PDUs in-house. That includes the PCBs inside of them. So we've now moved the PCB assembly in-house. We have 2 surface mount lines. This was one of our first lines we put in. We now have another Panasonic line and then a second one, as well as 2 through-hole wave solder lines. So back onto the topic at hand, blow, don't suck. Most conventional shipping containers, ours included on some of our entry-level lines, would pull cold air in through an intake, whether it be a louver or an awning, and pull the air back out the other side through the miner. The system works. There's nothing wrong with it. We've used it in the past, and we still do on some of our lines. However, with a lot of the new miners that are coming out, also the need to overclock, a lot of people wanted something that provided a little bit more ventilation than that. So what we've moved to now, and you're going to see on the floor today, is putting centrifugal fans on our intakes. So we're blowing the air through the miners. That's where the title came from. I had to get something other rather than being boring and saying innovations in mining ventilation. So we have centrifugal fans that go in our intakes. Oh, let's skip into the next slide. Cool. Can I go back? Okay, we'll stick with that one. It's a chart for the fans. We're using a variable drive, or well, it's an EC drive, so it's a variable speed delta motor that allows us to control the speed individually on each one of the fans. Again, you're going to be able to see them on the show floor today. Ask me about them for more details. There's a variety of different advantages to this kind of system. What we've taken and done is we put individual differential pressure sensors on each awning, as well as a temperature sensor on each awning, which allows me to know exactly what kind of airflow I'm getting, the condition of my filters, whether or not I'm pulling hot air or cold air, which I'm going to get into why that's important more in a second. Help you manage your filters, track whether or not they're starting to get clogged up, or you have some sort of another issue with that particular awning, and as well helps to reduce unintended hot air recirculation. What do I mean by that? Hopefully the video plays. Can you click on the middle of that? Okay, no video. Okay, so what I was referring to there would have been a nice video that was supposed to show was a problem that exists with a lot of containers, where you've got hot air coming out one side, prevailing wind going against you, hot air comes back over top of the container and starts to get pulled in your intakes. This is something that is not unique to our containers. It happens with a variety of them. The issue with that, obviously, is you're pulling the hot air back in and you start to go through this vicious cycle. Your container starts to heat up. By having individual sensors on each one of our awnings, it's usually the top section of that intake that's pulling in that hot air. We're able to control that, and if we notice that recirculation cycle is starting to begin, we can lower the speed of that fan and pull the hot air from the lower fans down to help reduce that issue. In addition, we also offer the unit in a double stack configuration, which you can see on the floor over there. The top section of this does not actually have any miners in it. So both sections are connected. It gives us more filter area. It gives us more fans. It allows us to push all of that cold air down through the miners and then ventilate the heat up. So there's a louver system that's in between the 2 rows of containers that then pushes that heat up. That gives us double the ventilation, double the filter capacity, and also further helps to mitigate that recirculation effect of the heat coming back into your container. So like I said earlier, you have a 100% increase in filter surface area. You have lower air input velocity. You're increasing the amount of air you're getting in, but you're not going in at that really rapid speed that would happen if we decided to put really powerful fans on our exhaust and suck a whole pile of air through a smaller intake surface area. Why is that important? It removes the risk of snow intake. You block off your lower banks. You just still pull air from the top area where you're not going to have a snow drift that's going to go up against your container. It helps to extend the filter life, obviously. You're doing less filter changes because you have double the surface area for your filters, and reduces pickup of large particulates. So like cottonwood, or when you're in a big dust storm or something like that, you have less air velocity going into that container, and it reduces the risk of them all getting clogged up. So our system is fully integrated, and what I mean by that, everything is controlled centrally by the PDU. So it's talking to the fans, it's talking to the sensor suite, and it's talking to the miners as well. Why is that important? I just said those three things. On to next. It gives us increased options for overclocking. What do I mean by that? At night, let's say you're not even in a situation where traditionally you're going to overclock. You've built your system for the standard capacity on a hot day. You got a hot day, miners are doing 3,700 watts when they're normally supposed to be doing 3,300 watts. But then on the flip side of that, at night, it's dropping down the other way. You've got this added capacity. Having a system that can talk to the miners, talk to the ventilation system, and then talk to the sensor suite, it knows whether or not the system has room to actually go ahead and do that overclock, rather than you doing it and realizing my ventilation system can't keep up. And the smart PDU can do that all in real time, depending on the firmware that you have. This is not part of our M300 line, but this will be part of the Gen 3, which is currently on the floor. In addition to our Gen 3 line, today we also have our nanopod. So this is a much more entry-level unit. It's up to 120 kilowatts. It'll hold 28 S19 miners. It operates on both single phase and three phase. So this is a unique solution that there's not a lot of options for people that want to start mining on a farm, or they have enough power at their house, or a small industrial unit that doesn't have three phase 415 power. It can be changed in the field. It can operate on 415 as well, but it does operate on single phase. We can do 27 S19 or S21 miners. We can do 24 S21 Pros. And although it has a nameplate capacity of 120 kilowatts, in terms of cooling, you can do 80 kilowatts at 105 Fahrenheit and 100 kilowatts at 100 Fahrenheit. We'll go back. In addition to mining pods, like I mentioned earlier, we also manufacture infrastructure. In fact, last year, infrastructure was one of our largest sellers. So that's switchgears, busway systems, PDUs. In the last 2 years, we've deployed 550 megawatts just of busway systems alone. That was one of our leading sellers outside of mini pods. Our systems can go from 800 amps up to 1,350 if you're just doing normally aspirated. However, we do offer them as well with an active ventilation. Some of our clients will choose to put that active ventilation on there just to keep the system running cooler and more efficient, even though they're using it based on the naturally aspirated rating. Like I mentioned, we also do switchgear. Traditionally, our switchgear was just for our mini pod line. We now have a standalone 4,000 amp switchgear. You can see a prototype of that on the floor. It is a very dense unit. The footprint, I believe, is 45 by 65. It'll say in a second here. 100,000 amp short circuit rating. That includes the branch breakers in the unit, so the main breaker and the branch. Has remote open and close options, shunt, and monitoring on the main breaker, and an extremely small footprint, 65 by 45 inches. So the front side has your main ACB, and then on the back side of it's your branch breakers. A lot of solutions in the market, whether it be from Schneider or Siemens or other major switchgear manufacturers, are very large. They're built to be versatile. They're not very application specific to Bitcoin mining. This is built very dense, so it's not taking up a lot of floor space if you choose to go the build your own building route rather than going with a pod. Both of these are available in NEMA 1 and NEMA 3R. They have active ventilation on them, and in addition, we have a bus bar and lug temp monitoring system. So this is a new technology that came out from a company called Little Fuse, where we actually apply a strip along all the busway, and we can tell if there's a hot point anywhere on that busway or across your lugs. Really, really important. Most switchgears, you know, you go out there with a thermal camera every now and then to check and see if you have a problem. This is actively doing it on an ongoing basis. You're monitoring the backside of that lugs. It can be wired either to send a warning or to hit a shunt if it goes above a certain level, something that is a great insurance for your Bitcoin mining farm. At this time, I'd like to ask if anybody has any questions. And if not, please feel free to come by our booth. Thank you very much.
Groundwork. And so I want to welcome to the stage Luke. Luke is the COO of Hive, which is traded on the NASDAQ. Luke, if you want to come to the stage. Awesome. Give it up for Luke, you guys.
Hello, everyone. I'm Luke Rossi, Chief Operating Officer at Hive Digital Technologies. In case any of you don't know who Hive is, I'll start by giving a quick history of our company and a status update on our current operations before I begin my presentation on strategic decision-making when making ASIC purchases. So Hive began as an Ethereum miner in 2017 in Iceland, and then has since expanded to Sweden, Canada, and then Paraguay. We evolved into a Bitcoin miner in 2018, and after the Ethereum merge in September 2022, we pivoted our GPUs into AI compute. We always give back into the communities that we operate in. In Sweden and Canada, we give money to all the local sports teams. In Paraguay, we're helping rebuild the electrical infrastructure to some schools. And also at all of our data centers globally, we operate only using green energy. As I mentioned, we have an AI and HPC business as well as for Bitcoin. In our HPC business, last quarter, we hit $10 million of annualized revenue, and we're on track to 20. For our Bitcoin business, our target this year is to hit 3% of the network, which is about 25 exahash. This growth is primarily driven through our expansion into Paraguay, our 2 sites, Valenzuela and Iguazu. It's going to be broken up into 3 phases, the first of which is going to be coming online in just a matter of days. It's going to be for 100 megawatts of air-cooled infrastructure. By June, our second phase will be completed, 100 megawatts of hydro. And finally, by September, our third phase, another 100 megawatts of hydro. Not only are we expanding our exahash significantly this year, but we have a target of lowering our fleet efficiency to below 17 joules a terahash, which will dramatically lower our cost of production. As you can see here, this is sort of our roadmap for the year how we will scale. Last year, at Mining Disrupt, I gave an in-depth presentation on Hive's quarterly gross mining margin and profits for the last 5 years, and showed that even through the worst hash rate economics, Hive was profitable every single quarter. There are a lot of factors that came together to make this possible, but a big one are decisions that you make on your infrastructure and mining equipment. For today's presentation, I'm going to be talking to you about, at least at a high level, what considerations should you have when making decisions on ASIC equipment. On here, you can see I outlined a 5-step process that you could follow that'll help you make good decisions. The first of which is researching historical hash price highs and lows. In my opinion, it's important to understand historically why things peaked, why things fell, the macroeconomic conditions around them. Once you have that knowledge, then you can make better decisions and forecasts for future growth. What bounds will hash price go to in the next 2 or 3 years? Then that brings me to what I'm going to be focusing my presentation on today, which is points 3 and 4. Once you have an opinion on hash rate economics and you know it may go up to here or down to here, we could plug in those key parameters into models to make forecasts to estimate ROI, profitability, or even when your equipment will no longer be profitable to run. Finally, point number 4 is once you know that, well, what else do you need to do? You need to consider your constraints on capital, power, and space. So what are the parameters that we should be looking at? What will most affect our revenue? And most importantly, what is actually in our control? Energy cost is not really in our control. That could be up for debate. Yes, you could choose when to mine. You could send your equipment to a different region with a different power price. But for the most part, for most people, when they're looking to buy equipment, their power price is already set. Bitcoin difficulty and price is completely out of our control. And ASIC efficiency and price, that is what we can control. You could choose to buy a miner from 2 years ago or buy the newest flagship model available today. What I did last week is I chose 4 miners from a single manufacturer. Then I went onto a secondary market and looked at what those miners are actually selling for. So this is data from about 7 days ago. I put in a power cost of 5 cents per kilowatt hour. So at the top are the variables we cannot control. On our y-axis, we have our ASIC efficiency. On our x-axis, we have the price of the model. And in the middle are the number of days it'll take those models to ROI. A couple things I'm going to point out here is the difference between the K Pro and the S21 Plus on ROI is about 140 days. And also, it looks like, at least at this singular point in time, that a J Pro would be a really good purchase. But this doesn't tell the whole story. What happens if Bitcoin dropped to 65,000 while everything else stays the same? This scenario represents about a $35 hash price. I haven't mentioned hash price before. I'll just quickly define it. It's a term coined by Luxor that represents the value of a single hash in a single day. It's basically, you could plug in the Bitcoin and difficulty to get this number. $35 hash price is what this represents. It sounds low. We hit that in September last year, and we will likely hit it again. So at this point, the J Pro is not profitable to run anymore. You'd actually be losing about 15 cents a day. And if you look at the ROI between the S21 Plus and the K Pro, they're basically the same now. As hash rate economics deteriorate, the most efficient miners will outperform the older generations. Looking at ROI is useful. It's also useful to look at it in terms of actual dollars. So here's the exact same example. I put in a $48 hash price, which represents the 83,000 Bitcoin price from last week. And these are the actual numbers of profit that you would get. Also, I added a new parameter, which is the revenue expressed in dollars per kilowatt hour. This is useful because if you're a home miner, just by looking at this, if your cost of energy is 10 cents a kilowatt hour, you'll never be profitable with a J Pro or a K Pro at home with the hash rate economics from last week. Also, we could see that the S21 XP is about 8 times, gives you about 8 times more profit than a single J Pro. Now, going to the example where Bitcoin dropped to 65,000, which represents about a $35 hash price, we could see the new numbers. The J Pro is negative, but once again, let's look at that dollar per kilowatt hour column. We could see it's 4.8 cents. What this means is that if your power cost is less than 4.8 cents a kilowatt hour, you could still mine profitably with a J Pro. So let's just recap what just happened, what I just talked about there. You look at the history, you get an understanding of why things happen. You use that historical data to have an opinion on what's going to happen in the future. Most ASICs, you want to ROI within 2 to 3 years. So what are the bounds that you expect to happen, high and low, within those 2 to 3 years? You make your scenarios. You plug in the key parameters into models for the scenarios that you think are likely to happen. And then you'll have a list of ASICs that work for you and your situation. But we're not done yet. There's one other thing we have to consider, which are our constraints on capital, space, and power. I'm going to go through this very quickly because I could do a whole presentation just on this. So I have two very quick, simple examples. The first is capital. So let's assume we have $10,000, no other constraints at all. I'm only going to talk about the J Pro and the XP here just to highlight the differences. The top are just the specs of the actual miners and the same dollar per terahash that I used in all my previous examples. The bottom is what happens if you apply your entire budget within the constraints to just those two models. Once again here, if we look all the way at the right, the fleet profit, the J Pro is the clear winner. But we know now from our research that if Bitcoin drops down to a $35 hash price, you're in the red. Maybe not a great decision, depending on your outlook for the future. Same example, except now we have a constraint on power, no constraint on capital, 100 kilowatts you have to work with. What should you do? Obviously, if your only constraint is power, you want maximum density. S21 XP clearly will outperform everything else. We can see that at fleet profit, it's significantly higher. In the real world, obviously, it's not as black and white as this. All three constraints are going to be applicable, and you're going to have to make much more complex models to account for everything. I hope that discussing this process with you guys will help you make more informed decisions in the future. I'm just going to leave you with some future thoughts that may impact your decisions as the years go by. The first is as transaction fees become a bigger part of the block reward, the volatility will increase. So having miners that are more configurable, more reactive to the actual data are going to be really important. Next is it's also important to time your ASIC purchases. You don't want to make a major purchase that may become obsolete or that may make all your models useless 6 or 12 months later. So knowing what the roadmaps are for all the major manufacturers is really helpful. And at that same token, if you know a new flagship model is going to be released and delivered in 6 months, there may be some great secondhand gear coming on the market at that time. So something to look out for. And lastly is the next halving, and all the halvings flip the table on everything, causes a lot of uncertainty. That could be a good thing or a bad thing, but it definitely will mess with any models you have. So just be aware of that. Thank you guys for your time today. If you have any questions about decision-making on ASIC purchases, about Hive's expansion into Paraguay, or about Hive in general, our AI business, you could come talk to me. We have a lot of members of our team here. We have people from Paraguay, from Sweden, Canada, the US. Please come talk to us. We'd love to meet you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, I do the weekly news recap for the Mining Disrupt channel where I try to find some of the smaller known things that you may have missed on Twitter, hit the big stuff, and then share my opinion at the end of it. Do it all in about 10 minutes. Today.
So check out Mining Disrupt on YouTube. Dell will be introducing our first panel of the day.
It's my pleasure to bring to you Curtis, the Senior Director of Compass Mining, and he's going to be moderating today's panel on AI. Is it a friend of the industry, or is this just FOMO? Curtis.
And
beautiful.
Until then, you guys, the conference hall opens at 11 sharp. People are still setting up, but 11 o'clock it will open up and you guys can check out everything out there. Give it up for Curtis.
Thank you. Come on out, guys. I promise you that they will still be setting up at 11. So it's an active floor out there. We got 5 people and 2 couches. So I'm hanging off of the end. Beautiful. And 4 mics. That's right. We are figuring this out together, guys. We see the topic. We know the topic. The audience is gathered. They probably want to hear an engaging conversation on this particular topic, but they also want to meet you, and they want to learn about your company and what you guys are up to. So what I'd like to ask us to do as we start, let's just one at a time have a little bit of individual time where you share an introduction about yourself and about your company and how they're individually thinking about AI, friend or FOMO, and then we'll have a good, robust conversation. We've got 39 minutes left. Wei, if I see you down at the end there from Fog Hashing, how about we put you on the hot seat and let you go first? Would you give a brief introduction to yourself and what Fog Hashing is thinking about AI and friend or FOMO?
Thank you for having me here. My name is Paul. I'm from Fog Hashing, and now we have a second brand called Fog Computing, just for AI. So we started 4 years ago from solving the issue of high heat from mining. So we do liquid cooling, all the solutions for crypto mining. But then from last year, as the heat density of the AI servers went higher and higher, so we started to try to solve the new issue. So and find a new opportunity. So
beautiful. Instead of going down the line, because we're just calling audibles here. Luke, would you go next? Would you mind introducing yourself and what Hive is looking at in AI, friend or FOMO?
Sure. My name is Luke Willette. I'm with the Hive Digital Technologies team. I manage the operations of the New Brunswick facility in Canada. And we have crypto mining, HPC, and we are into AI.
Excellent, excellent. Please, Bo.
Hi, everybody. My name is Bo Turner. I'm the CEO of Abundant Minds. We're a Bitcoin mining co-location hosting provider up in the Pacific Northwest, serving entrepreneurs and investors. And I come from a real estate development background, so my opinion on the AI, is it friend or FOMO question, is we should look at this as always having the opportunity to redevelop a property. So if you've got a property here in Miami Beach, if you're beachfront, you may be able to build a $30 million house or a $3 billion hotel. So whether you're going to do it yourself or not, you always want to think about the exit strategy. That's how I'm thinking about it.
Artem?
Yeah, hi, everybody. My name is Artem. I'm Director of Partnerships in Hive One. There is an interesting background story of our company. In 2017, we were involved in a super big project in China for crypto and AI. Now it sounds interesting because that time, and there is a huge story. So we do the mining business management software, and we help miners also to go into AI. Further, I will tell why we strongly believe in miners. And we also believe in AI. But this morning I asked AI to write me the speech, and it failed. So I have to do something on my own.
Beautiful. And Chad, that leaves you. I hope that you guys follow me on LinkedIn. I try to add content. And yesterday I shared a post about how Chad's actually one of my biggest influences in Bitcoin mining. And when Chad speaks, the industry listens. So I'm really intrigued to hear what Chad is thinking about AI these days. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm Chad Harris. You know me in the Bitcoin world as Giga Chad. I've grown up and moved to Enterprise Chad. I'm here as a brand ambassador for IntelliFlex and their newest product out on the market, which is an AI HPC rapid deployed data center. I am fully behind the advancement of technology and AI. And if you go all the way back to the very beginning of when, well before I ever came to Texas, we were thinking along those lines. And there's a case history behind that. And I think that it is the way of the future. But I also believe Bitcoin miners have an incredible challenge to overcome.
Beautiful, beautiful. Bo, I'm going to kick the first question to you, but before I do, I'm going to set up a couple things. So since we're short on mics, that'll give you a chance to a chance to be ready. So for one, what I would hope for from this panel is that you guys are the experts. I'm here to hopefully facilitate the conversation. If you hear something intriguing from one of the other panelists, hop in there, drive the conversation, ask a question. You guys are welcome to have a back and forth. So I'd like to start it off with a question. I know I was going to point it at Bo, but we got through all of the introductions. Could I please ask this huge audience to tell these gentlemen, thank you for being here with a nice round of applause. Bo, I hope that I don't intend for us to all go down the line with the same question. I hope that we'll have a little bit of back and forth on this, but I want to, you're a miner. You run mines. You guys understand the Bitcoin mining industry, and we're here on an AI panel. I don't know if he's in the audience, but a good friend of mine, Nick Gates, I think he pioneered mullet mining. AI in the front, Bitcoin in the back. What does it look like for Bitcoin miners to co-locate AI data centers? Is there an opportunity there? If you would take that question, and I hope that the rest of the people will just jump in.
I think there's for sure an opportunity, but we were just chatting off stage. It's not an easy opportunity to make use of. I mean, one of the only similarities between mining and AI is that they both need power and internet. But past that, there's a totally different level of service required. It's different clients, a different business model in many cases. So while you have optionality and it's important to stay aware of what's going on in the industry, I don't think it's the easiest pivot for miners to make. It's got to be done with intention for sure.
Chad, you'll have to steal the mic from Bo, but you shared with me recently, you've done a tremendous deep dive on HPC clients, and you have intense Bitcoin mining infrastructure. Any response to Bo or your own comment on that? Bitcoin in the front, AI in the back.
He's right, and I think the challenge is a Bitcoin miner has one similarity to a large scale data center: power and potential fiber. Your fiber that you need is exponentially at a greater capacity. Your technical team, your resources, your vendor partners, your outside, every single part of that business is entirely more difficult. I just spent the last 2 years, I interviewed 80 enterprise customers, asking them to tell me what was wrong with their hyperscale and or data center partner. And I can tell you, most of them said a Bitcoin miner could never do this for us. And so the challenge is, can you drive a business, change your entire persona to capture that market share? And it will be a challenge.
That is massive information for the audience. As a Bitcoin miner, I know so many of us are trying to see if there's an opportunity in AI, HPC, and to hear Chad's deep dive, 80 HPC interviews, and they think Bitcoin miners can't make this transition. That is amazing information. Artem, you've got the mic. I'd love to ask you a question, and hopefully it facilitates more conversation. One of the plays that I see Bitcoin miners doing, especially the large pubcos, is an AI strategy brings capital in the door that Bitcoin mining doesn't. Do you have any perspective from capital, from raising, from valuation of a company? Any light you could shed there?
Of course. Thank you for this question. But I'd like also first to refer to Chad. We think, first, we agree totally that it's a huge challenge. But maybe suggest another view. We think that nobody, if we take the whole industry, there are no better people than Bitcoin miners that are prepared for AI data centers. They used to run on a thin margin, making super efficient data centers. And if you take into account that you don't have to choose between Bitcoin mining, you can inject, but you have to evolve, then it brings you another revenue stream. Then you can do balancing. You have 3 revenue streams. And this is a huge demand, and this is a huge evolution. But we believe, like, let's take Lamborghini. They started with tractors. Now they're producing cars. There are, like, John Deere, who don't produce cars. They're good in tractors. So you have to choose your path. And of course, why we're talking now about AI and in terms of capitalization, I think ordinary mining gives about like 3 to 5 million per megawatt in capitalization, and AI brings about 20 now. But we think that demand is growing up, and we believe in miners as people. We think that people that are here is the cornerstone of this future industry, because AI will need decentralized data centers, and there are no better people than us who can do that.
You actually you make a great point, and one of the things that's happened over time is that Bitcoin miners are used to changing at every single segment. I agree with you 100%. If you think about the relationship between Enterprise Chad and Chuck at Intelliflex is the ability to change the form factor faster than any enterprise data center can do it. And I agree 100%. My stance is we as a group have to convince very, very structured enterprise customers that we can be that customer. And so then the last part is Bitcoin miners used to building at a speed and scale that no one has ever seen. The ability to deploy rapid deploy data centers, a tier 3 N+1, anywhere in the world faster than they can open their eyes is the actual solution for them.
Luke, I want to, for one, thank you, gentlemen, for that engaging back and forth. Let's make sure we have as much of that as possible. That is good for this audience to hear you experts engaging. Luke, I do want to come back to that capital question. You're publicly traded, if I've got my facts correct. Facing the public markets where you're able to access capital differently than a private company, my opinion is having an AI strategy drives capital investment. I know that you're an operator, you're not on the finance side, but can I first share my heart that Bitcoin mining doesn't happen without operators. So thank you for what you do in that massive capacity. But any input about capital allocation into Bitcoin mining from the AI balance sheet perspective?
Yeah, I think that even though I'm just an operator, I believe that even though, well, yeah, it's quite a challenge for building an AI facility and stuff like that. But being publicly traded, I feel it's good to have a diversity in your portfolio for your company. So having AI, HPC, and crypto at the same company is really good. Even though the challenge can be really, really hard for AI, the manpower, from the ground up, building tier 3 facilities and stuff like that is it can be up to engineers to sorry.
Yeah.
It's a big challenge.
Paul, can I get the mic back to you? Paul, I first met Fog Hashing in 2021 at CES. You guys came, we had a booth there. In fact, your business partner, Will, told me, frankly, he said, hey, we picked our booth so we could be next to you. You guys were leaders in a small immersion miner that could be attractive to a residential immersion. You've obviously grown from there and have lots of offerings. And maybe you addressed it some in the opening, but is Fog Hashing building any technology to serve the AI HPC? What's it look like on infrastructure?
Yeah. First of all, I think so everyone believe AI will change our everyday life, change the productivity. So obviously, in the long term, that is the trend. So we cannot miss that. As a startup company, we always find the most advanced technology to fulfill the requirements of emerging industries. So, and I do think there's different opportunities for different people. Like if you invest in the primary market or secondary market, your strategy will be very different. So it means, in the long-term perspective or in short term, you have to select different strategy to invest. for the infrastructure layer, I think this year, I agree with what Chad said. You need to go fast. This year, the demand for compute power, I mean AI compute, is huge and is growing. Seems not to stop. I mean, all people are waiting for the commercialization of AI tokens, applications, inference. But currently, this year, the demand is still high. So even the stock price of NVIDIA went down sometime. Last week, I was in the GTC and came here from GTC. So I can feel the energy from every innovator of AI. So this year is, I think, it's a great time window. So the timing is very important. That we have to go fast. So that is the most advantage. I mean, what our we as a miner, crypto miner, has. So we do things very fast. Our efficiency is the best compared to traditional data center players.
I think that fast element is one of the things that Chad mentioned. And Chad, I want to speak briefly about your IntelliFlex team. I first met IntelliFlex through Brian Davies and LinkedIn. We traded messages. We're both very active there. But then when I got to meet Chuck, the amazing Chuck, I see him in the audience over there. One of the most friendly and outgoing personalities in all of Bitcoin, certainly made me feel very welcome into the space. And Chad, you've layered in an amazing team. You also were at GTC last week, and IntelliFlex is by far a pioneer in immersion infrastructure. Could you address, maybe the similar question when it looks at infrastructure for AI HPC? Is there anything going on that you can share? Any like insight from a manufacturer?
Well, I think the basis of this, if you go backwards a year and you start thinking about how we started talking about the process of building rapid deployed data center, under a year deployment, tier 3 on a site, faster than anyone could even think about. And then the conversation about 20 minutes after Jensen made the announcement of the 600 kW racks, I had a NVIDIA person, a WWT person, and somebody from Supermicro walk up to me and say, "Hey, you said that over a year ago." And this is the basis of why Bitcoin mining has a great opportunity here. Chuck was building that type of infrastructure that it didn't matter what the form factor was, at a fast pace, at a higher quality that anyone's seen. And the difference is that that's the solution of the future. That's how you want to beat the AI market. You have to deliver a product that is superior to what they have. You have to have a team that is enterprise educated, and you have to have the on-the-ground people that literally can make it a showstopper every single day. That's the solution.
So that's amazing. I want to ask both Bo and Artem this next question and let you both have a chance. And as Luke passes the mic, let's hear again Chad's comments that without the people on the ground, it doesn't happen, and operations is crucial to success. So Bo and Artem, two topics that you guys can possibly just have a little bit of back and forth on. One is power density. So we hear 20 kilowatt racks, 600 to, where does power density go and how does that impact Bitcoin miners? But then the second topic, and maybe you're able to just, engage in both of them, is Bitcoin mining has grown with its ability to turn off. Like we can stop our process. You can turn off a Bitcoin mine to give power back to the grid. That energy flexibility has allowed us to access low cost energy. Where does that flexibility play into AI? Is that a friend or FOMO? So Artem, if you wouldn't mind taking it first, and Bo, you add into the conversation as well, please.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great question. And I'll start with people.
People.
So we can talk about valuation of company, but I totally agree with Chad. People is your main value, and like you need to have these showstoppers, and you need to evolve. Because I would mention that let's take back a year. What would we advise to ourselves? What we now see that some miners are upset about the price of Bitcoin, but we think that it's even for best, because it makes us go more efficient. It makes us more prepared for the future, because now people are seeking for new opportunities. If Bitcoin would hit, I don't know, 200, everybody would sit and say, yeah, we have won. But we didn't, because this industry doesn't stop at Bitcoin hitting some point. This industry should provide value. It most probably AI is that value. And now with this efficiency, with having an opportunity and ability to enroll data centers almost everywhere, like in the middle of hell, now miners can enroll a data center and mine some Bitcoin. With flexibility, that also, we are originally from Europe, prices on electricity are super high, and there are miners. Prices for electricity are like 27 cents. It's like absolutely unreasonable at first sight to mine, but people earn more on demand response. People do heating and have crypto as a premium. They invent new business models, and all these actually lies in terms of how you can adapt, and these like sense of how to evolve, how to change a business model, I think is the biggest strength. And it makes you more prepared to the future that is coming, because if we just take a look at how many AI computers are being made, being produced, being ordered, they all will be plugged in. If we're going to see how fast different AI models are enrolling and announcing new features, new models, it's a huge battle. And there will be a need in infrastructure. And this is the gap. We can fill it, but of course you need to be prepared. I think I didn't answer your question, but I wanted to tell this.
That is beautiful. Thank you for getting that in, Bo. You are welcome to not answer my question also.
I'll go back to what Chad said earlier, where we're competing for these enterprise clients in the AI space that have a very different standard than in the mining space. If you've got 98% uptime in the Bitcoin mining space, you're doing pretty well. If you've got 98% uptime in the high performance computing space, you've lost all your clients. There's no chance that you're going to be successful. And sued. So it's horrible thing if you can't meet that standard. But as we said, Bitcoin miners in some way are leading in the sense that we were the first to get extremely dense with power. I mean, an order of magnitude more dense than these other spaces were for years, up until very recently. And so I think of it in the sense of a pioneer species. We're going out, we're preparing the soil, we're getting it ready for something to come in the future. It may not be to the standard that it's going to be if you've got to run these more heavy compute loads, but you can make use of a resource, make use of a business model while you're at 95, 98% uptime, while you can participate in these energy balancing programs. And then at some point, you do have the option to make the pivot, or even just have a mix of these two types of compute if you're trying to both manage your energy and get the most margin, the most revenue per megawatt that you can.
Beautiful. Chad, we're just two girls talking up here. It's just me and you. A little bit of free advice, but let me set that up. There are a tremendous amount of service providers in this audience, but there are also a lot of Bitcoin miners, and I'm a Bitcoin miner. Could I leverage you for free advice for the benefit of the audience? I'm a Bitcoin miner. I see this opportunity. I honestly don't know what's my best play. It's so expensive. I can't afford to fail. Chad, what should I do?
It's an interesting question, and I'm actually glad you asked that, because I've been sitting here saying, oh, I wrote these 2 case studies for myself. And a perfect example of how you could take a modular Bitcoin facility, an IntelliFlex system, their 6 megawatt system, park it next to a 5.6 megawatt AI system and actually work together. And here's the case. I spoke with one of the largest hedge funds in the US, and they run a new model every single morning before the stock exchange opens. It's 1 hour before, it's intense, and they buy all of your capacity for that 1 hour. On the polar opposite end of the spectrum, I spoke with 3 different oil-related industry executives, and their seismic data they run every night at midnight. They don't use another single component of compute after that. And so as I interviewed all these companies, the basis of what I came up with and then went to Chuck and said, hey, Chuck, we need to make a system that does the following. And the mad scientist went to work. And the scenario is you have to have a system that is multi-use. If it's got AI in it, if it's got compute in it, if it's got storage in it, if it's got replication storage in it, if it's got a network that can be plugged into at any time. So you have a client that you put on premise, you put a 1 megawatt AI center, he picks up the phone one day and says, hey, in 1 year, I need 3. Hey, next year, I need 5. Well, how a Bitcoin miner can react to that is you can do a few things. You can go build a system that you can drop in place, that you can change the form factor in the future when the customer needs it, and you can run it yourself as a Bitcoin mining facility. And I'm telling you, there are solutions. You just have to think about who your customer is and how you can engage with them.
Who your customer is sounds like one of the best questions. That's something that we've asked internally is, hey, we're interested, but who's the customer? Luke, what I heard from Chad was yes. You shared you're an operator. What does that look like inside of the facility to be running NVIDIA chips and running what's miners? What does it look like to go back and forth? Any input on that diversification?
I think as being a Bitcoin mining operator, it's very different than being HPC or being AI. The hardware is different. The knowledge on the staffing is different. So security-wise too, you need a lot more security over HPC versus crypto mining. Crypto mining, it's fairly easy versus HPC. So beginning with staffing, hiring, it's a different platform. And then you have to deal with customers. Crypto mining, you don't deal with customers. HPC and AI, you got to find the right platform, and then your pricing needs to be good. Versus crypto mining, you don't have any of that. It's a different ball game.
Beautiful, beautiful. I love the lights come on. It's fun to see so many friends in the audience. Thank you, everyone, for being here. This is exciting. Bo, we're nearing the end, and I want to set the audience up for that. Maybe a couple more questions, and then I want to give each of you a chance for maybe a couple minutes of final thoughts. Tell us more about what you're doing and your thoughts on this topic and where to find you, etc. But Bo, I asked Chad, give me that personal advice, and I asked him to speak to a Bitcoin miner. You're a Bitcoin miner. You're right next to him. What did you take away from that? What's your perspective about what should a Bitcoin miner do? They want to look at this.
It's exactly what he said, where Bitcoin mining is the gap filler, because you're trying to bootstrap the ability to use these loads very intensely for a very small portion of the day. If you've got this flexible load that you can fill in the gaps with, you've got a perfect tool to bootstrap building new facilities. Just the same way that Bitcoin miners help renewable energy developers and really any kind of energy developer get financing for their project, make the economics work from an ROI standpoint. I think the same is true from the standpoint of building these facilities for these compute loads that are very specialized, very low amount of time that they actually need to run, so that you've got something that's still making you revenue those other 22 hours of the day.
Revenue. I think it comes down to that money in the door and money out the door. Paul, as I mentioned, we're nearing the end. Would you please take a couple minutes and give your final thoughts, but also make sure to let the audience know how to find out more about fog hashing. We'll do the FOIL method. We'll do outside and work our way in, and we'll let Ched have the last word. So we just pass the mic.
Okay. So I believe the biggest opportunity originally comes from the changing of the computing architecture. In the AI era, it's different from the past. So the architecture of the infrastructure, the data center, has to be changed. And the way to build the infrastructure has to be changed. So that is why our crypto miners will have the biggest opportunity to do something in the new era. I mean, you can have a hedging strategy either in the primary markets or in the secondary markets. But for the infrastructure layer, to build distributed data center, to build a fast deployable data center, to build different kinds of data centers other than the traditional data centers, the opportunity comes from the demand, the requirement for AI. The computation model is changing compared to previously the traditional way. I mean, yeah, because I'm a computer science, I was a computer science professor. So I did that from 20 years ago, 25 years ago. So I can see the biggest change of the world, of the computer science world. So we can't miss it. So let's do something together. So for caching and for computing, the new company, we focus on solving the issue and the gap between the miners and the data centers. We can provide the total solution and from consulting to execution to the solution and to the services for all the different crypto miners to go into the AI opportunity.
Paul, I think once a computer science professor, always a computer science professor. Luke, would you share your final thoughts?
If you can diversify your portfolio for your company and you have the capital to do it, I suggest you look into it right away. It's the time to get in either markets. The time is now.
The time is now. Bo.
I think if you jump in with both feet, not knowing what you're doing, you're making a huge mistake. And if you ignore this completely, you're making a much bigger mistake. That said, if you're just trying to stick with Bitcoin mining, Abundant Minds, happy to help you out. Full service Bitcoin mining company. And off to you, Chad.
Artem, we actually have a few more minutes to have a little bit more context. The audience has gathered for this, so not just final thoughts on you and how to find you, etc. But any comments on AI, friend or foe, that we left on the table, and then if you'd give your final thoughts as well.
Well, don't be afraid of it. Remember your path through Bitcoin mining. You learned about it. Do the same thing here. Don't be afraid to evolve. And we also evolving. We started as a software company, as a business management software. Now we're helping our clients to evolve. We bring clients. Sometimes we become clients. So we can evolve together. We believe in the future. If we share it, let's do it together.
Believe in the future. Hey, I'm going to squeeze in for myself a shameless plug. Two things, okay? If you'll listen to me. I actually enjoy being active on LinkedIn. I know that a lot of you are on Twitter and Nostr, but if you're on LinkedIn, if you would find me and connect with me, it actually would be valuable to me. I would enjoy connecting with you on LinkedIn. The second thing is I want to share about a monthly technical mining operations meetup that we host in Denver. Second Thursday of every month. It is designed for the Bitcoin mining operators of the world. If you know how to plug in 1,000 fans, or you want to learn how to plug in 1,000 ASICs, that Bitcoin mining meetup is for you. In Denver, there's a wonderful community that echoes after Bitcoin Park in Nashville or Bitcoin Commons in Austin. It's called The Space. It's a Bitcoiners like WeWork facility. They have weekly education, and once a month we host and cater a monthly Bitcoin mining technical operations meetup. So I hope you'll come through Denver second Thursday of every month. So Chad, they did ask us for timing to maybe leave a few minutes on the clock. I've gushed as much as I can. You've been greatly inspirational to me in my career. You've given me confidence and growth in this, and I would love for you you to share some final thoughts and see us off the stage.
Absolutely, and I appreciate it. And it's not just because we have the same initials. It's not just because of the same initials. And at the end of the day, I was a guy with his youngest son in 2017 that decided we wanted to mine Bitcoin. And then we solved a problem, and then we raised a bunch of money, and we moved to Texas in the middle of the woods, and we built something that everybody told us we couldn't do. In 2023, I started back on this adventure again, and I knocked on every single private equity office in New York City. I walked 11 miles one day, and I was told no at least 100 times. And last year, I finally got to a company that they were like, when we first met you, we thought you were crazy Bitcoin guy. We got to know you. We still think you're crazy. But ultimately, we actually believe you can do it. And then it turned into, we're actually frightened you can do it. And then I introduced him to my good friend Chuck at IntelliFlex. And they went through the whole process with there's no way, he can't do it, to we think he's on to it, to hold on for a second. NVIDIA says that's the best in the industry? Hold on for a second. And the reason why I tell you this is there's not a person in this room that doesn't have the skill set to do exactly what I just told you. You just have to be okay with somebody telling you no 100 times. It's the 101st time that is the thing that makes it happen. And I can tell you, I live in a day by day, minute by minute moment, and I never look at what I have to accomplish. I look at what I've accomplished. And listen, if you really want some good stuff on me, Just Chat on TikTok. I'm telling you, that's a banging channel of mine.
I'm going to, not yet, I'm going to ask for a round of applause. I see that the expo is open. Let me give you some words of guidance. The people here who have a booth, they want you to stop by. They don't want you to walk by and look and read the signs. Take the time and engage with the exhibitors. That'd be my plea to you. Could you please give the panel a round of applause?
Fan Gao from Canaan, but we're also going to have a really big panel that I think you're going to want to stick around for. Hash wars, centralized versus decentralized mining. More of that coming up here in just a moment. But I do want to bring up Fan Gao from Canaan. She's going to be chatting about how Canaan is partnering with folks to be able to deploy mining. So if you have sites, if you have the opportunity and availability to work with someone who has the machines, you're going to want to talk with Canaan. I'm going to go ahead and bring Fan up. Thank you so much. Give her a round of applause.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you want this podium mic, or do you want the?
I can use.
Or do you want to move around?
I'll move around.
Okay.
It doesn't
You do your
matter.
thing. Is it
Okay.
on? Thank
Okay.
you so much.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt. Pretty awesome.
Know Canaan? Anyone show hands? You don't know Canaan. You don't. Come on. We are a manufacturer of ASIC miner. In fact, we're the only public traded manufacturer among the major we're the only public traded manufacturer among the three major manufacturers. So our CEO, founder and CEO, Angie Zhang, actually invented ASIC miner. So we invented this industry. I myself worked 20-some years in financial service industry and joined Bitcoin mining at end of 2021, beginning of 22, when China shut down Bitcoin mining, and a lot of them are moving to the US. I was hired by one of the major miner to run their North American business. I remember back then, my ex-boss, when he hired me, he was telling me, Fan, our profit margin is about 90%, but we don't think that is sustainable. So one day, I wouldn't be surprised it's dropped to 75%. But there's a last bull market. So fast forwarding, before I get onto the stage, I checked the Bitcoin price was about 86, 87K, slightly lower than most of us would like to see. I would love to see it at 120, even 150. But historically, if you look at it, after every halving, Bitcoin price go up. We're very bullish about this, despite the trade war, the Fed interest rate, the stock market, which all of them put a little bit pressure on the Bitcoin price. But for the long term, we're very bullish. We are the believer. If we're not, you won't be in this industry. So I believe this will go up. So we put a bet there. But it doesn't mean it doesn't have challenge. If you look at it, the global hash rate has been keep increasing because we're building more and more facilities, and us as manufacturer build faster and faster miners. So global hash rate has been on an upward trend. And also the unit price has been steady at 5-6 cents. I would love to see this get doubled, tripled. But because of the challenge, it is very important for the miners to have their updated equipment in order to stay competitive and bring in reasonable return on their investment. So when I joined before I joined the industry, before September 21, there were 70-80% of crypto mining. Some say 90% were in China. But in September 21, the Chinese government decided to shut down crypto mining. So many miners moved to other part of the world, and the US become the center of crypto mining. We are 40% of crypto mining. And this number actually is increasing day by day. It's close to 50% now. Why coming to the US? Because we have great infrastructure here. We have great infrastructure. We don't have the lowest power rate, but it's very competitive. Even comparing to the developing country, many states in the United States not only have very friendly policy towards crypto mining, the power price is very competitive. One thing I forgot to put into my presentation is capital market. US has the most developed capital market. If you want to do fundraising, especially when you're facing institute investor, you're saying, I have this much of hash rate in the United States, they'll come to you. If you're in another part of the world, it might be a different story. So it is very important to have, if you want to do fundraising, to have the hash rate in the United States. Obviously, their disadvantage. One major factor is labor cost is high. People are expensive here. That's why your miners are very important. If they need less repairment, that definitely increase the efficiency, reduce the cost, and make it more profitable for you. And I'm very proud to say Canaan's miner, especially in the hot weather, are performing so well. I have so many customers telling us how, compared to the competition, how less repairment our miners need. Especially if you go to Texas, West Texas, when it's dusty and it's hot, you don't even need a water curtain for Canan's miner. Water usually would damage it for the long run. So that's a big advantage. You go to Georgia, you go to a lot of popular sites, Canan's miner brings huge advantage in that sense. Oh, of course, this is my euro. What we bring to the U.S., of course, job security. We bring stability to the grid with all the renewable energy. The grid has become less and less stable. So for us, we serve the industry serve as a grid storage. Where do you find large load that can shut down at any time we want to? So this is mutually beneficial for us as the industry and also for the power grid for the community. I talk a lot about Canan. This is Avalon 1. So our founder and CEO, NZ Zhang, back in 2013, I believe, the company has been around for 12 years. So this is the very first ASIC miner in the world. And this is evolution. I'm in charge of the mining business, but if you want to do self-mining, if you want to purchase, you can talk to our salespeople. So this is my advertisement page. So it goes, for the past 12 years, our miners goes from Avalon 1 to Avalon 15. So our popular model right now is A15 XP with hash rate at average at 206, 270, 17.8 joule. It performs perfectly. You don't need to repair them. You don't need to care for them. They work beautifully. We also we have a whole slew of product as a manufacturer. For mining business, I do fixed cost hosting. I also do joint mining with partners. So if you want to split the coin and we shoulder the cost together, I'll do it with you. So we're promoting air cool, but on the other side, we have immersion, we have hydro miner, we also produce boxes. So if you want end-to-end solution, you can come talk to me. Wow. I think my PR people put a lot of advertisement for me, so I have to go again and again. What is the advantage working with a manufacturer, with Canal? So we have high quality hardware. I was talking to one facility. The owner was talking to me and say, Fan, if the miner is broken, can I swap the hash board and combine them and put them together? I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I understand what you're trying to say, but you are working with a manufacturer. You don't need to do that. We have all the parts. I have the spare unit. You really do not need to do that. So if you work with us, we have a regional repairment center across the country that will bring in timely repairment. Not to mention our miners really need far less repair. And spare parts, spare units, and if it is needed, we'll upgrade the fleet for you. So there's a lot of advantage working with Canaan mining unit. And one thing I want to emphasize a lot is who I'm, as a partner, who I looking for. I look for a long-term relationship. It has to be mutually beneficial for a long-term relationship. It's hard. I mean, when I joined the industry, I spoke before. My ex-boss was saying the profit margin was 90%. He was not surprised if it dropped to 75%. And the player is no longer around. So if you are being speculative and want to make quick money, you probably cannot. It's just as every investment, you have to have patience. And I am Canaan is really looking for long-term partnership, that we can be patiently working with the cycle. A lot of times, cross-cycle, that's how you make the big bang of bucks. I cannot emphasize this enough for long-term patient partner. And for every contract we sign, we want it to be mutually beneficial. I don't want to squeeze the last penny out of you. If you are not profitable, the relationship won't be there. I worked for 13 years at Citi for my previous employer. I remember very clearly at the job training when I was a young person, joined the bank. At Citi, they were educate us to say, if you work with a customer, if there's $1 profit you can take 80 cents. That you can work with the customer, with the partner, year after year, generation after generation. You don't want to take the full dollar. So that has been my principle for life. So also, as a chip designer, we have other units. So if you are looking for opportunity beyond mining, it is also an opportunity to work with Canaan. I actually just signed a big contract with a public traded miner. So I don't know where is my PR people. We're supposed to announce it here. So I'm very excited. We are growing in this market, and I'm here to look for partners who has cheap power and patience. So geographically, U.S. is actually very friendly with mining. So you can see all the dots. Obviously, Texas is very important. Georgia is very important. Oklahoma, South and North Dakota, and Kentucky, North and South California. So geographic diversity is also very important for Canaan. So I'm looking for partner across the country, anywhere you have good infrastructure, cheap power, and you have patience. That's it, actually. So we're in booth number 65. Come to talk to us if you have any business opportunity. And you can also follow us on the social media. So any question? Thank you.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people. Let's go out and make some money with it. Get engaged, defend the industry.
In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and spawned a whole new era supported by blockchain technology and chip arithmetic. This is where Alpha Prime was developed. Alpha Prime was growing to become a core contributor in leading the continued development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, providing technology to build the infrastructure for Bitcoin eco-development. Taking risk management first, openness and transparency as its business philosophy. In the future, Alpha Prime will continue to deepen its commitment to the Bitcoin ecosystem and contribute to the value of decentralized network technology, risk control, and subsequent innovation.
It's a little bit controversial. It is a debate. And Brian, if you just want to welcome your panelists up, we'll go ahead and get started.
Oh, Great, you guys. Thanks so much for joining the panel today. I know we're coming up on lunchtime here, so I wanted to kick it off with the best way to eat a Bitcoin. I've been thinking about that all morning, 1 megabyte at a time, you guys. So with that being said, we've got an exciting one here today. It's called the Future of Bitcoin Mining Hash Wars 101. Basically decentralized versus centralized mining. So we've got 7 of the top industry experts here. I'll introduce them in order. The first one, Asher Janud. He's the CEO of Hut 8. And actually works with us quite closely on the platform. Asher, come on up. All right. Oh, I was going in that way.
I'm missing enough space for all of us.
There you go. Awesome, you guys. So welcome. We've got a big panel here today. Hopefully get some back and forth going. It's a pretty controversial topic, centralized versus decentralized mining, fairly opinionated. Before we get into it, though, I wanted to do a quick introduction on the panel. Asher, maybe we'll start down at your end here. If you can just tell us who you are, what company you represent, and what it's all about.
Hey, everybody. My name's Asher Janud. I'm the CEO of Hut 8. We are a large-scale energy infrastructure platform. We're a large-scale miner, primarily in the U.S. and Canada. And then we also have a big footprint in Canada, 5 data centers that we have today, and then building a big footprint on the AI data centers in the US. So anything that touches energy infrastructure, primarily in Bitcoin mining and traditional data center infrastructure.
Awesome. Scott, maybe we'll just pass the microphone down to you and keep going.
I'm Scott Johnson, CEO of Digital Shovel. We are a infrastructure manufacturer of pretty much everything except for the Bitcoin miner itself. So we do ventilation systems, switchgear, power distribution systems. We've got them all on display at our booth. We'd love for you to check it out.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jolie Kahn. I'm the CEO of AgriForce Growing Systems. We are new to the industry. We are a Bitcoin miner. We are mining Bitcoin in Ohio and Alberta right now. With a unique twist, we are also co-locating modular agriculture.
Hello, I'm Bitcoin mechanic. I work at Ocean. We're decentralizing template construction and ultimately pretty much everything about the software side of mining.
Hello, my name is Ben Smith. I'm the president of the Arkansas Blockchain Council. We also have a company called Block Ops and Block Strategies. We self-mine about 250 megawatts here in the state, and I'm here to represent our state's miners as a whole.
Hey everyone, Augustin here with Demand Pool, first Stratum V2 pool out there using free open source software to decentralize block template creation. Yeah, just happy to be here and talk about centralization versus decentralization.
Right on. So thanks so much for the introduction. Maybe we'll keep the mic with you down there, Kenobi, at the end. Wanted to talk about the current balance between centralized, decentralized Bitcoin mining and where you see that going over the next few years.
Well, I think we're right now either reaching the peak or past the peak of centralization. I think the industry is waking up, the community is waking up and realizing that we need to decentralize at all levels of the stack. We're seeing it with things like Auradine or Epic. They're creating new chips, new chip designs in the US, potentially also starting to manufacture the chips also in the US. And we also see it now with people moving outside of the US. It used to be China, that used to be the main point of hash rate production, let's say, or block production. And now it's the US, but now we're starting to see also like Africa show up, Latin America show up, and then moving up the stack, we see that on pools. We also have guys like Ocean or ourselves using different technology to decentralize how blocks get created and who decides which blocks are, like which blocks, how they look. So I think we are right past the peak or are reaching the peak of centralization, and we're slowly moving away from that as time goes on.
I was hoping you'd say that. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, Asher, you guys are a large pubco miner, more on the centralized side of things. What would you respond to saying we've kind of peaked in terms of centralized mining and now it's shifting towards decentralized?
So I may have a little bit of a contrarian opinion to what you guys think I would say, but I think for us, really what we care most about is kind of building the digital infrastructure, kind of the energy infrastructure that powers this compute. And so we have a big self-mining business, but we also actually manage hundreds of megawatts of miners for other people as well. And so for us as a company, I think we're more focused on kind of the power and the digital infrastructure we're building, and we are not as focused on we have to be the consumer of that compute. We have to own the ASIC chip ourselves. And so at the end of the day, I do believe there's massive economies of scale when you build larger facilities, whether it be in build costs, operations, and or energy management. And if we're able to do so, but we can have a decentralized client base that actually owns the computing, decide how to vote and how to participate in the network, I think we're fine with that. We just want to be the underlying infrastructure layer.
That's great. Now, I'm curious, Bitcoin mechanic, get the Ocean opinion on this one. Where do you feel like we are in terms of the centralized, decentralized equilibrium right now?
Well, we're sort of at the bottom coming out of the trough. We're in the trajectory is really good because Ocean is growing faster than the network difficulty. So Ocean's around 6 exahash at the moment. And if you compare that the last 365 days or something of growth, we've definitely outpaced network difficulty, which is really good. That shows a trend towards miners creating their own blocks, which they should be doing because there's plenty of incentive for them to do it. Part of the sort of lucky combination of circumstances means that miners that aren't prepared to help decentralize the network are also not making as much money as they might. So in all things classic to Bitcoin, if you do the right thing, you end up making more money as well. It's not just a play to altruism. So miners have shown a lot of interest in making their own templates and helping decentralize that aspect of Bitcoin, which obviously is where censorship resistance actually comes from, is you have to have miners doing all of what mining is, not just the hashing part. They need to be deciding what they're hashing and not just giving that to Foundry and Bitmain. So yeah, as I said, Ocean's growing. Ocean's a very small pool still, but there are plenty of pretty big miners on it that have around an exahash, and you'll see them find a couple of blocks a week that are Ocean blocks, but they're called Electron Energy, or they're called Penguin, or what were some of the other ones we had this week? There was a couple of solo mined blocks, right? And this is solo mining, which doesn't mean I got all the reward out of the block, because miners should split rewards. That's a great way for them to operate. What it means is they created the block themselves, they broadcast it to the network themselves. And as long as miners are doing that and pools are doing what Ocean does, which is as little as possible, then that's the way you decrease centralization in the network. You make it so that the coordinators do as little as possible, so that if someone came and put a gun to our head and coerced us to do bad things, there wouldn't be a lot they could really get us to do.
Fair enough. And hopefully that doesn't happen. Now, you just mentioned economies of scale, Asher. So the next portion here talks about some of the key advantages, disadvantages of centralized versus decentralized mining. You think about security, scalability, economies of scale. Scott, maybe you can kick this one off. What side of the fence are you on here? Do you think there's more advantage, large-scale mining or decentralized mining?
We try to, when we build our infrastructure, stay agnostic. I kind of am for both situations. I can see where a large pubco, obviously, if I was in those shoes, I would probably very much more be on the centralized side of it. However, as a smaller independent miner, I mean, I'd rather lottery mine it. If you got shitty power prices, it's more in your incentive to do that. We're trying to make that a lot easier. We're announcing today a relationship with Ocean, where we're going to be integrating one of their datum boxes into all of our pods, so people on a smaller scale or even a larger scale are able to easily operate their own node, which, like, I'm in Ontario. My power price is 9 cents, 10 cents US. If you're running older generation equipment, you're way better incentivized to lottery mine rather than sit right on the edge of the bubble of losing money or making money by a few cents. I'd rather do that lottery aspect of it and help things stay decentralized.
That's great. Now, Jolie, I don't know a ton about AgriForce, but can you tell us how you guys fit into this and which side of the centralized, decentralized equation you're on?
Sure. How we fit into this is we are picking up small individual sites to mine. So we are very much in favor of decentralized mining. We feel that going after the smaller sites where we can take advantage of lower priced power For instance, stranded natural gas is the way to go. Obviously, at some point, these sites do aggregate, but there are also security advantages. If you don't have everything all in one site, it's a lot easier to manage risks with downtime and security risks, etc. So we believe that decentralized mining is the way to go. Obviously, once you hit a critical mass, that becomes impossible to manage. So I can see for the bigger miners why it's more advantageous to be a large centralized miner. But from where we sit, energy costs are lower. It allows us to do unique things like co-locating the agricultural assets in containers. We're doing a pilot project with that in our mining facility in Ohio. Very exciting. Another aspect that helps generate revenue and also helps grow different types of products that may not otherwise grow in certain climates. So we're very excited about the decentralized aspect.
Yeah, great response. And Ben, from your opinion, Blockchain Council, where do you stand on this issue?
Yeah, so as a self miner, I lean towards the size of decentralization, of course. But over the last year, our industry has been very happy about our government coming into our industry. And, you know, the saying is that even if you don't take interest in the government, they're going to take interest in you, right? So our viewpoint as the council in our state to work with legislators to give favorable legislation to our state. We were the first one to pass the right to mine bill a couple of years ago. And that falls on the side of the centralized mining aspect of that. So as the industry grows, we feel that we're going to have to be more and more centralized. It's just the nature of the beast and the growth. Unfortunately, that goes against Satoshi's vision and of Bitcoin. So hopefully with guys, with their pools, we can, at the pool side, we can be the decentralized version of ourselves, but also be the centralized version of ourselves by working with our government, being pro-American or whatever pro-country you're in, and really work to be a good actor in your community and be a part of your community, because we get such a bad rap throughout the country as miners, and we really need to focus on that aspect of our industry.
Definitely. Now, Scott, this one's going to be for you. You just talked in your presentation keynote about how it used to be people would weld out the sea cans themselves. You guys have obviously invested a lot in building the infrastructure, the technology. How has that supported decentralized self-mining, allowing people to have access to that kind of stuff that maybe they didn't a few years ago?
It's definitely, I mean, whether we're talking about mining decentralization, I guess I'm getting a little confused as to whether we're focusing on the physical element of it, where we're decentralizing where the mining is actually based versus the hash rate all being centralized into one pool. If we're talking about the physical element, I like to think it helps quite a bit. Traditionally, a lot of the solution providers were doing 20, 40 foot large containers, and we started with that as well. Not everybody wants to do that. Using products like our nanopod or our mini pod, which are between 100 to 300 kW, and some of them operate on single phase power, you can go and find an extremely small natural gas well, or even hook it up in a farm or a small industrial unit. Even we have some people even hooking them up in their house. A YouTuber Voscoin's got 2 of them going down there and putting them on single phase power because he's on a farm. That's all he can do. He's capped out on that single phase, and it opens up more opportunity for more smaller operations to do it in a non-cost prohibitive manner. A lot of people really underestimate how expensive it is to get started in this. If you haven't done it, forget the hardware side, just your electrical bills. If you don't have the economies of scale, like some of the larger publicly traded or more organized companies do, they know when they're getting gouged. The smaller guy doesn't, and the electrician doesn't want to come and hook up or build this smaller mining shed for you and spend all these hours doing customization. We provide that in one holistic solution, easy to transport and easy to turn on.
Now, in terms of demand for the mini pod, you said you have a lot of different use cases. Are you seeing overwhelming demand across the US? Is it one specific sector or type of client?
It's across the board. We've deployed over 1,600 of the mini pods at about 300 kilowatts per piece. The The majority of it goes to the US. However, we have units in Finland, we have units in Australia. We just shipped a unit to Korea, and the unit can actually be bolted together, kind of like a very elaborate IKEA set. We did BTC Prague last year, and we actually airshipped a container in pieces and assembled it on the floor. We have multiple units across Africa as well, and drawing or condensing that unit down into a small box allows you to push it to more remote locations with conventional shipping methods, rather than needing to use, putting your unit on top of a shipping, another shipping container on the top of the ship, which is extremely cost prohibitive, or putting it on a tractor trailer with a wide load. Our units could all fit in most conventional shipping methods.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now, Asher, they just cited one of the benefits decentralized is able to find those pockets of stranded low-cost energy. I know Hut 8, you guys have one of the best energy prices in the industry. We talk about technological innovation. Obviously, you guys have built out for AI, HPC, and Bitcoin mining. What would your response to that be? How has technology supported the centralized mining?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to kind of mine myself personally, finding kind of small pockets where I had a couple hundred kilowatts, a megawatt, 2 megawatts, I mean, that's a great business, right? If I could find cheap power, I think for Hut 8, like, honestly, anything under 100 megawatts just doesn't move the needle for us for what we need to deliver to our shareholders. And so for us, like, over time, that metric has grown and grown, and we've had to adjust and change our strategy on how do we find low cost power. And so we went from finding smaller sites that we could drive low cost power to ultimately where we've landed today is actually working with power generators and working with actual power plants to say, all right, your power is congestion for X, Y, and Z reason. A lot of renewable, for example, in West Texas has congestion because there's not enough transmission to support that power generation. And so we actually build large scale Bitcoin mining data centers at the source of generation. So we have a 280 megawatt plant with NextEra at one of their wind farms that's interconnected to the grid. We have another 205 megawatt plant with Northleaf that we built at their wind farm. And so for us, it's evolved to let's work with power generation, figure out where there's a supply and demand mismatch, and where this specific load profile can come and solve a problem, and as a result, help us get really low cost power.
Yeah, that's great. And obviously helps the local communities. Now, this is going to the pool guys over there. One of the big concerns, and in Satoshi's original vision, obviously decentralized, the pools have really consolidated, and that seems to almost be the bottleneck in the industry. I know Ocean and obviously DMND, you guys are trying to change that. Can you talk to us about pool technology and why we kind of got in this situation we're in now?
I think, like, looking at the name of the panel here, you have basically two facets or two jurisdictions in Bitcoin. I call it HODL culture and mining culture. So HODL culture basically is predicated on all these self-sovereign values, like not your keys, not your coins. And the purpose of that is if you let a third party take hold of your coins for you, you will probably get them robbed at some point. So you need to just assume that you need to take responsibility for your own money. Otherwise, you don't have any money. That's why it's not your keys, not your coins. So that's ultimately where the incentive comes from, and that reinforces the network as a whole, because people have to run nodes to verify that they have the coins they think they do, and that's what enforces the rules in a decentralized capacity. So that's great. Mining has the same self-reinforcing structure, but it's taken a while for people to stop fucking around and actually stop getting themselves in trouble. So miners have handed off a lot of sovereignty to centralized third parties. There's a bunch of reasons for that, and a lot of it, thankfully, is just sloppiness and not really doing the maths and realizing how much money they're losing doing that. So when anyone's prepared to do some calculations and analysis, they can say, hey, I can do what's good for Bitcoin. I can help decentralize it and make more money. That pretty much ties everything back together again. There's no self-sacrifice or appeal to altruism that's necessary to help miners do what helps Bitcoin and move away from all the centralized third parties. Ocean launched way back now in November 2023. And we've had enough people doing case studies. If you go on Ocean XYZ, you'll see testimony after testimony after testimony of very well-respected miners who've said, I've been mining with Ocean for months. I've earned a lot more money doing it. The claims have been out there. All our payout information is public. We make claims to pay more than FPPS pools. Some people have said, I don't believe you. But at the end of the day, we're making comparisons using our public payout data versus pools that don't want to tell anyone anything. And a couple of them have said, no way you guys pay that much more. And then they just sort of disappear into the woodwork and never come back. So we've had a couple of CEOs of FPPS pools say, you guys don't pay out that much more. I'm going to prove it, and then just never do so. Because ultimately, we pay out based on a public payout basis. Every single payout on Ocean is public information for everyone to see. We would be absolutely crazy to make any sort of disingenuous claims around how much we pay out. So everything we say is verifiable. And if you don't mine on Ocean at the moment, you can find someone that does, that has a similar hash rate to you or a similar uptime to you, and do a comparison. And within a very short time frame, there's a lot of noise. But if you expand out to 90 days or 1 quarter or an entire year now, typically we've just been not just a little bit better, but way better. And to round off this whole point, because the reason miners want to mine in a pool in the first place is to reduce variance. But the dominant model is FPPS, which is like, swatting a fly with a nuclear bomb. It's a very, very over-the-top approach to do anything. You don't need to get paid as a miner on a second-by-second basis. You don't need to get paid for every single share. That's overkill, and it's very, very expensive. My favorite analogy for it really is just like, it's buying a car insurance policy that says, hey, if a rock flings up off the highway and chips my windscreen, I want a brand new Ferrari in my driveway tomorrow morning. That product can exist if you want, but it's going to be very expensive, and it's not appropriate. You need something a bit more reasonable, and then it's going to be a bit more affordable. So Ocean is a more old school kind of pool in that way. It just says, look, you split rewards with other miners, right? You've got an exahash, you've got an exahash, you've got an exahash. Let's combine efforts, and then you'll get paid 3 times more often and 1/3 of the amount. That's enough. And it's a much, much cheaper product than FPPS, where the pool takes on all variants and on a minute-by-minute basis will pay you. So that's the premise of it. That's why decentralized mining should win if miners are being economically rational. And we're seeing, as I said at the beginning, we're seeing a migration towards this and away from FPPS. So I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, from demand pool. Yeah, we have the name shortened, but it's demand, like demand and supply. And if you look at the back of our shirts, it says demand decentralization, because that's what we're looking for. And going back to the question about like the technology, I think especially in the pool business, there's 2 main prongs of centralization. One is the technology and one is the finance. Mechanic touched upon both of them. And it's quite interesting. I'll quickly go through the history of why the technology was like that. And it's basically in 2011, pools were created because nobody thought that, hey, we would need ever to have pools integrated in Bitcoin. So somebody had to figure it out in their mom's basement, so to speak. In this case, it was Slush. And he just kind of did a good enough job. And it was actually good enough. But in his production, or in his like choosing how the system worked, by mistake or by deliberate choice, he decided to give the block template generation, so who creates the block, who's actually the miner, to the pool. And nobody cared for the next 8 years until we had the block size wars and people realized, oh, that could be problematic. If someone builds most of the miners, someone also controls the pool, they can actually do very easily an attack on Bitcoin, because they would have not only the ASICs, but also the control of who builds the blocks through the block template generation from the pool side. And that's when we had Matt Corallo come out with Better Hash. That's what invigorated the community to create Stratum V2, which ended up leading to now having 2 pools that are decentralized and helping miners create their own blocks. But that's only one prong, right? That's one vector of centralization that we're trying to solve. The other one, as Mechanics said, is the fact that miners have gotten like in reverse Indiana Jones, so to speak. At the beginning of the first movie, they have the gold thing, the gold like statue, and he switches it for sand, the bag of sand. Well, that's kind of what happened to them, because we pools were only supposed to be payment providers, not insurance providers. And for the past 6, 7, 8 years, pools have become insurance providers, because FPPS is not a payment system, it's an insurance system. And insurances, they have a shit ton of capital that they need in order to not go bankrupt. And huge amounts of capital have huge capital costs. That's why we see that all of these FPPS pools, they don't want to be transparent, because if they're transparent, you quickly realize that you make less money. That's why on our end, we're doing Stratum V2 to decentralize the technological vector of centralization, but then also Slice, so an advanced PPLNS method to properly distribute the payments. And that's how we're tackling this. And as Mechanic said, it's a for once, as with Bitcoin, it's very interesting to see that being on the good side of history, being on the good side of decentralization, not your keys, not your money, not your coins, is actually financially profitable, right? That's one of the things that has made Bitcoin so popular and so easy to adapt. It's because it says, hey, you can make more money while also fighting for decentralization, right? It's like, who doesn't want that? Usually it costs money to fight for the good things. For once, it makes you money, or at least it doesn't lose you money. Let's put it that way, right? And with decentralized pool technology, so to speak, both the payment part and the technology part, that's what you're getting. You're getting more money, more power, back to you, so to speak, and you're decentralizing the network, bringing back what Satoshi Nakamoto wanted for Bitcoin.
A real win-win. Now we're going to move into strategy. Ben, I saw you take the mic there. Do you have a comment on that one as well?
Yeah, I would like to just speak to the fact of the vision is great, but we're all here because of there was liquidity put into our network, right? And as the global liquidity goes up, the Bitcoin price goes up. There's pretty clear correlation with that. And somebody like Mr. Asher down there has, like he said, he's beholden to shareholders, and he has to do what's right and put forth a roadmap and show how they're going to make more money, make more Bitcoin, make more of their product to their commodity. Well, as a business owner, we have to do the same. Whereas, I haven't done my research properly on the decentralized pools, ocean and demand properly. But, if we have investors that come in, they want to know what their return is going to be. And when we are forecasting returns, it's hard to say, oh, well, maybe this will be where it's at, or maybe this will be at. So as a, contrarian to the decentralized pool section to our more centralized, as we're saying, or the full pay per share model, I think that gives investors more incentive to put that liquidity and capital into our industry and get into sections like doing things that we're doing right now. We wouldn't be here without it. So there has to be some balance and vision and compromise between the two, I think, and that's where my vision and thoughts are on that. So
great. If I may quickly answer you, first of all, very valid concern. And the good stuff about what we're doing is that, yes, at the beginning, if you're a small pool, the variance, it like brings a lot of, let's say, uncertainty. But the moment you become bigger than 1%, 2% of the network as a pool, as a PPLNS, or advanced PPLNS, in our case, Slice, you actually act like effectively from a payment perspective. You act as an FPPS pool minus all of the costs of an FPPS pool. So that's what we're trying to do with demand, right? We're trying to provide that quality, all of the FPPS quality, all of the things that investors look for, right? But without all of the costs, and also being much more transparent, right? Because these guys, they're telling you, hey, this is what we're giving you, but don't look into the fees. Mechanic always uses this example, and we like to also use it. It's going to the airport and saying, hey, look, there's a 0% currency exchange. They have 0% fee. Then you look under the hood and it's like, oh, wow, I got like 20% less than what I should have, right? Exchanges do the same, right, with the spreads. So that's something to be addressed as well, right? Everything has a cost, and insurance is expensive. Go ahead, Mechanic.
There's a lot of context for this stuff. So, I say the context is really important, but there actually isn't much, but people are going off of a couple of case studies. So, did anyone follow the sort of history that happened with Brains Pool and Riot leaving them and writing this blog post around how they made a lot less than they expected? Did anyone that was kind of a watershed moment in mining, because everyone was like, that's it, PPLNS sucks. Brains was using a derivative of PPLNS called Score, which was absolute garbage. I can't be bothered to mince words about it. It just, if you were a miner that would turn off and on, it would penalize you in a way that was just a result of it not being implemented properly. This gave PPLNS a really bad name, and Brains, right after Ocean launched, pivoted to FPPS. And this was kind of validating, because during Ocean's pre-launch period, everyone was like, if this is such a good idea, isn't everyone going to copy you? And we said, no, I bet they all double down and go mega FPPS, super turbo FPPS. And all this means it's a free lunch analogy, because PPLNS, in theory, from a miner's perspective, they look at it and go, all right, well, if the pool doesn't know what they're doing, then I just don't get paid. Whereas in FPPS, it's the pool's problem because they will pay you no matter what happens. So if they don't know what they're doing, as long as you're submitting shares, you're going to get paid. But it's Bitcoin. If blocks are not getting found, those Bitcoins do not exist. And anyone promising to pay you on that basis, coins that don't exist, they're going to have to take a big enough cut for themselves, and they're going to have sufficiently deep pockets to be able to weather any storm. And that's not just variance. That's attacks. That's and that is just poor implementation of the pool. Things like empty block speedup that appear like incompetence, but are the very opposite. There's a reason pools do that. There's a reason you see roughly one empty block on the network a day. It's because that's how you minimize your miners' downtime, is you make sure you get them work immediately after every network block. You send them an empty block to work on, because that's how you get them mining as quickly as possible. Pools that don't do the empty block speedup, like Foundry, strangely enough, are just wasting their miners' electricity every 10 minutes. They have their miners mining stale work for longer because they're sending a full template, which just straight up takes longer to get to the miners. So there's a reason these things work the way they do. And my central point here is that FPPS, the pool has to absorb all of these design decisions and mistakes and attacks and bad luck. And ultimately, it's only ever going to be the miner that pays that bill. So there was this illusion after Riot left Brains and went to an FPPS pool. Everyone said, well, if you use PPLNS, bad luck and everything else is the miner's problem. If you use FPPS, bad luck and everything else is the pool's problem. But if it's the pool's problem, it's still the miner's problem. You're never going to escape that fact. It just gets obfuscated and hidden inside the stuff you alluded to, about me was alluding to, which is the airport currency exchange. It says 0%. It's 20% below market rate, right? So Bob from Barefoot, his 1 year numbers having mined with Ocean was he got 30% more than the best FPPS pool he compared to, and like 35% more than the worst FPPS pool he compared to. First point, FPPS is meant to pay the same no matter what pool you mine with. That's clearly not true. Second pool, that it shouldn't have been anything like that discrepancy. Granted, some of that was the nature of launching an FPPS pool. You do have a better run of it at the very beginning because PPLNS ramps up and then ramps down, except for when you launch, you just start already ramped up. So everyone that joins after that makes you earn a little bit more than you'd otherwise expect. But we only found 5 blocks instead of 8 during our launch, which canceled out all of that, which meant we should have been on par. We should have been a couple of percent better. You know, we charged 0% at that period. Now we don't charge 0%. We charge fees. But we were just way better than we should have been. And that continues to be the case. And I forget even what my original point was with this whole spiel. So thank you.
Just to follow up to Ben's point, though, on the investors not wanting to invest if you've got that variability. Dude, they're investing in Bitcoin mining. Like, we've got variability built into the industry. Like, not everybody. Some are going to be a little less risk adverse and want hedging strategies and stuff like that. But to say that people, or you're not going to be able to pull in investors on that, I think if they're adventurous enough to be into the Bitcoin mining industry, they've probably got a decent appetite for risk and welcome something that's not only going to be good for the industry, but also potentially make them some more money
for their pockets. Yeah.
I'll add a little bit to that. When I think about the Bitcoin mining ecosystem, I actually break it out into the layers of investment. Because if you think about a casino, if you're investing in the underlying real estate, you're not taking probability risk in the slot tables or in the roulette table. So I think about mining. If you're investing in the land, if you're investing in the data center, you don't necessarily have to take ASIC risk and hash price risk. Then if you're investing in the ASIC chip itself, it depends really what your risk profile is, right? Like, if you ask me, if hash price forward derivatives were a real thing and there was enough market depth and we can lock in revenues and lock in energy rates, like, I would do that all day, every day, because every time we spend $1 on ASICs, we'd be able to lock in our return, and you're not taking that bet. On the other hand, if what we were telling investors is you're coming in and you get a levered play on Bitcoin, if this works, you're going to make a shit ton of money. And if it doesn't, you might lose money. Like, every company, I don't think, is made equal, where investors have different risk profiles, which ultimately affects your cost of capital of the capital you raise. And so I agree that the example that was made, like, when you go and you think it's 0%, it's not really 0%. So I agree with that. We actually run analyses on all of the pools that we have. And even if we don't use pools, we have a couple of machines. So just so we can compare on a payout basis on a monthly basis. And maybe we should try that with Ocean as well. We can talk afterwards. But I think we just like to keep accountability on what does that look like and what is kind of the variance volatility look like in the given month or over a period of time. But ultimately, like every company is investing with a different expectation, and that should correlate with the kind of cost that they're investing into, right? And so an example is if I own 100 miners and I just want to hit the lottery and hit a block, and I would rather go, like, that's one profile of investors, and that's what you would tell them is, look, we might get nothing for a period of time, but if we hit it, we'll hit it big, and that's what you're getting into, versus like for us right now, we're deploying hundreds of millions of dollars of ASICs. That's not what we're telling our investors, and we're trying to underwrite where do we think difficulty will go, which ultimately is driven in my mind by how many wafers are being produced, what is a manufacturing pipeline, and that's how we think about kind of the variance curve, and also what's the average cost of electricity in terms of competing with us. And so I think all of these are fair and merited, and it's ultimately what is the goal of whoever's putting up a dollar and what are they looking for, and then that determines kind of the risk you're able to take.
Yeah, great discussion, guys. Going to go to another contentious topic right now, politics. So this has been a big year for Bitcoin. We've seen policy, a lot of new things introduced in terms of strategic Bitcoin reserve and federal and state level. Again, from the centralized, decentralized perspective, I'm curious to get your thoughts again, Asher, actually. As one of the central players, maybe you had some headwinds against your company in prior years. It seems like a lot more collaboration now with government and policymakers.
Yeah, look, I think we're in a great era today. We have a very supportive and friendly administration who obviously cares about crypto and is a part of kind of their core pillars. And so as we think about kind of our business, whether it be crypto, Bitcoin, energy, AI, I mean, this is the time, I feel like, both in America and globally, to really double down and build and scale infrastructure. And so from our perspective, like a big catalyst that we foresee is large-scale banking institutions, financial institutions, continued adoption, because there'll be more regulatory clarity. And ultimately, I think that will create even more adoption than has existed in a way where people feel comfortable and large-scale financial institutions are willing to work with this industry and work and support it. And if you have companies like Charles Schwab, for example, open up the ability to purchase Bitcoin, a part of all of these kind of retirement plans and so forth, you unlock a whole new category of capital investor bases. And I think this administration has kind of indicated a willingness and a support to their ecosystem, including with kind of what David Sachs is doing.
That's great. Now, Scott, in your presentation, you talked about, oh, go ahead, Jolie.
I just wanted to dovetail on to what Asher said. This is also very important at the state level. Various states, including specifically Ohio, are now passing legislation where they're going to be holding Bitcoin as part of their treasury. This, bringing it into the mainstream, legitimizing it, making it part of our national and state level capital structure is also helping the industry.
Scott, that was great. My question for you, Scott, was going to be in relation to the manufacturing. You talked about your new facility. We've heard a lot about tariffs impacting global trade. How do you feel that's going to impact your business moving forward as you support these miners, whether they're centralized or decentralized?
Well, I guess Trump's getting his way because we're putting a facility in the U.S. We were planning to do that anyways. It's cheaper for, even if we do like the raw metal processing and then do final assembly, 80 to 90% of our clients are usually in Texas anyways. So I'm reducing my shipping by almost 70% by sending it down there unassembled. And then we're able to deliver it to customers faster. So we were planning to do that anyways. For now, we're not doing any of the actual, the heavy lifting. So the punch presses, the brake press, stuff like that will still stay in Canada. But I mean, that's the advantage we have to having a modularized solution that can come in pieces like that. We can ship it really compact, and wherever we want to assemble it, we can. I mean, it's going to continue to have an effect on ASICs. I mean, it's had it already for a while coming from China, other than some of the ones that could ship out of Singapore. Frankly, I think that's only going to get worse. I like to think the Canada-US thing is going to resolve itself. Our boy Pierre is going to be the next prime minister, and he's going to fix that. But we'll wait and see.
There you go. And I'm a Canadian as well, so I've got some invested interest there. A few more minutes left. I wanted to give everyone an opportunity to close out. Maybe we'll start down on the end there, Kenobi, which is his pseudonym for those of you who don't know. Can you wrap this up for us? Ultimately, it sounds like you're more on the decentralized side. Looking forward, where's Bitcoin mining going to be in the next 5-10 years?
Bitcoin mining is definitely going to move, as both Mechanic and myself, as I've explained. It's moving to the decentralized pool version, not the FPPS centralized version of mining. Either with Stratum V2 or with Datum, we ultimately don't care. What we care is about the outcome, not the methods that you use. So yeah, we demand decentralization.
We demand it. Ben?
I just encourage everybody to work with their local governments and local municipalities and state governments to give Bitcoin mining a good rap and a good name in their community. We all have to, our kids go to school in these communities. We go to church in these communities. We have to be a part of those communities. So noise issues, water issues, grid issues, all that, take an active role and explain ourselves. Don't hide in the shadows and be under those covers and be so anonymous. So just encourage everybody to reach out to and work through their blockchain councils.
Yeah, great point. Bitcoin Mechanic, final thoughts?
Yeah, miners are going to realize that they're paying for an insurance product that is way over the top and not necessary, and that will naturally transition to a pool that will pay out on a transparent basis, which is what Ocean does, and there is no other pool that does that. And I think that will bring about what we need in mining. It will make mining congruent with the rest of the space, which is don't trust, verify as a principle that needs to re-enter the mining space. And people need to understand that means more money in your pocket.
Jolie, final thoughts?
So Bitcoin is definitely coming into the mainstream, as we've all discussed. Decentralization for the smaller players provides a wider ability for people to participate and for public companies to get involved, and also private companies as well. And the more people we get involved, the more legitimized it becomes, and it'll just become part of our ongoing economy.
I think if you're here today and you're thinking about getting into Bitcoin mining, hopefully this panel gives you a good indication that it's not for just the big guys. There's certainly advantages, but whether you're a medium miner thinking about expanding or you're a small miner just getting into it, there's lots of options. I don't think there's any right answer. So if you're sitting there on the fence, you're not too late. Get into it. And also remember, Bitcoin's on sale right now.
And I'll echo everyone's on this comment. Look, we're a large-scale miner. I don't think centralization is the core kind of ethos of why people are into Bitcoin, into crypto. And so for us, I think there's just larger players, smaller players, all made equally, all who have their own drivers. And I think for us, I actually think of ourselves as decentralized because we're a public company. Anyone can buy our shares and own a piece of it without having to mine if we can deliver those results. And I can't just do whatever I want. Obviously, that's different if you have nation states starting to mine and own large elements, but I'm a fan of decentralization, but in a way that creates a sustainable ecosystem that has real infrastructure to support it. And everyone kind of can get their own exposure to it however they'd like.
There you have it. Decentralized versus centralized mining, the future of Bitcoin mining. Thanks so much to the panel here today. Make sure you come find these guys on the floor. Appreciate it.
real story of Weimar was not crystal meth. The real story of the Weimar was the hyperinflation.
The inflation of the 1920s was a significant factor that led to World War II.
In 1920, after World War I, Germany was still the third largest economy in the world. By 1924, their currency had hyperinflated to more than 4 billion%. Students that were going to university abroad, they were able to buy entire blocks worth of property.
People felt like they were being stripped naked. All the antiques were being bought up. Everything that was loose was being sold to other parts of the world. People were so poor that prostitution ran wild, debauchery and gambling. That led to a feeling that something big needed to change. We need to have a fresh start and do something radical.
On the Bitcoin thing, right? Everyone's focusing on the AI, but like.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people. Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.
So in 2019, we went and visited a crypto mining site. We looked around. I said to myself, there's got to be a better way. My name is Chuck Lecuyer, founder of CS Corporation, home of the IntelliFlex line of product. At IntelliFlex, we're innovators. We design, build, deploy, and operate our system. At IntelliFlex, our motto is start to finish.
The WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner guarantees an exceptionally stable and superior mining experience, regardless of extreme weather conditions. With an outlet water temperature reaching up to 70 degrees Celsius, which is significantly higher than the industry average, the WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner stands far ahead in the field and significantly reduces cooling costs compared to others.
Welcome to TicTac, your gateway to the world of mining. As an official Bitmain distributor, TicTac is your premier choice for the full range of Antminer products. Backed by a $25 million deposit with Bitmain, we offer unparalleled trust and security to our investors. Over 10,000 miners are traded through TicTac every month. Feel free to stop by for a chat about anything related to the mining industry. We look forward to hearing from you. Think big, buy smart.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people. Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.
Your mining equipment or AI equipment, as the case may be. Jane? Thank you.
I should have a slide deck coming up. There we go. Cool. All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Shane. I'm with Data Airflow. And what we do is provide mechanical cooling equipment for any type of building you're after. So historically, our focus has been Bitcoin. We have a huge background in HVAC, commercial and industrial buildings. And now we've really geared towards focusing on hydronically cooled equipment in the AI HPC world, along with immersion and anything hydronically related. So what I wanted to talk about today was focusing on how to design correctly and approach your building to cool it correctly. Whether you're using a handful of ASIC miners all the way to a full-blown chilled water plant, it's pretty important to pay attention ahead of time to what equipment you're using, utilizing, and paying for. So naturally, you're going to look at a first cost right out of the gate, but a lot of times the cheapest unit or fan or whatever you're using is a little less efficient than what you could pay a little bit more for. So a lot of the stuff we touch, you can pay 20% more, but be 30, 40, 50% more efficient and pay dividends on what you're focusing on. So what I want to talk about mostly is how to provide a complete solution, make sure it's designed correctly, build it to scale, and really pay attention to deployment and how to accelerate. So one of the things that we've done really well with is we have good partners in the industry to help with getting equipment on site quickly. We have contracts and partnerships and relationships set up so that we can get to deployment faster than almost anybody. So we are truly hitting a cooling crisis in the US. Cooling accounts for up to 40%, sometimes more on certain data centers, just because it's getting so dense and the heat is so confined in a small space. It's got to the point where it's impractical for most data centers to utilize simply air cooling. They're having to swap over to hydronically cooled equipment, go direct to chip, rear door heat exchanger, immersion, whether it be single or two phase. It ends up being having to be hydronically cooled because the air is not dense enough to relieve all of your heat load fast enough. So there's a lot of hidden costs in inefficient cooling equipment. Energy waste, downtime, equipment damage, lost revenue. So that was one of the main things I was talking about at first, is really focusing on the equipment you're choosing for your building and making sure it's correct for the application long term. Again, we can go into different types of equipment, why it's good to pay attention to just even simply a fan and what motor they're utilizing to make sure you have the longest runtime and uptime imaginable and don't have any lost revenue due to downtime. So here's a couple of pieces of equipment that we heavily focus on. On the left-hand side is a big Evapco dry cooler. This is helping us reject heat without utilizing any water. So a lot of places aren't able to use water in the US anymore. It's getting shut down. There are plenty of places that still do, but areas that don't want to use water anymore, we can run completely dry, maintain your equipment properly, and really be really cost effective from a maintenance standpoint. The right-hand side is a York Johnson Controls chiller. So these go anywhere from 50, 60, 70 tons, all the way up to 3,500 tons a piece. So we can do anything from real small to real industrial grade scale. And again, it's set up to be as friendly as possible and cost effective as possible. One thing that we really focus on with the chiller specifically is sizing them properly to make sure that you're running as efficient as possible. So a lot of people don't know that chillers run most efficiently at 70 to 80% run rate. You don't want to necessarily be running them 100% of the run rate at all times. If you're looking for a true, really cost-effective central plant to cool your equipment. So this slide gets a little bit wordy, but it goes through our thought process when we approach a building and how to size everything correctly. So first we want to ask you where you're at, what type of equipment you're using, type of processing equipment, really meaning the GPU side of it, whether you're ASIC miners, NVIDIA, hydronically cooled equipment, direct to chip. We want to identify what that is to really drive what equipment we're going to be utilizing for our cooling equipment. With our cooling solutions, we can utilize air-cooled chillers. We can go just eliminate chillers entirely and go full dry cooler. We can do in between with open cooling towers. Really, there's a whole array possible and really site specific and dependent on what's available and what the real goals are. We can go anywhere from a tiny air-cooled chiller up to, like I was showing on the left slide, we can massive chilled water plants. Some of the big ones we're hitting, we're at 16, 20,000 tons of chiller plant to help cool down direct-to-chip applications. So distributing equipment, that's another one we like to identify because it really drives the equipment selection because of the temperature of water going to a space. So if you're using CDUs and then going direct to chip, that would be a specific temperature range typically, whereas going a rear door heat exchanger type system is usually a little bit different, and then we will adjust equipment based on temperature needs. The other option would be going like an immersion tank, and you got a couple of options there. You can go a single phase or a dual phase. You can set it up so that it's a chiller cooling down your immersion liquid, or set it up potentially to just go direct to a dry cooler and not have any intermediate there, cool all your equipment without any sort of refrigerant cooling application. Other design considerations. So things that we're seeing overlooked is what sort of tier is preferred. And that might be a question that none of you have heard before, or something that all of you are familiar with. So in a data center world, our typical question is, do you want to go tier 1 to tier 4? What do you want to be at? The average one is in the tier 3 range. But as you can see up here, the different types of runtime and downtime you have can range pretty drastically. Get it? You can't really see the pointer. But on a basic capacity, on a tier 1, you're still required to have an uptime of over 99%, and which only allows you about 30 hours of downtime a year. So we are sizing equipment based on those needs. Going up to a tier 3, it gives you 1.6 hours of downtime a year is what you're allowed. And this is something to really focus on. If you have investors in your buildings, if you're publicly traded and need to make a statement to your investors, this is major. They want to know how much uptime you are going to have and going to promise so that you can keep your equipment running and ensure that you're as profitable as possible. The next would be a PUE target. And this is really a floating target dependent on location, but it is always a topic of needs of what is the target goal. So it can be anything. It can be a huge number range of 1.2 and being really aggressive, ranging up to 2. And it really is, again, site dependent, depending on what your ambient temperature is in the summertime, wintertime. We pay attention to all that to make sure it's sized properly. The other one is a WE target. So that is your water usage effectiveness. I apologize if I didn't define PUE. That is power usage effectiveness. WUE is also paid attention to. Depending on where you're at, you may or may not be able to use water. If you are using water to evaporate and cool your space, we want to identify how much water you're going to use throughout the year and really focus on what is that target and how can we help maintain and hit the market as well as possible. Next would be your ambient design temperature. So we have weather data for almost any point across the globe that is easily identifiable. We can look it up really quickly. And what we're focusing on is what ambient design temperature do you want to focus on? I have in there, we have N equals 20 or N equals 50. What that means is a 20-year extreme temperature or a 50-year extreme temperature. So typically we're designing to a 20-year extreme. If we have a client that's trying to be aggressive, we'll design to a 50-year extreme temperature and ensure that you can run your equipment 100% load and not have any worry about downtime at your 50-year extreme temperature. Naturally, this comes with additional cost because you're designing to a higher temperature. But really what we're focusing on here is where are you located, because that drives it immensely. If you're in an upper state and have a design temperature of 95 degrees versus down in Texas of a design temperature of 120 degrees, you can really realistically be talking about almost like 60% more cooling equipment required because of your different location. So identifying that, what the needs are, what the temperature requirements are immensely important. The other one is total cooling load and power usage. So we would want to identify what the IT load is and then what the other added air conditioning load would potentially be. So we don't really focus on comfort cooling, but we want to ensure all your GPUs and compute software is handled correctly. This point goes back to what sort of distributing equipment you're using. If you're using a CDU or rear door heat exchanger, if you're using a CDU, which means you're hydronically cooling your direct to chip application, there will be residual heat from those GPUs, and you will need to air cool as well. So it'll heat up the space. You need to have some sort of unit that cools down the air in that building along with your hydronic application. So we want to identify what it is you're using, what those percentages are. A lot of times in that situation, 70% of the cooling is coming from your hydronic application. The other 30% is coming from your air cooling equipment. If you're going a rear door heat exchanger, almost 100% of that load goes to the hydronic equipment because it is effectively turning into an air-cooled piece of equipment inside of the white space. So then we ask additional requirements. Uptime goes back to what sort of tier you're talking about, but that gets a little ambiguous when you get into the weeds of it. And so we want to identify how much uptime do you actually want? How much do you need? How much redundancy in your equipment are you willing to apply to your application? Other one is footprint constraints. Do we have a huge wide open space, or do we need to get interesting with it and figure out how to shrink down? A couple of the applications we're pushing right now is using big dry coolers like I showed a few slides ago that get elevated, and you put a mechanical room underneath it so that you really can confine and constrain your footprint. Other one would be noise concerns. If you guys have been to a large Bitcoin mining facility, you know that they make a nice high pitch squeal, scream, whatever you want to call it. That one can be a big issue if you have neighborhoods nearby and local municipalities. They do not like that high pitched scream. So we can help mitigate that. There are effective measures to do that. We can do that with our dry coolers. We can do it with sound walls, but it's something that we pay attention to ahead of time, design for, and ensure that everything around the site is going to be happy with noise concerns. Then the other one is what targets are most important. Is it first cost? Is it efficiency? Is it lead time? Local support even? Time to deployment? We want to identify those because that drives what pieces of equipment we're going to select for that specific project. If it's a first cost, it could drive it very different than if we're looking at time to deployment or lead time or a PUE goal. One of the ones we get fully into the weeds of is time to deployment. We get into with our manufacturers and discuss what we're targeting and figure out what components need to be sourced quickly and where we need to navigate through to ensure we're providing the correct equipment. The other one's commissioning, and this one is one that gets overlooked quite a bit. Commissioning, and when I say what level, we also define tiers 1 through 5, and that ranges in the amount of testing that goes into your equipment to validate that it's performing as designed. This goes back to an investor level. If being a publicly traded company, if you need to validate the equipment that you supplied, we can do that, help through it, and define what is necessary for validating the whole system, whether it's just each individual piece of equipment, doing power failures. We can do a full range of assisting with that. The other one is load banks. So typically, if you're talking a huge, large data center, they are not going to put their compute equipment into the white space prior to testing all of the cooling equipment. So what we do is load banks. This can be an air-cooled load bank, which is essentially a glorified electric heater that heats up the space on the air side, or we can do electric boilers and inject heat into the hydronic system. This helps us validate chillers, dry coolers, pumps, VFDs, everything that's related to cooling down that white space. On top of that, it also validates your electrical gear. So we size the load banks based on your breaker and star bus line sizing to ensure that we are doing a good, proper break-in period for your electrical, and then also validating that they are performing correctly. So market direction. It is expected that the data center expansion is going to double in the next 5 years. And we feel that's an extremely aggressive goal, but as AI and HPC becomes more prominent, that is the direction we're seeing. There's already a need for more power in many, many locations across the US. I know one of my local markets that I live in, the local municipality says if you want real power, it's going to take them 7 years to get it to you. So as we know, having power is king. It is going to be a fun ride over the next handful of years as we really figure out how to tackle the AI HPC world. And as we get into the next gen chips and how dense they are, NVIDIA is talking about their next iterations and how dense they're going to be. They're going to double their compute power in the same footprint in the next 18 months is what our understanding is. And being able to plan for that in the future is immensely important right now. We hit 24/7 uptime. This is something that we really focus on. We understand in the mining world, there's a lot of applications where if you're in West Texas that you hit those really peak high-end designs and you don't want to have refrigerant cooling, we can curb some of the compute and bring the heat down in the building. But our goal is to keep you up running 24/7 to make sure you have enough returns as possible.
Yeah, but we're loving Apple Wallet, or like our users love.
So implementation process. This is one that we really want to push hard, is really the assessment. We want to know where you're at, what sort of power you're using. We want to get down even to what voltage you're using and what's available so that we can do a full assessment of everything you're putting into a site, how to plan for it accordingly, and ensure that you have the correct equipment for your application. We can provide custom engineering, whether that be just a design assist with preliminary drawings, or we can get full down into mechanical drawings stamped by a stamping engineer. We have a team that can handle all of that. We assist with seamless deployment. One of the main things that we really strive on is being engaged weekly, bi-weekly, or even more, depending on the stage of the process of the project. So we can assist not only with supplying all the mechanical equipment, we can assist with installation and then also handle startup commissioning services discussed before. The other piece that I haven't hit is that we also really do a good job with controls. So we implement a BMS, which is a building management system, to monitor all of your equipment, all of the temperatures, all the flows, your compute side, and ensure all of your system is up and running correctly. And if there's any issues, quickly and accurately tell you on the fly what is wrong. We can also have up and running on a screen or a web platform what your actual power usage is at that time. So we can define what your efficiency is from your equipment and validate it at any given time of the year. So that's something that we really are proud of, is the control side of our business as well. So delivering solutions, that's really our goal here. All of us have a background in HVAC and mechanical equipment from a commercial and industrial side, and have found that this niche has really complemented our backgrounds. So we tailor all of our cooling systems to specific needs of your site, of your compute software. Anything that you need to handle from a cooling side, we can help you control. Even if it comes down to simple ventilation, we can help that as well. We have the highest efficiency equipment on the market, and we can validate and prove that. One of the things that I personally love doing is going through a full system like this with water-cooled chillers and dry coolers and show you exactly what you expect from a horsepower standpoint, from a power usage standpoint, efficiency standpoint, through different types of the year. We really like to get in the weeds, not just on a power usage at peak load, but really what you're looking at through the full year. So one of the things we implement as well is what we call free cooling, where we will put it's called a Pony heat exchanger side by side to your chiller, so that when you get below a certain ambient temperature, we turn off the chiller and go from the dry cooler direct to a heat exchanger. And so you're really just circulating pumps and fans at that point and not usually utilizing any refrigerant cooling. So we can predict how many hours a year you'll run in free cooling and what that efficiency level looks like, power usage level looks like. And then so that we can give you a yearly prediction on how efficient your system will be based on your design. The other one hit on is the control side of it. Advanced systems, sensors, automation. We can do it all. We put a web platform if you prefer, or we can keep it locked down so that there's no access. But the gist of it is we can monitor everything you want to and set it up so that you are notified for any alarm. Make sure you're notified for a maintenance schedule so you don't have to think about it, and just have everything ready to go for you. So it's a nice turnkey, seamless product. And that's really our goal, is to help you from cradle to grave, to give you a seamless product that will be perfect for your application. And that is it for me. I'm with Data Airflow again. My name's Shane. We have a booth just directly back right there, the video tower. You can see our logo at the top. If you got any questions, come over and chat with us. Love to get in the weeds with whatever your projects are. Thank you.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. Pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people. Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged. Defend the industry.
So they're going to be doing a panel on from Blockstream to nation states, the global Bitcoin mining playbook. So please give it up for Samson.
Hello, Samson. It's nice to meet you in person. Is that one on? Very good.
It's on. Good to meet
Okay.
you, Del.
Yeah. So we were just talking backstage a little bit, and so let's start that again and go back to where we started with your background mining, Blockstream, and how you got into Bitcoin back in, I think you said 2017 or so?
2017 was around the time I joined Blockstream. But my background is running an exchange. I was originally the COO at BTC China, and that was one of the biggest exchanges in China at the time, and mining pools too. So I think at our peak, we were about 18% of hash rate, but that was a world of difference between then and now. But we did have some of our own mining operations, and that's where I first got into, I guess, the drama side of Bitcoin, because that was the reason why Gavin Andreessen and Mike Hearn reached out, because we were one of the biggest pools. So they contacted us and said it's time to upgrade to a fork of Bitcoin. And that's where I kind of went down the rabbit hole of, deeper down the Bitcoin rabbit hole. But I joined Blockstream after that, and I actually helped Adam set up the Blockstream mining division. And we were one of the first to go into Quebec and take advantage of the cheap power there. So yeah, I do have a little bit of mining background.
Okay. And with that background in China, you were very well aware of the crackdown, and you were talking a little bit to me and telling me about how there were some miners that got hit pretty hard and they had to change some things, and then others that did not. And there's some big differences there between those two entities. Go over that.
Sure. So I think everyone knows there's a big crackdown on mining in China, I think around that same time that I joined Blockstream. But it was always very inevitable, because we knew from the exchange side that they didn't really like that operating, and that's why they closed most exchanges in China. So we spent a number of months fighting, probably like a year, against the shutdown, and we were trying very hard to comply. But I think in the end, they just decided no more Bitcoin exchanges operating on mainland China. But that kind of foreshadowed that they would go after mining eventually too, because mining is simply another way to get Bitcoin, buying with electricity instead of RMB. So yeah, when they cracked down, there was a huge impact. We could see the hash rate drop massively, and most of the miners, if they could, they fled and moved overseas. A lot of them went to the US. But it's interesting, the dynamic, because the ones that suffered the most were the biggest farms, the ones that were very visible, very regulated. They're trying to get government approval and get inspections and everything. And the ones that survived were the ones that were more off-grid, in the mountains, running on private hydro, or partnerships with local private facilities. But that was why after the big crackdown, you saw the hash rate drop. But then for some reason, there's still like 30% in China. That was the guys that were operating, quietly.
Yeah, and so you were saying there that, like, bringing this to stateside, that a similar thing with, like, as people talk about a 6102 order, where it's possible, non-zero chance, that the U.S. would do some sort of seizure thing. And obviously, if you're self-sovereign, you've got your Bitcoin in self-custody, that's going to be exceptionally hard, if not impossible in some cases. But going after certain entities could pose a risk. So you were talking about decentralized. I mean, the decentralization is kind of a big key to Bitcoining. And you were saying how the Latin American region is a large, it should be a large focus, or something on miners' radars because of developed infrastructure. Are there other benefits to miners looking at the Latin America region?
Well, Latin America does have a lot of energy. I think it's still not as ripe in terms of energy as the U.S., but it is developing. And there's other places around the world too that are kind of hotbeds. And I think a lot of the mining companies and miners are looking at them. Indonesia is one of them. They have the second highest energy potential for geothermal after the Philippines, which is number one. And that opens the door to some interesting things that can be done. But Indonesia, they're also building a nuclear plant too. So there's just, I think there is more and more energy being built out. And that is an opportunity for people that do want to get into mining or set up operations. But I think there should be a play also to move some hash rate out of the US, maybe into Latin America. It's not that far away. But centralization and large operations does carry with it some risk. 6102 type operations, they're probably going to target more low-hanging fruit. So Bitcoin in custodians could potentially be hit. MicroStrategy holdings could be targeted, and also large mining operations too. Like these are the easy things that the government can seize if it decides that it is imperative that they have some assets or something.
So when thinking about moving some of your hash rate to a Latin American region, if a company were so interested in doing that, are there some places that have an overlap? Because you've got energy is one thing. So a place might have, say, great regulation, but not that much energy, or or the inverse of that. What are some areas that miners could look at that are, whether or not the regulation is there right now, but maybe coming down the pipeline, given things that you know, that should be looked at in terms of good energy, and this is also a welcoming place, or maybe not rolling out the red carpet welcoming, but at least accepting of Bitcoin?
Well, I think this is the whole point of decentralization. You want to mitigate regulatory aspects, political aspects, and all these types of risks that are outside of your control. Any given country might be putting forth favorable regulations on mining or Bitcoin, but that doesn't mean that things don't change in the future. I actually had an interesting conversation with a friend last night, and we're talking about the climate in the U.S. and how the pendulum might swing back the other way. It's not like the Democrats and Operation Choke Point 2.0 will never come back. It may not be next term, but the term after that, the pendulum could swing back, and you might have an unfavorable regime take hold again. So this is why you do want to mitigate all of these things by spreading out your hash rate in different regions. And of course, you need to balance that with rule of law, relative stability, and the cost of the energy. But smaller operations, I think, does mitigate that risk. Having a big operation gives you a lot of efficiencies, but you kind of are a bigger target at that point too. So we'll see what the future holds. But I think we do need to decentralize, and we do need things like more home mining. That will help.
So an idea that's been talked about a few times at least today on the stage already is miners either embracing AI or the play between crypto and AI. There are some places like, for example, I was talking to a guy of New York State, historically not all that friendly to Bitcoin mining, etc., due to various reasons. But AI, oh, hey, that's our best friend. Is that a way that you could, if you wanted to do, say, primarily focus on mining, can you use AI to use it as a protective shield? Like, hey, look, we have AI here as well. Could you use that as like a moat in a sense?
Possibly, but I would say it's more likely that people just become friendly to mining, because the narratives that have been antagonistic towards mining and energy usage seem to be fading away, and common sense prevailing. And maybe that has to do with the change in the administration. Maybe it has to do with our work and education, talking on YouTube and explaining things. Or maybe it is AI helping, because AI has kind of shown that you do need energy, right? President Trump has said before, like, we need a lot more nuclear to support all the AI compute and everything that we need. So it's kind of blown away all the obstacles in terms of public perception, or shifting that Overton window back to normalcy. But I actually see that being a double headwind, double tailwind for Bitcoin, because it's making it more palatable for mining. But at the same time, you're getting more energy infrastructure built out, which likely won't be needed for AI as AI becomes more efficient. Because right now we can see like a lot of the models are consuming way more energy than they should. And competitors like DeepSeek and others can do it at a fraction of the cost. So it's not like you need more energy constantly for AI. I think you'll see optimizations as people seek to compete and they find better ways to train models. So what you'll end up with is a lot of excess power. And what are you going to do with it? You can take the Germany route and demolish the plants, or use them to mine Bitcoin, which seems to make more sense to me, especially if the US does start aiming to acquire for a strategic Bitcoin reserve.
Yeah, it almost sounds like we're seeing a rise up in AI and building out the infrastructure for that. And then, as you said, as it gets more efficient, then it goes, okay, well, we don't need all this space. We don't need all this power. So, but we have the infrastructure here. We got the warehouse space. We got the stuff already. We can switch that out and go back to mining maybe. So on that, the front of mining and bringing back to the US, what are some things, like we see all this stuff happening with states on the state level. There's that Bitcoin laws map where it's like more than half the country at this point has something pending right now. And there are anywhere from custody bills to mining, it's all over the place. But your focus is on the global adoption. Now, bringing it back to mining, you were talking about Bhutan. Is that not necessarily a sign of things to come, but a way that other countries should be looking at how to utilize their power, whether it be hydro or solar or what have you?
Yeah, I think so. So Bhutan has mined close to 1 billion, maybe a bit more, but they seem to have sold a bit of it. But I think it's the best example you can have that Bitcoin can transform a country very clearly, and it can just lift it out of poverty and monetize stranded or wasted energy. And I think the world is always in this kind of rut where they have to see someone do it. It's not enough that you tell them it can be done, but they have to see it for themselves. And Bhutan, I think, is the best example because they've done it. And now they've gone from a very poor country to the highest Bitcoin per capita country in the world. And they're going to take some of their Bitcoin earnings and build an airport. And what they're doing is stuff that I've said in podcasts and everything for years, engaging with the government in Indonesia. I told them the same thing. You can mine Bitcoin and like, build roads, hospitals, airports, whatever you want. But it's not until someone actually goes and does it that it kind of clicks in their heads and they realize, okay, this is a thing now. So I think Bhutan will actually drive a lot of countries to actually try to start mining and tap into excess energy or untapped energy. And again, going back to geothermal, I believe there's a big opportunity for the Philippines and Indonesia to monetize their stranded energy, that geothermal potential. It's not something that they would do now, but given the example of Bhutan and the opportunity there and the opportunity cost of not doing it, I think they kind of have to do it, especially with the added pressure of the executive order to, strategize on Bitcoin things and accumulate Bitcoin. So they can take what they have and find a way to tap into it. So El Salvador did announce that they would issue a Bitcoin bond, a volcano bond, to tap into their geothermal, but they haven't done that yet. And whether they will do it is still a question mark. But I think the opportunity is open right now for a lot of these other countries to actually, move ahead and do a Bitcoin security that is sort of a sovereign debt MicroStrategy play to finance building out mining infrastructure and energy infrastructure to start mining and getting Bitcoin.
Yeah. Now, right before we came up, we were talking about how the executive order, well, I was asking you if the executive order has kind of lit a fire under other nations, because when you think of, name the biggest countries in the world, Bhutan and El Salvador don't jump to my mind right away. So now that Trump has signed this executive order, are you seeing other countries either perking up and going, maybe that's something to pay attention to? Or in some cases, are any of them going, oh no, we need to do something right away?
Yeah, so at Gen 3, we've been engaging with governments for the last 2 years, and we had some initial successes, and we got Madeira to announce that they're adopting Bitcoin. It's challenging for them because they're not fully autonomous. It's an autonomous region, but they still have to follow EU policy. We helped Prospera with their Bitcoin strategy and their Bitcoin legal tender, but it's a special economic zone of Honduras, and they came under fire from the Honduran government because they didn't like this zone set up by the previous administration. And after that, it was kind of challenging because we had a lot of headwinds from FTX and all the things that blew up and tarnished Bitcoin's reputation, even though it's not about Bitcoin, it's more crypto. But I think with the Trump executive order, things have sped up. We've seen a lot more interest. Some of the governments we've engaged with have stepped up their timelines. There's a city that we're talking to that they were planning to do something in 2027, and now they want to move it to 2026. But I'm telling them maybe you should go faster. But yeah, I think the answer is really it is influencing things around the world, and we know for a fact that there are more discussions heating up, and we're getting more meetings set up this year to kind of further the cause. But the time available to implement something is not much because governments move slowly, and if they do want to do some sort of policy or regulatory change, they kind of need to be working on that like today, and it might come out in 3 to 6 months if they're lucky, and if it can get passed even. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't think many will be able to front run the U.S. I think the U.S. is going full steam, and it's likely they'll probably be first, even though they telegraphed their intentions the first.
Yeah, it's very similar to MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy's been completely upfront. Here's what we're doing. We're still doing it. Michael Saylor posts that tracker every couple of weeks or so at this rate. So it doesn't seem to really matter if you tell everybody what you're going to do if you've already got it going on. Now, I had the gut thought, and I told you this, and you can expand on this, but I said, well, it seems like Africa is this sleeping giant. There's some clear reasons why my gut was wrong on that case. Can you expand on why Africa, even though there's a lot of energy there's one area where it's not as not the play that the Latin America is?
Well, Africa is very interesting, and I think Gridless is doing a lot of great work there with the kind of smaller installations. But on a larger scale, I think it's very challenging still for Africa. Just the lack of infrastructure in general, but specifically lacking energy infrastructure. So I don't know if you remember, but the Central African Republic tried to fast follow El Salvador, and they said we're making Bitcoin legal tender too. And there was a delegation of Bitcoiners that went to visit. And what they found was like the city has power, it's spotty, but most of the country has no energy at all. So it's difficult, I think, for mining to really take hold in Africa at a significant scale. You can do it at smaller scales and with off-grid facilities and off-grid mechanisms, but it won't compete globally, I think, in terms of major development, simply because there's just so much infrastructure missing there. And there's a lot of political instability, a lot of corruption too. So I think in terms of mining, it'll be challenging. The adoption in Africa probably will be from retail usage, people using Bitcoin as a means of payment, a store of value, and the like.
So in our last 5 or so minutes here, I've got a kind of a personal question in regard, not for you, but you have connections to video games. You are somewhat of a gamer. Are there opportunities there in some form or fashion for miners to either work with gaming companies, or I could be completely out of my element here, but using some sort of in-game currency that could be traded for Bitcoin? It seems like there's got to be some cross-pollination that could happen there. And here's GameStop looking like they might get into the big game. Like, it seems like there's maybe some sort of Venn diagram that has not seen an overlap yet, or am I just completely off base there?
Well, I think there's opportunities to tokenize things in games so that you can keep them in your own wallet. and that solves sort of the issue where, you know, if you did something the game company doesn't like, they can freeze your account and you lose everything. So I think a separation of the digital game assets from control of the game company is a good thing, and that's something that I'm trying to do with the game I'm building right now called Infinite Fleet. But we still haven't finished the tokenization aspect. We've just been working on the game itself. In terms of mining, I'm not really sure. I mean, you could always make the things mineable, but then it's still a centralized item. It's still, you're still pointing to something in a database. So I'm not sure it would be that useful. It's sort of like an altcoin at that point. Like, it's probably better just to acknowledge that these things are centralized. They can be bearer in the way that a stock can be tokenized and you can hold it, and there are benefits to that. Like, you can't naked short sell, right? If it's a bearer asset, you can't stop trading peer to peer. You can have 24/7 marketplaces. So there are some advantages, but it's still a token representing an equity, right? It's still centralized in that manner. So I don't think there is a direct mining connection to gaming, but that's just my cursory evaluation.
Yeah, I'm waiting for there to be mining home miners sold in GameStops. You go in, you trade in some old games, and then you get some sort of desk miner. So who knows if that's coming down the pipeline. In the last few minutes that we've got here, in terms of El Salvador and the volcano bonds and whatnot that's going on there, what do you have any insight into what is happening with this IMF thing? There was that memo that came out that said you can't keep on buying Bitcoin, but then the day later we bought more Bitcoin. What do you have? What is going on there?
I don't have that much insight on El Salvador now. After the Bitcoin bonds were announced, we kind of stopped engaging because, you know, there wasn't much to do. They had implemented all the laws, and they have a bunch of people there advising them. So we kind of focused more on the rest of the world, and kind of left El Salvador to, you know, develop on its own. But yeah, we don't have really any official communications on the IMF stuff, other than the government has said we're going to keep stacking or adding or buying. But the IMF has said that El Salvador is complying with the agreement that they have, which it doesn't really compute. So I don't really have an answer on what's happening there, but they do look like they're buying. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it seems odd. Is Bhutan looking at any kind of bonds with what they're doing with their mining?
I mean, potentially they could tap into more hydropower and ramp up their operations. But yeah, we'll see. I think Bhutan should just keep on doing what they're doing right now and expand it. And maybe bonds and raising capital to expand it could be a way to boost it. And obviously, they already have working operational experience doing so. So yeah, we'll see. We haven't engaged with Bhutan yet. We're planning to visit sometime maybe this year. So we'll see what happens.
I was talking to a guy from, I think he was from Argentina or Paraguay. He works in both areas, and he was telling me that Paraguay is becoming a little bit more hostile to Bitcoin mining, whereas Argentina is opening up. But since those areas are pretty close, he can do a little bit of movement, not too much, but a little bit here and there. That same idea seems like it could apply in the United States. Are there other areas in the South America region where people should be looking at, aside from, say, well, I guess Argentina, but how, let me rephrase this. How is Argentina on your radar in terms of adoption?
We'll see about Argentina. Obviously, Argentina is very energy rich, and Malay seems to want to open up and deregulate a lot of things. But he got a lot of blowback for the Libra token launch. So there are always complications. And this is why I think it's important to be Bitcoin only, because if he didn't have that kerfuffle and blow up, I think he could have gone harder on Bitcoin adoption. Because at the same time that's happening, he's still struggling with IMF and their loan with IMF too, and renegotiating terms to keep financing the debt. So it's like you already have a problem, and you made the problem worse that you could have avoided by just staying Bitcoin only. And that could have opened the door to Bitcoin bonds, which would have accelerated their recovery and allowed them to finance, you know, Bitcoin mining to make a Bhutan play in Argentina. So yeah, I mean, it's difficult with Argentina right now, but you know, people forget very quickly. So maybe the whole thing will blow over, and we'll go and visit him, and we'll get him onto a Bitcoin standard.
Well, that's our time, Samson. Thank you. This has been enjoyable. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Del.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. Pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people. Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged. Defend the industry.
Good, bad. Well, I hope that what you guys did was dream. And up next, we have someone who is going to be talking from Dream Power. So, Ben Johnson, take it away and tell them all about your dreams.
Testing, testing. If you can hear my voice, you might want to listen to this. It might just be entertaining. It might be an example of what not to do in the future, but I'm going to give this my best shot. I have not given a speech since I was in high school about 25 years ago, so y'all bear with me. Actually, when I was giving the speech in high school, it was Juliet's quote, "What is in a name? A rose by any other name would smell as sweet." Now, I'm not going to argue with Juliet about true love being separated by the name, but I do want to point out that there is something within our name, Dream Power. Dream Power has intention behind it. It influences our actions, and our actions that we put out have consequences. And what I'm about to share with you in facts and figures, impressive facts and figures, will show that our intentions align with our actions and have allowed us to reach the level that we have. All right, and then I was just informed that our slides are automatic. So the slideshow may not match with my speech. So we'll bear with me on that. All right. So let's start with part one, company overview and global layout. Ni hao. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ben Johnson, Regional Manager for Shenzhen Dream Power Technology. You're here because you understand that mining at scale isn't about chasing trends. It's about control. It's about efficiency. And it's about delivering returns that compound day after day, block after block. This industry rewards infrastructure, not speculation. It rewards uptime, power density, and real execution. And if you don't have the full 20 minutes to listen to this, just real quick, we're a full stop industrial scale Bitcoin mining provider offering power infrastructure, data center solutions. We sell the ASIC miners, wholesale. All right, back to the speech. So let's keep this simple. Why Dream Power? Because we're not just another equipment supplier. We're a trusted, award-winning VIP sales channel for Bitmain and MicroBT. We're invited to their closed-door strategy summits. We're in the room where next-generation hardware decisions are made. That means you get early access, optimized pricing, and smarter planning before the market catches on. But Dream Power doesn't stop at distribution. We own, operate, and develop next-generation high-performance mining and AI computing infrastructure on a global scale. And today I'm going to show you exactly how we help our partners scale with speed, precision, and profitability. At the center of it all is our chairman, Ki Su, one of the most respected leaders in the mining and AI infrastructure space. Keith's background spans artificial intelligence, blockchain infrastructure, financial operations, and strategic capital. Before founding Dream Power, he built strong partnerships across academia, government institutions, and financial networks, relationships that now accelerate what we deliver for our clients in the field. We started with a simple idea: focus on results, not just machines. That meant faster deployment, higher uptime, lower OPEX, better margins. From that foundation, we scaled quickly, building out in-house R&D, forming deep manufacturing partnerships, launching university collaborations, and developing our own global logistics infrastructure. Today, we are one of the most technically integrated partners in the market because we don't just talk about innovation, we build it, apply it, and we run it live. You benefit from the same high-level relationships that shape industry standards, giving you the edge that others simply cannot access. Dream Power is not a vendor. We're the power behind some of the most profitable digital assets operations in the world. We combine direct distribution of elite ASIC and HPC systems with internal R&D developing proprietary chips, advanced cooling systems, and real-time energy optimization. We offer full turnkey build-out and operational support from 1 megawatt to 200 megawatts and beyond. We also partner with leading universities and national innovation programs to access cutting-edge research and top-tier technical talent. We're proud to be a corporate member of the University Alumni Alliance, working with 328 institutions, including Tsinghua University and Nanjing University. These partnerships keep us ahead of the curve, connecting us to the breakthroughs, grants, and people who make scale possible. We also co-established the Nanjing University Shenzhen Institute of AI and Computing Power, alongside one of China's most elite engineering universities. Through this institute, our partners gain privileged access to cutting-edge advancements in AI optimization, blockchain computing, and high-efficiency infrastructure design that improve performance and ROI before competitors even see them. Keith Su, our chairman, desired to be here at Mining Disrupt in Miami today. However, he is currently in Shenzhen, China, serving as the executive chairman of the University Alumni Alliance at the Alumni Economy Boosting High Quality Development Summit and the 2025 University Alumni Spring Gala. At this event, he is collaborating with top-tier universities, government officials, and industry leaders to drive forward the key initiatives in AI and high-performance computing, blockchain-powered financial ecosystems, and advanced data infrastructure for innovation. This summit is a cornerstone event in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, bringing together over 1,600 leaders from universities, research institutes, government bodies, and private enterprises. Because we're part of those conversations, you as the client get earlier insight and implementation of tech before it hits the mainstream adoption. We are headquartered in Shenzhen, China. I'm seeing that this is not automatic like they were saying. I apologize. This is our Micro BT and Bitmain Award, some sponsorship from some sports stuff. So this could have gone along with my speech, so sorry about that. Well, there we go. Okay. We're headquartered in Shenzhen, China, the heart in global hardware manufacturing, but our footprint is global with operations in North America, Hong Kong, Japan, Australia, and the United Arab Emirates. This means faster deployment, factory direct support, and seamless logistics across borders. Under Keith Su's leadership, Dream Power has delivered over 175,000 units of mining and HPC equipment worldwide to over 7,000 global customers. Last year, we generated $150 million in revenue. We own and operate 3 flagship mining centers, each fully integrated with immersion cooling and AI-based power management, while continuing to design and deploy new sites globally. Dream Power is your direct bridge to China's technology backbone and your infrastructure partner for long-term scale. Our research and division, Dream Miner, also our brand that you can access online with this address, www.dreamminer.net, runs 6 advanced production laboratories These are staffed with 30 specialized engineers and 50 skilled electronics technicians based on real-world optimization. Dream Miner is a dedicated mining hardware sales and service platform under Dream Power. As a leading global ASIC mining hardware supplier, Dream Miner collaborates with MicroBT, also with renowned manufacturers Bitmain, MicroBT's What's Miner, and Avalon to provide miners with the highest and latest quality mining equipment. We don't just resell equipment, we engineer it, we tune it, we deploy it ourselves so we know exactly how to maximize its value. That means you're not left guessing. You get hardware that's already been battle tested in our own mining centers. Our factory headquarters in Shenzhen are able to give you factory direct support, rapid deployment, and seamless logistics across continents through our established global offices. Our supply chain dominance and in-house R&D allow us to move faster than the market. And our Shenzhen headquarters gives us direct access to next-gen components, production lines, and logistic routes others can only hope for. That means faster delivery, better firmware support, and smarter deployment for you as a customer. One standout project that we're thrilled to offer is the Yellowbee Ethereum Classic Miner, co-developed with Dr. Yang Zhujing, the visionary behind the Antminer S7 and S9, and now chairman of MicroBT. It supports dual mining of ETC and Zilliqa and can be programmed to mine additional cryptocurrencies as needed. It's not just powerful, it's built to comply with the strict environment and efficiency standards of today's professional level AI and machine learning data centers. In these environments, traditional ROI times can stretch 8 to 10 years. The Yellowbee slashes that down significantly by delivering adaptable, high performance, high efficiency that integrates seamlessly into regulated facilities while generating immediate returns. The Yellowbee uses independently developed computing power chips and a Linux-based operating system, supports various AI algorithms, meets data center compliance, operates stably, and is easy to maintain. The Yellowbee delivers 6,300 mega hashes of Ethereum Classic computing power in a compact 2U server while serving only 1,600 watts. So that's more hash rate, less space, and less power for you as a client. At Dream Power, performance isn't left to chance, it's engineered. We're known across the country for our ability to fine-tune ASIC machines through precision overclocking, pushing hash rates higher without reducing hardware lifespan. We balance performance and stability through expert-level tuning and continuous optimization. And none of that would be possible without our proprietary immersion cooling systems, developed in collaboration with Dr. Yang and MicroBT. These systems use advanced dielectric fluid to maintain ideal thermals, excellent hardware lifespan by up to 30%, and eliminate factors like dust and corrosion. For you, that means more uptime, longer cycles, and fewer breakdowns. Our AI power management system dynamically adjusts power usage based on live workload demand, continuously fine-tunes cooling in real time, and uses predictive analytics to stabilize operations even under fluctuating conditions. This is the same stack that we run in our very own data centers, and it's why Dream Power consistently outperforms on uptime, efficiency, and ROI. This tech turns unpredictable workloads into predictable profits. Dream Power doesn't just chase hype. We build the infrastructure that makes the innovation real. We own and operate mining farms, AI data centers, and blockchain infrastructure across the globe. We deliver world-class immersion cooling and AI-powered energy management, engineered and tested in-house. We execute at scale, with precision, and with results. What that means for you: fewer unknowns, faster development, and data-backed ROI. We've earned VIP recognition for Bitmain and MicroBT, not as resellers, but as full-stack operators who know how to turn hardware into real-world ROI. That level of recognition doesn't just boost our reputation, It secures your insider level hardware, pricing, and customization options. Dream Power maintains global visibility and leadership through active participation in the events that shape our sector. We've been featured at exclusive VIP events hosted by Bitmain and MicroBT, the Abu Dhabi Financial Summit, where we were invited to discuss the integration of fintech and digital mining, CoinDesk Consensus Hong Kong, where we participated in sharing expertise and industry progress. The World Mining Digital Summit, Dream Power participated in the Global Digital Mining Summit, engaging with industry leaders on cutting-edge trends. These events bring together business, government, academia, and community leaders. This strengthens the ecosystem behind our business success and positions Dream Power as a driver of standards and innovation worldwide. So when you work with Dream Power, you're connecting to an ecosystem that moves markets, not just rides them. And at Dream Power, we take corporate responsibility and influence community impact. Leadership means taking responsibility for scale. Our chairman, Kisu, doesn't just lead our growth, he invests in people and places. In January 2025, Kisu donated 100,000 RMB to the Mingxi County Educational Development Program Association, supporting students in achieving their dreams. He funded the development of modern schools that clean water systems in his home village in Guangdong province. He provided scholarships for rural students to attend elite engineering universities. Also in January 2025, Dream Power sponsored the finals of the Guizhou Rural Football Premier League. It was important for me to say it correctly, and I dropped the ball on that. And University Alumni Football League to support the development of the sports industry. We sponsor these sports programs because we believe that sports build discipline, teamwork, and long-term confidence. Partnering with Dream Power means working with a company that not only understands scale, but uses it to create meaningful and lasting impact. So why trust Dream Power? We have proven execution and measurable results, stability, efficiency, and profitability at scale. We're a reliable partner for investments from $150 if you want a Lotto home miner that you can buy online at dreamminer.net, or to $150 million plus for industrial scale Bitcoin mining. We scale with you from startup to sovereign fund. Dream Power doesn't chase hype. We build the infrastructure that makes the innovation real. We own and operate mining farms, AI data centers, and blockchain infrastructure across the globe. We deliver world-class immersion cooling and AI-powered energy management, engineered and tested in-house. We execute at scale with precision and with results. If you're serious about scaling your operation, Dream Power is your strategic partner. This isn't a pitch. These are the outcomes. Visit us at booth 155. And let's sit down, review your specs, model your ROI, and get it built. Shishi, thank you. And remember, the dream brings power.
So did that make you guys remember your dreams? Hey. All right, awesome. So I don't know about you guys, but when I first came into the industry of Bitcoin, it was very, very mission driven. I thought that I saw a very efficient way to restructure power systems so that way it could be more fair for people, right? We all know what the Federal Reserve is. We all know that the money system is a little bit corrupt, and people have different reasons why they get into Bitcoin. But for me personally, it was just a more efficient way to create a better money system for the world. So a lot of times the people that are working in this industry, it's not necessarily that they have a job. It's more that they're on a mission. And so our next speaker, who I'm going to welcome to the stage, Ann Wiltmott, she is the product manager of Foundry. So come on up, Ann. She's going to be talking about just that. Operational excellence. It's not just a job, it's a mission. And you guys, we have a lovely animated speaker. This next talk is going to be really fun. So please stay engaged and give it up for Ann.
Hi, thank you so much. Okay, I hope people come in, sit down. We are definitely going to have a little bit more fun. Everybody hear me okay? Sounds good. Okay, so I'm Ann Wilmot. I'm a product manager at Foundry Digital, and I work on OptiFleet, our miner management software. And we're going to talk a little bit about OptiFleet. But first, a fun fact about me. Oh, my clicker. There we go. I got interested in Bitcoin in 2013, but until the middle of 2021, I was a producer on the daytime soap opera The Bold and the Beautiful. This was a really fun and amazing job. It's fun to work in entertainment in Hollywood. And yeah, it was a really interesting business too. Like, you may not all be soap opera watchers, but people around the world do watch The Bold and the Beautiful particularly. It's very popular in countries like Italy, Australia, South Africa. The cast gets mobbed there. So interesting business and a thank you. And I loved working in it. But as I went down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, I just started to feel more and more like the opportunity cost of working in any other field was too great. And I really dreamed that I would be able to switch into this career. And so I made that switch in 2021. And I was very, very lucky to find my way to Foundry and to get to work on Bitcoin mining software. So I left a great job. I left a great job because I am passionate about Bitcoin, right? I truly believe that a censorship free, permissionless, and decentralized currency is a true innovation that leads towards the greatest freedom for the most number. So this is a topic that's dear to my heart. So I don't have to tell you guys in this audience that mining is really important work, right? You produce the new Bitcoin. You secure the Bitcoin network by mining. And you navigate mining economics every single day. And when those economics work, the network is just stronger and more robust. It enables more miners to come onto the network and then to compete with all the other miners. So this sort of thing where broadening it engenders more competition, this is a really healthy dynamic. So adding to the many big jobs that you have, I just want to point out that Michael Saylor, in his recent Bitcoin for America talk, talked about how cyber power requires Bitcoin miners operating ASICs. And that is, that's another big job. So you're helping to contribute to cyber security in the nation. No pressure, big job. That's what we do. But I also want to point out here that besides it being a big job, the day-to-day is a little bit less glamorous than a Hollywood soap opera, right? Yeah, those are some tumbleweeds I helped pick out of a filter at a site. And so it's just doesn't feel like an ivory tower exercise. It's kind of day-to-day, whatever the crisis is at the moment, and whether it's the tumbleweeds or bugs in the filter, whether it's extreme weather, hot, cold, wet, dust storms, snow in the containers, hypothetically speaking, hash price volatility, shipping drama. Oh, I wanted to mention that Danny from Compass Logistics is on the very next panel, so stick around for that. That guy knows how to handle shipping drama. Yeah, so it's also as much drama as a soap opera, maybe more sometimes on the day-to-day. There are just a lot to deal with. So I think my point here is that operational excellence is not abstract. It's a survival strategy every single day. Let's talk a little bit about how Optifleet can help with that. So here are a few things you may not know about Optifleet. Well, Optifleet is battle tested, maybe a new entry to the market because we are just opening it up, but actually we've developed it over the last 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years now, in close coordination with our Foundry site operations team and with Fortitude Mining. So all of the decisions are informed by the real day-to-day problems of skilled miners, and we've worked very closely with them to really understand not only their problems, but also their workflows and key issues that they face. Also, I want to mention that we have top-notch user-centered design. So why is this important? It's important because everything in Optifleet is meant to be clear, understandable, and immediately actionable, because what you're trying to do in a Bitcoin mine every day is to just keep your numbers moving back up and remediate any problems. I should point out that this Optifleet is successfully running now in more than 20 sites. It's running at scale in active operations, different power regions, using different energy management strategies, and we're supporting a variety of miners and firmware, and we're always adding more as kind of customers have needs for that. I also want to point out, so our booth is right there. I memorized the booth number before this, and then I'm like, I don't need the number. It's right there. You can't miss it. But we have a whole team that would love to talk to you. I want to point out especially that Mev D'Souza, who is our VP of product and my boss, will be in the booth. He's a great person to talk to about the future of Optifleet and the Foundry product suite. And also Keith Mascaroni, our product designer, will be here. So if you want to help shape the future of Optifleet, these are great guys to talk to. So I might have buried the lead here, but Foundry is announcing a firmware product. And Optifleet will be fully integrated with Foundry firmware. So this is going to give you the flexibility to respond to a wide variety of conditions with granular control. And that team is seeing some really promising results from their auto tuning tests. They have written this code, by the way, from scratch. This is not adapted from something else. This is fresh made in-house, and they expect to be rolling out to some initial customers this summer. The lead of that project, Steve Kozak, should also be in the booth and would be happy to talk to you about firmware. Our dev team's always working on new features and innovation. So we're working right now on an external API, an improved work order system, and we are always making onboarding as convenient and fast and easy as possible. So those are some of the things we have in our hopper right now. Foundry's been serving institutional clients via our pool for 5 years now, and that is our focus here too. And also I want to mention that AI is exciting and amazing force that is going to change the world. And lots of people are pivoting to AI. But for us, we are focused entirely on Bitcoin mining services and dedicated to the Bitcoin space. So that is what we are looking to serve and help you with as best as we can. So I'm just going to show you a little bit about Optifleet, and you can run over to the booth and sign up for a demo. James does our demos, and he's right there in the back. So please, if you want to see a little bit more, you can do a full demo. This is going to be a little bit quick. But this is our site overview, and let's just say that a typical technician experience can be arriving in the morning, finding kind of underperforming stats, and then kind of spending the whole day in order of priority and emergency to bring those numbers up. And maybe hopefully in the late afternoon you get to some of the things that are on the to-do list, but maybe not if there's a crisis. At the end of the day and overnight, the numbers kind of slip back down and you start over again in the morning. So this is why Optifleet gives you your whole site at a glance, and then also allows you to dive into the details with just 1 or 2 clicks, no matter where you are in the site. So the sitemap is a great example of this. So here you can see all of the areas of your site, which we call zones, and zones are really just IP ranges in your network where miners live. So you can see your whole site in context, but you can also click on any miner in the entire facility and take quick action. So you can see that there on the right side. You can reboot, get into the miner log, or dive right into the detailed, say, history, statistics, diagnostics of that miner, fan performance, hash rate history, error history. It's a lot of information available, and you can get to it quickly. You can also, not shown here, but you can pop out a section and you can see metrics like hash rate, hashboard temperature, and chip temp. Chip temp, that's a terrible sound, sorry. And you can see it in real time or 30-minute average. So there is a lot in the box. Okay, we also do handle curtailment, and you can make your own curtailment rules. We do also integrate with demand response providers like Voltus and CPower, and we're adding other providers as people request them. And we're also doing direct API connections as needed. So for instance, we're working with NPPD in Nebraska to deliver curtailment directly with the power provider. I'm just going to quickly mention a couple of other key features that you would expect us to have, and we do. We have an auto reboot section where you can set some auto reboot rules. You have the ability to set alerts. There are a variety of reports here. You can see a little bit of the energy report, which can show you your energy usage, either estimated, or if you're running something like e-gauges, it can show your actual power usage. Firmware report that's organized by what firmware you're running, so you can manage that. Sensors, we support sensor push sensors currently, so you can see that. And of course, there's an issue screen for fast troubleshooting on low hashers, non-hashers, and particular error codes. So long story short, OptiFleet helps you execute on operational excellence. And we do this by listening to miners, and we listen to you. We try to figure out how can we save you time and pain, what actually moves the needle for you. I want to shout out to our mining technicians of site operations. So these guys, we learn so much from them by working with them every day about the kinds of problems they face. And I think this is a group of people who are so dedicated and smart. And no matter what the drama of the day is, they always get the job done. And unlike a soap opera, I have to say, they hardly ever cry, and they rarely slap anyone in the face. So shout out to site operations. These are our guys. I bet your mining technicians are equally dedicated. It's just an amazing group of people. So ultimately, what juices up your profitability? By the way, this is my actual garden gnome from my backyard. So, you know, profitability too contributes to the robust health of the Bitcoin network. It's important. Operational excellence isn't just about uptime and efficiency. As important as those factors are, it's also about resilience, freedom, and the future of Bitcoin. That's the mission that we're on, and we're truly honored to be on it with all of you. Everyone who participates in this ecosystem, we are really doing amazing work and seeing the results from it. Satoshi, you know, whoever she is, I think would be really proud of all of us in this room. I will be around in the booth, as will our team. Come over and meet the team. Ask for a demo, whatever else you'd like to ask us about. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for mining Bitcoin. Have a good one.
Welcome to TicTac, your gateway to the world of mining. As an official Bitmain distributor, TicTac is your premier choice for the full range of Antminer products. Backed by a $25 million deposit with Bitmain, we offer unparalleled trust and security to our investors. Over 10,000 miners are traded through TicTac every month. Feel free to stop by for a chat about anything related to the mining industry. We look forward to hearing from you. Think big, buy smart.
Coming up here in just a moment is a really important one. We face a lot of battles. We face a lot of issues from a regulatory perspective, from a political perspective. But something that has popped up more recently that a lot of the miners, at least the miners that are buying equipment and trying to get into the country, have become keenly aware of. Unfortunately, we have seen a massive amount of Bitcoin mining hardware being held by Customs and Border. So what does that mean? That means when you're trying to get your Bitmain, your Canaan, your WhatsMiner, anything that's made outside the United States, you have to import it into the United States. Well, recently we have seen reports across the country from all the different miners. I think there's maybe like one or two that have become out unscathed, predominantly because they have not been acquiring hardware outside the United States. But when they've been trying to, these companies that have, and we at Satoshi Action, of course, became alerted to this because what our job is as an organization is to advocate on behalf of Bitcoin mining, to make sure that Bitcoin miners are able to effectively operate here in the United States. And we started getting calls. We started getting people saying, hey, we're having our machines like being halted, like literally by Customs and Border. Like when it comes in, they're like, no, like we're holding on to this stuff. And then we started hearing it again and again and again and again from everyone, all the way from small guys to big guys to the publics. Major problem. So then we're like, okay, well, we're in the political space. That's what we do. Let's start calling around and trying to figure out and get a lay of the land and get the logistics of, why this is occurring. So this next panel, I think, is going to be really important for you to understand exactly the series of events that took place. And also you can hear from experts in the logistics space and also the political space. Cool. The great thing is that we have a couple of my co-founders of Satoshi Action, Surya and Mandy, are going to be joining this panel. But Surya in particular has played a key role in helping to solve this problem, which has been a very big problem. I mean, if you're getting large shipments held at the border, you can't plug them in. They're just sitting there and they're just depreciating in value. So we got to get these machines plugged in. We got to get them out of there. And Surya, as well as Danny and some other folks in the space, have really come to understand what's going on with Customs and Border and what's going on with the FCC, who has actually had their name, as part of the order that goes out. It says, well, this is why your machines are being held by an order of the FCC. So on this next panel, I'm excited about it because it's a real world problem that exists today. And it's something that's continuing to go on. But the folks you're about to hear from are people who have been in the trenches trying to solve this problem for Bitcoin miners all across the country. So would like to welcome up Surya Gunasekara, Mandy Gunasekara, Danny James, and Christopher Burchell to have a really illuminating conversation about all things Custom and Border and why hash rate is on hold here in the United States. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Give me a round of applause.
Yeah, I'll sit here. I'll sit in the middle. Okay, great. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for the introduction. And the way I'm going to do this, I'll introduce a little bit more thoroughly our esteemed panelists that are here on the stage, have them talk a little bit about the organizations and the companies that they work for. And then we're going to get into this issue that Dennis was just alluding to that's been causing a significant amount of economic disruption and consternation across many of the Bitcoin miners that are looking to operate or set up operations here in the US. So first I'll introduce to my right, Surya Gunasekara. He's also my husband. But in addition to that, he served at US Customs and Border Protection during the last administration. He was a political appointee serving as the head of policy, also served at the Department of Energy and was tapped for NSC. Working in transnational crime. Prior to that, he served on Capitol Hill in a number of roles, most prominently as the Chief of Staff for a Ways and Means member. For any of y'all who pay attention to the various committees on Capitol Hill, Ways and Means is in charge of the tax code. So they do a lot of significant tax code and trade. Thank you. They do a lot of work that directly impacts the economy and well-being of this country. Next, we have Danny James, who is the founder and CEO of Compass Logistics and Marine. He is a former Marine, served 20 years, both active and reserve.
Semper Fi.
He served as U.S. Embassy security, numerous other jobs in Southern Command recruiting. He became a licensed customs broker in 2013 and founded CLM in 2017. You bring decades of experience in customs, brokerage, and all the issues that we're going to be discussing most thoroughly today. And finally, Chris Burchell. He is the president of Sea Lion Cargo. This is a Canadian-based global logistics company founded in 2014. He's got a passion for it, a ton of experience moving freight across international borders. He leads teams specializing in air, ocean, and land transportation, offering tailored supply chain solutions from Toronto. So before we get into what Dennis was just talking about, the problems at the border, could we start, just do a quick overview of what your companies do? Chris, we'll start with you and then pitch it to Danny, and then we'll go from there.
Well, as you said, we move cargo across international borders. We fell into the crypto space about 5 years ago. We were a big part of the movement of mines from China into America and Canada. And since then, obviously, all over the world, including South America, into Africa. And I lead a team that specializes on the crypto side called Crypto Logistics. And we do facilitate the international movement, the clearance, and the final delivery to our client sites.
Test. Thank you, Mandy, and thank you for having me up here today. So you gave a really good introduction. That's me in a nutshell. I think the thing that's most important to this panel is just the fact that I'm a licensed customs broker. So I've been on the front lines navigating that with US CBP, as well as the 50 plus partner government agencies that they represent for the enforcement of trade. And specifically as it relates to our company, we are a licensed customs broker and international freight forwarder. So same thing that Sea Lion Logistics, Crypto Logistics does to my left. And the unique part is we specialize in technology, crypto being a large part of that. And we also specialize in yacht, marine, and aviation, which if you've driven over the bridge, you can see why that is a very attractive place to be, especially being located here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Our headquarters is about a mile from here, and my home's about 3 miles from here, where I have my wife and 3 kids. But same thing as Sea Lion Logistics, we are licensed international freight forwarders, NBOCCs, IATA, and licensed customs brokers.
Great, and I know both of your companies have been really big parts of a lot of the folks in this room shipping their product from point A to point B. Surya, before we get into it, could you just give a quick overview of I went through your background, but what you're doing right now in terms of helping folks engage with the federal agencies or this federal government in general?
Yeah, so in addition to Satoshi Action Fund, Manny and I have a consulting firm called Section 7 Capital, and we have a variety of clients that have different regulatory matters that we help navigate the federal government with. Mandy more on the energy and chemical side, and then I have several trade compliance clients.
Okay, great. Thank you. There. All right. So the stage is set. Now, I would say this was probably a couple months ago. You and I, Surya, were brought into a situation that had been plaguing folks trying to move minors into this country for quite some time. But a couple months ago, we had a number of minors reach out and say that they had received notices that their product was being held. There was some confusion as to why and what agency actually had jurisdiction over it. So Surya, could you just set the stage with regards to, as soon as we were brought in, what we found out, what was going on, and what we've attempted to do since then?
Yeah, so I think this issue started in August or September. Is that right?
October, November.
Yeah, early October was our first hold.
Yeah, so we were brought in really pretty late in the process. So I would actually almost kick it over to Danny or Chris to give sort of a timeline for what your customers were going through, and then I'll hop in with a little bit of context at when we were brought in, which was earlier this year.
Yes. So around the same time as Sea Lion, it was about October of 2024, going into November, we started to see shipments get placed on CBP hold. Anyone that's imported is familiar when they have a shipment placed on CBP hold, it likely means additional examination. That's not a problem. That's common course. It doesn't happen the majority of the time. It happens less frequently. But when it does happen, it does mean that customs wants to look at something a little bit deeper. I think when I started to get alarmed was the CBP hold was lasting multiple days, sometimes over a week or 2 weeks, without clear and proper notification for why and what or who and how. And that's when I started to become a little bit more alarmed, started bringing in customs attorneys and escalating the matter with the CBP officers at the designated port codes that were in charge of trade enforcement and regulation in the importation. I could take a step back and talk about admissibility and compliance on 101 and what customs is looking for, but I want to give Chris a chance to say what he saw first.
I think what I'd add to that is in our situation, we had holds at 20 different ports of entry. So it became very clear that this was a coordinated effort and being led by a team called the Advanced Targeting Unit. Maybe before we go into too much detail, I just want to give a little bit of a positive. The situation is definitely much better. So let's go and speak about what was happening. But just to give that, we hopefully are at the end of the storm here. But in short, we did have holds at 20 ports. How that was handled was completely different port by port. And kind of within about 30 days, we are getting a better picture. And we are getting a lot of detention notices that were specifically referencing a request for an FCC registration number or permission to use trademarks, which we understood to be FCC trademarks. And we started to begin putting a picture together of what CBP was targeting. But it must be said that at the individual port of entry, so these different 20 ports where there was holds, the officers did not seem to know much. And in the absence of that, they were doing radio silence. So they were not communicating very effectively as one would normally see in these type of situations.
All right, Danny, if you want to go back and give a little bit of what is the normal interaction when you're bringing product into the U.S. What does it normally look like, and how is that engagement? And then what you just explained, how was that different? And we can get into perhaps the why behind it.
No, absolutely, and I will echo the positive sentiments. That's the last few weeks has seen a positive release of. I mean, we've had 50 plus shipments and 5 to 10 different importers. So we are seeing the release of goods. I wish we could provide more clarity, but I'm sure we'll get into that. But the normal interaction is once that targeting unit or that is placed on hold, there's a reason for that hold. It has either been targeted, whether it's just they do random targeting. Sometimes it's built into algorithms. There's certain things that also help you get higher escalated, like CT-PAT, and that's something I want to discuss before the end of the program. The fact of the matter is it wasn't being handled in the way a traditional CBP hold, followed by this is what we're looking at, and this is what you need to do, followed by this is what the detention is. Because when you receive from a CBP hold and it goes into additional examination and inspection, those targeting units, as well as any other partner government agency, which I want to reinforce, CBP represents 50 partner government agencies that they enforce regulation and compliance on throughout the US government. And in doing so, they're not always going to give you the clear explanation on which one and why and how. But once the detention notice is issued, it's typically a little bit more defined as to why it's going to be held, how long it's going to be held, and what you can do to proactively or in the meantime do in that period. So that's how I would say the normal process goes. and then depending on what comes out of that detention, will subsequently be led to a seizure notice, and then giving you your due course and your additional steps that you can take, either as the licensed customs broker, the customs attorney, on behalf of the on behalf of the importer of record.
Okay, great. So Surya, you were brought in after this problem persisted, not just for days and weeks, but it turned into many, many months. The lack of clarity was very, very concerning. And coming into the new administration, this seemed like an opportunity not only to reset that conversation, but you also had the president who announced prior to when he was elected on the campaign trail, and then early in the administration issuing an executive order indicating a desire for supporting this industry, making the United States a central place for mining, not just in the world, and also supporting the growth and innovation. So you had this happening at the top, but these problems that impact the bedrock of the industry persisted. So Surya, you were brought in to reach out to CBP and to FCC. What did you find out, and what do you think, at least for now, what do you think was the motivation or the reason behind some of these holds and the persistent length of them?
Yeah, so we don't actually have a lot of answers, as both Danny and Chris has alluded to. But when we go about looking to sort of solve these bigger regulatory problems, I think one way is sort of just to reverse engineer it with the information we have. There were several miners that had seizure notices or detention notices that referenced FCC authority. And so we looked back at sort of what might be the genesis of that. And in September, around that time, the Biden administration had signaled that they were looking to put on a commerce entity list a chips provider that has relationships with most big mining hardware manufacturers. The company's name is Softco. And that entity list designation is due to Softco's connection with Huawei, which is a giant Chinese telecom company. The FCC has a general policy to prohibit Huawei technology from entering U.S. telecom, U.S. grid, all sorts of things. And it's basically part of now Chairman Carr's rip and replace strategy. So anything that has Huawei components should be ripped out of our telecom system and replaced. So we sort of thought that was actually the genesis, and that's what CBP was moving on direction from the FCC with these detentions. Well, one thing that's important to note about CBP is that it is 67,000 people. You know, the way to break it up is by color. They're the men and women who wear khaki. They fly the planes and drive the boats. They're the air and marine operation. They're the guys in green who patrol between the ports of entry. They're like the border patrol people that you see patrolling the Rio Grande, etc. And then the people in blue that are at ports of entry, checking your passport when you return, examining goods, etc. But in that 67,000 person operation, there are only 5 senior political positions. So it is a very much a independent law enforcement agency without much political oversight and or direction. And I think this is especially true when there is transition. We had an election in November. We had a new administration coming in. And they frankly, you know, at the ports of entry, were not getting a lot of political direction. And I think miners really got caught up in all of that transition. So the first thing we did was reach out to FCC's political staff, Chairman Carr's chief of staff, and we were like, hey, this is what we think's going on. Can you please tell CBP to stop detaining these miners? Oh, and or tell us why exactly they're being detained. Well, we get a reply. Yeah, so we've done some internal checks, and at no point has the FCC ever directed CBP to detain miners. And I'm like, okay, well, that's a little confounding, because there are literally hundreds of millions of dollars of machines that have been detained and racking up tens, if not 20s of millions of dollars in detention, legal costs, etc. So then we elevate it to finally, so the CBP does not have a commissioner yet. There is a nominee who has not yet had a hearing. So the senior most political at CBP is the chief of staff currently. And, I raised it with him. He actually worked for me and was my chief of staff in the first Trump administration. So it's helpful to have, people that have those relationships. He basically was like, I'm not sure what's going on, but I'll get to the bottom of it. And then we also worked with congressional offices that are supportive of Bitcoin mining to pressure the White House to find a solution. And I think a combination of those 3 pressure points has really helped to get the releases that we're seeing today. Notwithstanding, we still don't understand exactly what the detentions, what precipitated those detentions. And that's what we're working towards today, is to find out the why and have clear direction to the ports when a detention is appropriate for ASICs. And so we're working towards that.
So, Surya, you did a good job explaining the various administrative interaction. Both of y'all said that things have gotten better. I assume that means releases. But could you talk about, what has been the result of your constant inquiries from your side of the equation, as well as resetting some of these conversations with the new administration? What is the result of that so far? And are there any lingering issues that still need to be addressed from a practical import perspective?
Well, going back to the issue at the heart of it, at least from what we understood, without going into the minutia of it, is that these units, ASICs in specific, don't require an FCC registration because they fall in a certain category where the manufacturer is allowed to make a self-declaration as long as it's been verified by a third party. It's called Class A. And these Class A devices, basically, if the manufacturer is able to have third-party testing saying they don't interfere, or foreign interference will not interfere with our units, and they will continue to operate, they don't need a registration number. And so that's a very, very clear law that's in the CFR. However, it's very much open to interpretation. And from our point of view, for I think 2 to 3 months with trade lawyers, a lot of our clients were trying to make the case that it did fall in this exemption category where registration was not required. Today, that's pretty much a moot point, because without ever addressing the crux of the issue, we have begun to see releases. And I think that's part of the fruit of that work that was done at a policy level and not at a legal level.
No, really good point on the specifics to that exemption, because the FCC rumor, which I don't have a better word for it, made a lot of sense, because FCC regulates electronic devices, computer chips going to be marketed or sold in the United States. So any sort of interference with radio frequencies, electronic device computer chips is of their concern. So it made sense, but we were getting a little bit of conflicting word. And when we were getting that word, it's like, why aren't we getting more word and more definitive? So we continue to go down these rabbit holes, as any good licensed broker is going to do, to try to get to the source. During that time frame, we did encourage engagement of customs attorneys, because there is additional weight and leverage that they can pull in addition to what we can do as licensed customs brokers. And we wanted to take a team approach. Now, while this is reactive and we prefer to be proactive, lower the risk ahead of time, the few $1,000s spent on that customs attorney was going to be well worth it if it saved tens of thousands of dollars in additional storage. Without getting ahead of myself, that will go into some of my recommendations moving ahead. But staying focused on, it was FCC, now it's not FCC. We were seeing the different port directors receive the word from a national, but some port directors receiving it later than others, and were giving us different mixed signals. And I think that the best way that I could address that question, Mandy, is to look back at what CBP is trying to do as their mission. And they have to balance facilitating economic trade while also balancing illicit activities and national security. That's what they're tasked to do. And when we started to make these cases, Surya was a part of that and tip of the spear. It's like, hey, if there's not something really affecting national security, we're starting to hinder economic trade. So going back to their mission, going back to their own regulations is something that we tried to leverage in order to make progress. And sometimes when you're doing that in the cusp of an administration change, let alone Christmas holidays, let alone X, Y, or Z, we had a few things working as headwinds against us. So if you were to say what things remain unsolved right now, until we get that additional clarification from someone very senior at CBP, FCC, the various government agencies that their mission protects as relates to protecting national security and economic trade, we're not going to have that exact answer. So what I have actually gone back to doing as a licensed broker is advising our clients based on what US CBP is trying to do, and that is admissibility. And when they're focused on admissibility, they're trying to make sure that those goods are properly classified, they're not illicit, nothing is done fraudulently. So I'm trying to answer your question. I'm sorry, it took me a little bit to get to the point, but you got to focus on what they are primarily focused on as it relates to admissibility and the importation of goods into the commerce of the United States.
Yeah, no, I think that was great. And the more comprehensive, the easier it is for those of us who aren't in the trenches on all of this every day to follow along and understand what's going on. Surya, is it normal or does it happen more often than not where you've got two agencies essentially pointing the finger at one another, but then when you go and talk to them, they say, no, it's not us, it's them. And then the other agency says, no, it's not us, it's them, as seems to be the case with FCC and CBP. And what do you do to try to navigate that from your position?
I mean, that's great. That's a loaded question. Manny knew the answer to that question, but then asked it. Of course, the interagency communication is always challenging. And, it is largely for big topics, the White House's job, as you know, to coordinate. They have these PCCs, policy coordinating committees, where you get different agency heads together to sort of take top-down policy and filter them down and make sure that the respective executive agencies are implementing the policies of the president. That's kind of how Article 2 branch works. Do they frequently not communicate all the time? I think it's very challenging. Wires get crossed. And, with respect to this issue, I understand it's cost a lot of importers a lot of money, and that is a problem. And I'd recommend you hire good customs attorneys and potentially seek remedies. But as a general thesis, I don't ascribe to malice, which can be explained by ignorance, which is why I think this FCC issue makes a lot of sense, especially given the timeline with the SOFCO entity listing matches up very well with the first detentions, additional notices of detention or seizure around January 16th, which is when the official BIS SOFCO listing was published in the Federal Register. But then your last part of your question was, how do we fix it, or
how do you navigate that as you're trying to advise?
Yeah, I think it can be very challenging, especially sort of a CBP. I think can be especially troublesome because there is not a lot of political leadership and a transition from one administration to the other that is especially devoid. Christmas holiday is another thing. And so, it is a bit like turning an aircraft carrier. It takes time. And, I don't think that the customs officers in those ports of entry were being particularly malicious or trying to, hurt the Bitcoin industry specifically. I think they thought they had some directive based on this entity listing and were operating accordingly. Now, administrations change, policy priorities change, and I think that's why we're ultimately seeing releases today. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't get a clear explanation from CBP as to why they started these detentions, under what authority, under whose direction. Like, it doesn't excuse a lack of transparency, and I think that's ultimately what we're trying to get.
Could y'all talk a little bit about the impact to each of your companies or the industries that the various companies, I should say, subsets of the industry that you help manage on the logistics side as well? So when you get these detention notices, there's fees associated with that. What are the extent of those fees in this instance? Who's paying those? Are there opportunities to negotiate with the federal government given this seeming ambiguity around why they were actually held? Could you talk a little bit about that? And then how has this impacted the industry in the macro sense? Is it slowing down the development of Bitcoin mining in the US?
So I think on the first point, how has this impacted our clients? Our clients are essentially miners and brokers, would be the two biggest categories for our clientele. And then it's impacted us ourselves. So a lot of time, a lot of resources has gone into this, speaking to 20 different ports of entry. They are all unique. I would like to say one thing, back to the topic of CBP. At the end of the day, at the port of entry, this is not an action that we believe started at any one of these 20 ports of entry. And so the men and the women that work there kind of had a hand behind their back because they're receiving instructions and they are limited, and it's not an initiative that they started, so they're limited in what they can communicate to us. But back to kind of the way that it's impacted our clients, the number one biggest thing is economic at this point, because we are seeing a lot of releases, but there's an economic impact. There are third parties that have been holding these goods, often at airport terminals. In some cases, we've been successful to move them out of the airport terminals under CBP transfer to move permits. In other cases, we were not. And we do have clients that have 7-figure storage bills, so millions of dollars in storage charges that have accumulated during these holds. And that is a situation we're facing right today in negotiating with these third-party providers. And obviously, there is a mechanism to hold CBP to account for this, but commercially and perhaps also politically, that's a decision that a lot of our clients are trying to balance today. And so that's probably the biggest impact for those that have had their units held and released, is the economic side of it, is paying for the storage charges. Unfortunately, we do still have some general holds, and we also do have some clients that had their units seized prior to the situation getting better, and their ASICs are still being held under seizure notice. So 3 different solutions. Those that have had it held, they have a bill to pay and a bill to negotiate, which we're actively involved in trying to do. And again, through their own counsel, they are working on that. Then we have some that are still awaiting the holds to be released. And then we have finally some that have a seizure notice, which is probably the highest level that it can escalate to prior to being auctioned or forced to be re-exported. And we do also have 2 clients that have re-export notices. So we've seen quite a lot of different situations. And they're all being affected in a different way. At the end of the day, they've purchased something from a manufacturer and they are not able to use it. And that's probably their biggest cost at the moment.
Surya, I liked your smile as Mandy asked you that question, because I was going to say, how do you navigate that very professionally and very carefully when you have 2 government agencies pointing in that direction? But again, whether it's the efforts that you took, Surya, on behalf of the industry, or some of the big importers or the customs brokers that were involved, it was certainly a team effort to raise the issue, get awareness to it, and the subsequent release. I'm glad that the point about the officers that put on the uniform each and every day are there to uphold their mission, and they're being instructed to do that. And I would never suggest or expect that there was malice. It's just either they didn't know or they couldn't say, and I think it's more of the previous. And they do a great job, and they have a very tough mission. And if you can imagine one agency to be representing 40 to 50 others, there might be some finger pointing from time to time. If you guys have worked in some large companies, other government agencies like the military, that happens as well quite frequently. So not uncommon. How quickly that gets resolved and that gets escalated, that might be, we had a few headwinds against that. How have we navigated it from an economic standpoint? We've advised our clients the risk. There were some importers that were still willing to take the risk, knowing that it was a high risk environment. We tried to take additional steps that we could to explain and inform on that risk. Some of them still took that risk, but we saw a far drop in international shipments. I mean, huge, thousands and thousands of machines got pushed further right. And I think that's probably the biggest economic impact. Those importers, some of which I see in the audience today, had thousands and thousands of machines held up. The opportunity cost, the financial burden of the storage fees. I mean, I'm sure Chris as well has had some success. We've been able to negotiate hundreds of thousands of dollars of savings with some of these ground handling agents, given the complexity and ambiguity of this situation. But that's not a shoe-in or a guarantee. That's just something we've done. And that time, a lot of the time on our behalf, whether it's as a freight forwarder, customs broker, we're not charging extra. We're just doing on behalf of our service to our customer. So there's been a lot of additional time and energy spent on helping our customers navigate this complexity, because it's been going on for many months.
Surya, do you have anything to add on those? So, okay, what advice do y'all have? I want to hear from y'all, and then Surya, you after. What advice do you have for folks who are continuing to have to navigate what remains a bit of a unclear process? It is clear for some shipments, but folks coming in, what is your advice for navigating it, number one, and some possible solutions to fix it?
Well, I'd say number one is trade compliance. So in terms of documentation, in terms of country of origin, in terms of valuations, if you're starting from the right point, you're more likely to be successful than if you're starting from having a little gremlin or having something that you didn't do quite properly at the time that there's an investigation. And some of these holes that we've seen have now shifted attention to other items in terms of valuation, in terms of who the right to make entry, who the importer of record was. And just a demonstration. We work extremely professionally. We are a very compliant organization. And we have had good success, at least in our holds, where those questions have been asked, those further questions have been asked to mitigate the concerns of the officer. But in this environment, I would say number one is follow the law, be transparent about your transactions, make records available as quickly as you can, and maybe don't chastise officers. We have had some clients that were quite upset. It really affected their business, and some wanted to pick a fight, and I totally understand that, but it's probably not the best remedy to the situation. And then ultimately, yes, there are different ways, and I'll let Danny speak a little bit more about that because he mentioned it first. But there are different ways to assure the CBP and the U.S. government that your supply chain is compliant and that you're acting in a professional way, both with the partners that you're working on and your own internal procedures. Maybe I can flip that to you, Danny. I would also recommend that to clients.
Chris, I appreciate that. I couldn't say it better than you did as it relates to just being compliant. Knowing that U.S. Customs is going to look at admissibility. Some of the things they're looking at with admissibility is all the things Chris just mentioned as it relates to proper documentation, proper tariffs, proper valuation, nothing fraudulent, nothing lacking transparency, because those are the quickest ways to have more problems. So that's our advice not to do. And there's ways that your customs broker or your customs attorney, et cetera, can assist with that. As it relates to additional things to be proactive, I think that's one of the big points I want to make today. Is they say that the ounce of preparation is going to save that pound of flesh, or the ounce of homework. Just do the homework, do the due diligence up front, so that it saves the pain later. Because spending a few hours, a few days, a few weeks, really making sure that you are meeting the trade enforcement side of CBP and the compliance side and the admissibility side is going to be far beneficial than the cost that it's going to take you to. And then if you do end up in a reactive way, at least you have some of the headway that you've already made with some of your research and the things that you've done with your customs broker in order to do that. I will take it a step further and say that there are some clients that, just like with you, Saria, we are taking an additional step with the light of the higher risk scenario, where we are actually going down with the Center for Excellence and some of the CBP officials in order to further document some of the suppliers and some of the product codes and the product specifications to make sure. That being said, I don't want any of us in this audience to be unaware of more turbulence ahead as it relates to this industry. So I think that's another good point to discuss, because when you hammer that, or when you mention that question, there's got to be diversification. There's got to be, I mean, what is it? Pro-US manufacturing. I think most of the major miners are going that direction. I hope you can address on that a little bit more, because I think this is at an administration level. So whether you're seeing the tariffs and whether you're seeing the, I can't remember, the International Emergency Economic Power Act, probably the first time a lot of you guys have heard that. That was the 10% that got thrown on top of the 25% from the previous Trump administration. Well, that 10% just became 20% in the month of March. So just the fact that those are like layers on top of layers of duties and tariffs, and we're supposed to be looking at the reciprocal duty for various countries, we have potential risk and additional threats in front of us that I don't think we can go blindly into the future and not thinking that they exist, because they're being discussed, they're being updated. We're getting the updates as fast as you guys are, sometimes at a press conference, sometimes at a tweet, and we're trying to navigate and advise our clients on how to navigate that as safely as possible. So being proactive to it, having diversification, any additional efforts that you can take in that manner are going to be time, energy, resources well spent, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's really great advice. So clearly work with experts who've been around the industry for quite some time. And I think some of the best advice is, if you find yourself on the receiving end of some of these notices, it's never, ever a good idea, even though you want to, and it's probably well-deserved. Do you express anger towards the regulator that you're going to have to continue to work with, so long as you stay active in your industry? That's really sound advice. Okay, Surya, looking ahead a little bit, what do you foresee changing or not on the import side of the equation? We know the president has talked about wanting to onshore U.S. Bitcoin mining. A lot of that manufacturing, it exists overseas. A lot of that is from Southeast Asia. What do you foresee will play out over the next few years with regards to potential onshoring, and then also on the enforcement at the border? Do you foresee stricter, better efficiencies? Any comments on what people could expect given the changing political and policy landscape?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be really challenging for CBP from an administratability standpoint. On April 2nd, these reciprocal tariffs will go into effect, which, I predict will affect all Southeast Asian countries. They have various VATs and tariffs against American goods. From a holistic standpoint, I think the Trump administration views tariffs in two buckets. There's sort of like the coercive tariffs, like on Canada and Mexico, which are meant to be painful to force a particular policy outcome, whether that's increased border security related to fentanyl and human persons. And then there is sort of the level the playing field tariffs, which is what the reciprocal tariffs are meant to do. The president views them very much as sort of like a consumption tax that will cover a broad breadth of categories. If you did the math, there could be 13 million new tariff codes based on sort of like that and other countries that tariff us. I think they'll probably use some form of weighted average, but obviously that is very complicated for CBP to sort of implement. They have, I would say, their software system is due of a Doge overhaul. They spent billions of dollars on ACE, and it's still not that great. So, but these are all things that I think are going to continue to challenge this industry, which you know, is decentralized by nature, but it is becoming a more mature industry in the United States. We have lots of publicly traded miners, and you know, who have significant scrutiny from various regulators. So I think as more Bitcoin mining comes to the United States, we need the manufacturers to sort of invest in sort of a longer term US strategy that includes having American logistics planners, American trade compliance personnel, as well as legal personnel. I think that the most successful Chinese, Korean manufacturers are the ones that have a robust American workforce that can help them comply with American laws. The most successful American companies that do business in China have good local workforce, good local legal, good local trade compliance. And I think the idea that you can set up a manufacturing facility in Southeast Asia and import into the US with just a handful of sales team here, President Trump doesn't agree with that. And he's going to make it painful for people who think that that's the way that you can continue to operate.
Yeah. So Chris and Danny, I'll pitch it to you in our time remaining. Just any general closing remarks on this issue, and then also any predictions you see along the same vein of what Suri was just talking about, given the shifting landscape. And yes, this president and the administration, including the crypto/AI czar at the White House, David Sachs, who's leading a lot of these initiatives, are very supportive of the crypto industry in general. But what predictions do you foresee with regards to your company's role in this industry? And then any general closing remarks you want to leave the folks with as we wrap things up.
I would definitely echo the sentiment about equalizing the playing field. I think that's really important. I don't think there's any industry that is produced 100% in the USA. There is always foreign manufacturers. There's always foreign distributors in the market, but those tend to be established businesses that are working, that have proper representation in the US and are fully compliant. And I think that's what's important. And I do see that not only on the issue of the FCC, on various other topics, if the manufacturers are not actively engaged with the administration, with CBP, with the various different departments, they will continue to face headwinds, and all the consumers, the logistics professionals, the customs brokers in the process won't be able to solve those problems. Because at the end of the day, you're speaking about the manufacturers and who are selling into the US market. So that would be number one. What we see our role, we see ourselves as more than just logistics professionals. We are not just trying to move a box from A to B. We are trying to advise our clients on how best to do that. And so we're actively involved in that. We have our trade lawyers assisting our clients, and we will continue to do that as we go forward. And as much as gets onshored in the USA, we're fully supportive of that. We're happy to do that. In many different industries, C-Line is going far further down the supply chain of sourcing components, of bringing them to factories for the production. So we don't see that as at all a threat to our business. We would be happy to work with the manufacturers. We do work with some of them, but we'd be happy to work with all manufacturers to assist that process of setting up assembly or manufacture in the USA.
I think for closing remarks, I think the fact that this panel was put together for this conference is important in and of itself. This is very real. This is a risk, but it's also an opportunity. So for us to all have the awareness around some of these things, have a little bit more information and knowledge on how to bring it back and make less risky decisions, mitigate that risk. Because one thing's for sure is the geopolitical landscape is changing. The trade lanes are changing, and you have to build risk mitigation strategies into your supply chain, and you got to build a resilient supply chain. So any bit of effort, energy, time, resource, education that you put into that, if you have anything to do with your supply chain and your importation compliance, is going to be time well spent as you move into it. Whether you go to the extreme of the program, which they call CTPAT, those of you all that want to be in that category above with the customs I'm going to mispronounce it here. I had it written down here somewhere, but Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism. That is something that is a few $1,000s or a few months of work, which a lawyer can do for you and put in place and put you a rung above for US CBP and those partner government agencies, versus the diversification and having some US manufacturing, versus the diversification and having some diversity in where your supplier sourcing is. If you put all your eggs in one basket, you're putting yourself at risk. And I think just being able to mitigate that risk, having your advisors that are going to be here to help you navigate that and do it in a smart, efficient, and effective way would be the biggest thing that I would want to leave everyone with.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You need to invest in becoming a trusted trader. I think that's super helpful for CBP. I mean, I'll just in our last 15 seconds say that I think the trade landscape is going to be more complex, which is why you need talented people like Danny and Chris on your team. And I think it'll be an interesting few years to watch this industry really mature and sort of, become a part of the U.S. ecosystem.
Yeah, well, I want to say thank you to our panelists. If y'all could join me in a round of applause for them. I guess the takeaway is hire the experts if you're bringing things in, and if things get stuck, folks like Surya, myself, Satoshi Action Fund, and others regularly engage with these various federal agencies, and we can try and apply pressure or work things out from the top so that we can continue to see this really fundamental aspect of the industry grow, especially here in the USA. Y'all join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you, and we'll move on to the rest of the program.
Thank you very much.
If you're in the mining industry, you have to come to Mining Disrupt. It's pretty dang awesome.
Megawatts throughout the United States, and give it up, please. A nice round of applause for Ben Thomason.
All right, everybody hear me? All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ben Thomason. I'm the operations director here at BGen. Over the past year, I've had the opportunity to work and speak with a lot of you in the industry. And the biggest question I get at BGen is, who exactly is BGen? At BGen, we specialize in three key areas: crypto mining, hosting services for our clients, and manufacture our own machines through our brand Ice River. Our mission is simple. We aim to make crypto mining accessible for everyone. And this goes for the beginner that's starting at home all the way to the industrial level miner. Today, I'll share what sets BGen apart. I'll walk you through our mining operations and our hosting services, and introduce you to some exciting new products that we've developed. One thing we're proud of at BGen is our vertically integrated approach. So what does this mean for you? It means efficiency, control, reliability across all operations. You'll see on number one here, we mine a diverse set of altcoins, always adapting to the market conditions. That way it allows us to stay profitable. We design and produce our own ASIC chips, eliminating the need for third-party reliance and ensuring top quality. Our self-owned and operated hosting facilities provide consistent energy supply and our expert managed services. So let's dive into what our facilities look like. Right now, we operate over 48,000 units worldwide. We've created 9 different proprietary chips, and our total hosting capacity sits at 130 megawatts. We've successfully completed 5 tape outs and developed 7 specialized algorithms, And our mining hash rate surpasses 468 petahash. For our hosting clients, we've carefully selected optimal locations in Iowa and Nebraska to guarantee your 98% uptime. Additionally, we have facilities located in Texas, Ohio, and West Virginia. So let's talk about our product lineup and our innovation efforts. So innovation is core to everything we do here at BGen. We have a dedicated R&D team that has a team of over 50 specialists. Since 2022, we designed proprietary ASIC chips, and that significantly enhanced our mining performance. We've launched 19 different hardware models, including 11 ASICs and 8 FPGA units. And our specialized hardware supports multiple cryptocurrencies. For Caspa, we have 12 different models. For lithium, we have 3 different models. Radiant and Leo both have their own dedicated machine types. So quality and reliability are our top priorities, which brings us to our global service network. To minimize downtime and keep your operations running smoothly, we've established authorized repair centers around the globe. Hong Kong, UAE, Texas, New York, and Canada, we take extreme pride in our reliability. Caspa machines are currently under a 2% repair rate, and our lithium models are even lower, sitting at a 1.8% repair rate. But our commitment doesn't stop at repairs. We also provide comprehensive hosting solutions to our clients. So we know mining requires reliability and simplicity. Our hosting services offers fully managed hosting at all of our global locations, complete handling from the time you purchase your unit all the way to the operational stage of your unit. And we continuously monitor and make sure you hit your optimal uptime. We also try to ensure that we have transparency in our billing and our maintenance services. And we also provide user-friendly apps for real-time monitoring of your miners and your miners' performance. So let's check out some exciting product announcements. We're thrilled to introduce our latest ASIC miners, optimized for performance and efficiency, our Caspa KS7, which mines at 30 terahash, 3,500 watts at 116 joules per terahash. Our Caspa KS7 Lite, which is compact and ideal for the perfect smaller setups or like the home miner, mines at 4.2 terahash, 500 watts, 119 joules per terahash. And our Leo AEO, which is optimized for the Leo blockchain, comes in at 50 M-proofs and just 100 watts, 2 joules per M-proof. These products position BGen as a leader in the altcoin mining hardware market. Let's see. So looking ahead, in Q3 2025, we'll be diversifying our hardware portfolio by adding the Dogecoin miner. So this BL1 series, yeah. So the BL1 series will be coming out Q3, like I said. And something I'm even more excited about, and I think everyone here will be excited about, in Q4 2025, we'll be coming out with a BT1 series going into the Bitcoin market. We're especially excited about expanding into the Bitcoin mining market, so this is a significant step forward for the BGen. So at BGen, we stay dedicated to innovation, quality, and customer-centric solutions. Our integrated approach, advanced technologies, and global support, I think it truly sets us apart. When new products launch in throughout the year, we're committed to providing excellent value to you, our partners, and our clients. Thank you all for your time. We'll be at booth 372 if you have any questions about our latest products or any of our older or our newer products that we got coming out. Thank you all.
In 2008, Satoshi Nakamoto released a white paper titled Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, and spawned a whole new era supported by blockchain technology and chip arithmetic. This is where Ant Alpha Prime was developed. Alpha Prime was growing to become a core contributor in leading the continued development of the Bitcoin ecosystem, providing technology to build the infrastructure for Bitcoin eco-development. Taking risk management first, openness and transparency as its business philosophy. In the future, and Alpha Prime will continue to deepen its commitment to the Bitcoin ecosystem and contribute to the value of decentralized network technology, risk control, and subsequent innovation.
My topic is about how we can just help to make mining easier. Actually, as you know, everyone just maybe do minings almost 10 years. So right now, it's not easy to say that make minings would be an easy things. Actually, mining become a specialized, maybe things for everyone. So we do not need to just take from one perspective. We need to just look all perspectives, and we just want to do everything perfect. So this means, we need to think about, currently, mining could become the fund, management. Actually, as you know, even you set up the standard for minings, even you understand the codifications for minings, you still need to do the customized based on your scenarios. So it's quite, maybe good if anyone think about how to just achieve your object. Actually, from your ideas, you need to spend a lot of times to study whether your ideas is achievable or not. So first thing, you need to just maybe analyze this or simulate your algorithm and just understand whether it's a feasible plan for that. Of course, you need to make it real. And after that, you need to verify it and just maybe do everything, as what you want. And from the real feedback, you can just think about how to, maybe just optimizations and do better in the futures. So this is the things I think to share with everyone today. And of course, maybe right now, I would like to share the first part from our customers. As you know, the first thing is very important. If you have a plan, if you have an object, you cannot just maybe miss the timing windows to get your miners. So how you can just get miners on time? This is the questions for everyone. And maybe based on most of US customers like to get the productions in US. So we started our productions in US maybe 3 years ago. Right now, we are so confident to just offer such kind of productions in US. And of course, you can see that they have a lot of advantage if you can just maybe get the productions in US. The first thing is, of course, you can easily to reduce the total cost. Actually, right now, the total tariff would be reached over 40%. So if you can get the maybe productions in US, it means you can just almost maybe 50% cut, by such kind of delivery. Of course, if we can set up such kind of localization, delivery, it almost helped you to get the maybe confidence to support from all perspective. Like you can get the parts easily, and like you can just get the support maybe in time. So besides that, we can also think about maybe longer to drive the long-term localizations. We would also help the local investors, like the maybe such kind of local label for the productions, and help anyone to get the maybe such kind of made in US table miners for that. Not only for the minings, but also for the whole economics and the imagines, for the maybe performance and for your investors. So right now, MicroBT just spent 3 years on the US productions. Of course, we would like to just expand our capacities according to your demands. And of course, we would just heard what you like to do in the futures. The next part, I would like to just introduce the innovation synergy. Actually, as you know, MicroBT is maybe technical oriented companies. We always focused on Bitcoin miners. It means we need to just maybe do the best. Our core philosophy is just to do everything perfect. So we always like to just maybe hand over the things to different profession teams. Right now, yeah, everyone just know about that. Maybe besides the air coolings, we still have a lot of other applications like the immersion cooling systems and such kind of hydro cooling systems. So how we can just maybe provide good solutions, not just workable solutions. We need to just help anyone to find the high quality solutions. This is our object. So right now, please see that in maybe 3 years ago, we also initialized the first associations, for the ecosystems. And right now, we just started the next project. You can find easily from our booth. We invite any solution providers come to us. We can discuss together, and we will help them to understand how to just adopt our miners from their side. And of course, we can just help our customers to combine their solutions with our maybe miners together to get high quality solutions. So it's much easy to just maybe understand our purpose for that. And right now we have some examples. We just development the first generation of the high temperature resistance systems. Actually, from the beginning, if you just miners, it does not make sense to just have such kind of high temperature from the outlet. But right now, if you have other applications, such as building heating or some other applications, it do make sense to do that. So we need to just work with all kind of suppliers to achieve it. And right now, please say that, from your side, you can just find all kind of third part, to help you meet your target, meet your requirement. Also, just integrate our solutions together. I will introduce the maybe 80-degree, 30-degree output, outlet solutions later for that. And right now, if you are maybe solution providers, if you are have good ideas how to work with us and how to just bring values to your customers, if you need technical help, please just contact with us. We like to work with you, and we like to just support you to just maybe finish the high quality solutions. This is only 2 steps. The first step is MicroBT would provide the materials template, for you to just maybe understand what's the key point, what's the key requirement and the suggestions, what you like to have. And also we will help you to just maybe find some solutions to finalize your maybe such kind of systems and just meet your target. So these 2 steps would just help everyone to become our partners. With more partners, just in the futures, we would be confident to deliver customized solutions based on your requirement. So this is something we see that fund management. Actually, besides the standardization, besides the quantization, the most important thing is the customizations. So if you can just do everything customizations, you would just maybe get the best solutions at your end. The next part, I would just give 2 examples for that. The first examples is just high temperature resistance systems. Actually, it's not just from the beginning. From the beginning, we start to think about give solutions only for the minings. So we do not need such kind of higher temperatures from the outlet. Actually, from the first part, we only offered 150 Fahrenheit degrees for the minings. But after we have some feedback from the solution providers, they say that, we can just maybe reduce or reuse the heatings together. And it's much important for them to just have such kind of to meet the ESG requirement or even just make money from the heating recycling. So we just move the next phase. We just try to maybe improve or have the higher temperatures, like the 158 Fahrenheit degrees. And at that phase, we just maybe think, this would be a challenge for us to move ahead. But after, our customer just see that if you can just increase a little bit, You do not need any association, maybe heating bowlings for that. You can just directly use your maybe solutions to do the heating, recycling, or just do the building heatings. So we try our best to move the next phase. And right now, you can select the next phase would be the 176 Fahrenheit degrees. After that, it's much, maybe helpful for anyone to do such kind of heating, recycling, and some applications. You can see that from the tables. It's much easy to understand that they have another revenues from the heating, recycling. And of course, if you just maybe do the minings, you will see that you cannot get anything from the such kind of mining object. But if you can do the minings with heating, recycling, you can also just support maybe the residence heatings. And of course, you can easy to get the 40 or almost 5,000 US dollars per day based on the heating, recycling. So the key conclusion is, maybe right now, if you want to do the heating, recycling, if you want to just maybe move to some other requirement, we are one of your good partners, work together. And also we can just work with your maybe partners, to work together and find the high quality solutions to meet your target. Of course, let's just visit this site in Finland. After that, the heating, recycling, and the maybe the green actuators, greenhouse, you can also find some solutions providers, at our booth. We can easy to work with you and just define such kind of solutions only for your scenarios. This is quite important, I think. So without such kind of maybe divisions, without such kind of object, it's not easy to you just maybe find the solutions all in one from one vendors. So this is some things I think the first examples I would like to share for the ecosystem's benefit. The next one, I think I would just introduce the other part is our solar minings. The next solar minings, I think everyone knows that right now it's not easy to get the cheaper, maybe cost of powers. So how we can just maybe start our minings without maybe such kind of low power cost. We may just think about to invest the plant by ourselves. Right now, the solar power minings would be a good, just solutions for that. So we just start to think about that. Compared to the other applications, of course, this time we also bring the total new solutions, not just maybe workable solutions. That means we realized if you just adopt the solar PIDER miners, it means, you would just maybe hope to get the higher efficiency based on the solar panels. And the solar panels only offer the DC from the panels. So we need to just redesign our PSU to just dominate or support DC directly. This is the roughly ideas, what we think about that. So we start from this object, and we try to just start from the redesign our miners. And of course, right now you can see that we are ready to release the totally DC solutions for that. If you can just set up off-grid mode systems based on your maybe own solar panels, you cannot do any, you may not need too much changes for that. You can easy to connect with our DC systems. And you can see that besides the DC systems, we also studied how to just maybe help you to make perfect on these solutions. This means, we need to just check about the maybe how we can just management or just set up the strategies on the minings for that. from this chart, you can see that this is just a daily, maybe energy generations from the powers. And of course, you need to just maybe based on such kind of studies to fulfill your battery and also just maybe support your daily maintenance or daily operations. And we just maybe helped you to calculate which part would be better, for the daily operations, and which part, what times we can start to charge for your batteries. And when we do not have such kind of suppliers from the solar panels, we can reuse the batteries to support your daily suppliers. So this is some things I think you can easy to understand what we do right now. And this is not just workable solutions. This is some things we can be confident to see that we even can just make perfect maximally, based on our solutions. So right now, we also give some layout of just a print for such kind of off-grid systems. You can see that you can only need 3 parts, for these solutions. The first part is the solar panels. You need to get the maybe such kind of energies based on the solar panels. And after that, you would have maybe need energy storage battery containers. It means when we do not have such kind of energies, you need to just support your daily minings based on such kind of battery systems. And after that, everyone knows that we will have mining systems. Of course, these mining systems is not just the traditional one. This is just a customized one. And of course, currently we just adopt the DCs instead of the ACs for that. So right now you can see that, maybe Dr. Yang just released the solar panel minings maybe last year. And right now we have already just launched our first, maybe DC miners here. And of course, this is a DC-based corpse power suppliers. And on the tops, you can see that is the breakers, to just control the miners. And in the middle of this box, it's just the unit of the MPPT, the maximum power point, tracking systems. And we will help you to just do the loading balance between the such kind of solar panels with the batteries. And at the end, you will see this is some DC, DC, miners. And of course, for this simple, maybe racks, you can put it into the maybe cabinet outdoor, or you can just install it at the warehouse where you like to install or do your solar panels. So I think the time is short. I have too much things like to share, but today, please just visit our booth. We like to just introduce more these times. And if you want to just join us for the minings, for the solution providers, for the partners, you can just send emails to our marketing@microbeat.com. For anything else, you can just contact with our sales. So I think if anything you like to know more, please come to visit us. Our booth is 393. Thank you.
On about mining for almost a decade now, and I know that it's been said that hobby mining is probably not a thing that we can do anymore. You need to do it at scale, but these guys here today are to tell you why hobby mining could be a thing for you. Scott 9000 works at BitAxe, and Scott and BTC Sessions have a nice session for you. Come on up, guys.
All right. You say that you get to sit by your avatar. All right. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Ben, BTC Sessions, and the Mr. Scott 9000.
Hey, what's up? I'm Scott.
Thanks, thanks, Dad. I appreciate it.
We got fans.
Yeah, we are here to talk about disrupting mining, open source ASIC movement. So, Scott, I want to start with a question. What is your opinion regarding the current state of Bitcoin mining?
Well, it's very large. Bitcoin mining has grown up to be a pretty big thing. We're all here. There's lots of big booths and stuff. But sort of one of the things that I'm concerned about is the centralization of mining. It is right now, unfortunately, very centralized. Okay, whatever. Bitcoin's still working. Like, why is that even a problem? And I think the reason why centralization is a problem in Bitcoin mining and something that we should be concerned about is that if it's controlled by just a few people, they have the ability to censor it. It's not even a stretch of the imagination to think that a miner or a mining pool that controls a significant amount of the hash rate could just say, we are not processing transactions for BTC sessions anymore because of his hair or whatever.
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I could see somebody doing it. No, so I mean, it seems to me like the current state of mining right now is the one glaring thing that doesn't lean hard into some of the main ethos of Bitcoin, right? The open source nature of it. There's a meme like, you can just do things, but that's not necessarily the case in mining. You can't just do things. Why? Can you describe a little bit about why that is and the implications of that in terms of you can't necessarily just do things if you're hands-on with your hardware?
Yeah, right. That ethos of you can just do things is very important in Bitcoin. I mean, it's kind of the reason why we're all here is because some people decided we want to just do something with money. We want to just do something with energy. We want to just start new businesses, right? And the cool thing about Bitcoin is that you don't have to ask anyone for permission to do that. Bitcoin, one of the sort of main sort of on the box taglines for Bitcoin is that it's permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to use it. You also don't need anyone's permission to develop for it, to create new things, to create businesses around it. Now that's a property of the network, meaning you can just join it. Pretty important part of Bitcoin. Maybe one of the most important parts of Bitcoin is Bitcoin mining. And right now, as it stands, it is not easy for you to just do things, to just get involved with Bitcoin mining and change it how you want to change it, to make it work how you think it should work, to get access to it. And sure, you can just go buy a machine and plug it in, and probably no one's going to stop you from doing that. But we have so few creators of those machines right now that they really are dictating how they can be used. Just by the fact of the features that they expose on any given miner, or the way it works, or the way it plugs in. As an example, a lot of the Bitcoin mining machines that we have now only work on 220 volts, which is not super popular in North America. So it's difficult for normal people to plug them in. That's just one small way in which they kind of say, this is how these machines need to be used. And it makes sense, right? The large miner manufacturers are going after their largest customers because that's how they make money. And those customers are running these large facilities that have industrial power. But I think the BitX project has shown us that there are other people who want to do mining too. Other people want to screw around with this. Other people want to get involved. Anything from just plugging it in and letting it run and playing the lottery to like designing new stuff for it, new heat sinks, fans, all that good stuff, creating content around it, like the whole ecosystem that comes with building and designing and tweaking and learning and playing with Bitcoin mining, which is incredibly, incredibly important, right? That's how we move this thing forward.
So, you know, I'm coming from a space where since 2016, my main shtick has been, you know, let's take a look at wallets and cold storage and multi-sig and all these different things. And I've seen it change so over the past 9 years. And I constantly have new things to cover and things to experiment with and teach people about and allow them to be more self-sovereign. And, you know, we have seen innovation in mining, of course, but there's a definite, you know, there's a dichotomy when it comes to the ethos in the mining realm, at least in terms of what people can actually do with it versus, you know, say like the wallet space. Like a lot of Bitcoiners are very, if it's not open source, I'm not going to touch it. And anybody should be able to pull this apart and change it however they want and then repurpose it and then go to market with it. Like that's very much how Bitcoiners have operated in and around basically every other aspect of Bitcoin. Whereas you were telling me, you know, with an ASIC or you know, you're dealing with that, and it's kind of like, I don't know, you got to reverse engineer it and figure it out yourself. And like, you know, you compared it to, hey, I want to build a computer. I want to use like Intel chips for something, and they'll just maybe say what you said to me before about their ethos around that.
It's really crazy. I've been involved in the electronics industry for a while now. Not necessarily building Bitcoin hardware, but building hardware of all types. And the way that the Bitcoin hardware industry works is insane compared to everything else. Like if you want to build a new computer, you want to build a new laptop, right? There are several different CPU manufacturers that you can go to, and they will go out of their way to get you these chips. They will give you a 1,000-page data sheet. They will give you reference designs. They will like send a field technician to your lab to like help you get it work because they want to sell you chips. It is kind of interesting that Intel, ARM, AMD, they don't make computers. They just make the chips. So that's how they make their money, is selling the chips. They want to get as many customers for these chips as possible, which means making as many different types of computers, laptops, desktops, servers, you know, phones, all that good stuff. They want to see that. And so that's how the rest of the electronics industry works, is you can just go and get these chips. I mean, maybe you need to like talk with a sales guy for a little bit and tell him what you want to do to get them fired up, but you can get the chips. You can get the components necessary to try out your idea, to build your idea, to start your business manufacturing these things. And it's made for some insane progress, right? Like the personal computer industry was nothing in the beginning when it was just these large manufacturers that weren't sharing anything. It wasn't until it sort of, you know, got to the point where people could start messing around and building things that we saw the crazy explosion of applications of CPUs that we have now. And I think Bitcoin mining, the ASICs, the chips, you know, we're in those like really early days. You can't get them. None of these big booths here will sell you chips to make your own miner. So I think we're really still early there.
There's a parallel as well with like early internet. You know, it's like there's the AOL, Comcast. You can't email somebody from AOL to Comcast, and then all of a sudden there was this just glaring like elephant. There's the elephant in the room of the people that were on the open internet that could just do whatever the hell they wanted to do. And people started cluing in and going like, well, why can't I do this over here on AOL? Or and what won, right? Like what?
Yeah. I mean, we had the explosion of the internet, not AOL, for this exact reason. It's because AOL was just, if you wanted to see some new feature in AOL or start a new business around America Online, you had to like go get a job there, right? What was that guy, Steve Case, right? You had to like go talk to this dude and get a job, and that probably wasn't going to happen. Whereas with the internet, you can just do things. You just start it up, right? Like there's a lot of examples of now enormous internet companies that just started in a garage because someone wanted to do stuff. And this is what's driving the industry forward.
Do you feel like where we're at right now is just, it was an inevitable stop along the way to a more open mining environment worldwide?
Like where we're at right now with like the current sort of centralization
Yeah,
type
where
stuff?
it's tougher to do things and it's closed, and like if you want a change made, like who was it? Was it one spiner that asked somebody to, or somebody asked for a change in the chip? I can't remember what was the company.
Yeah, I talked to a big miner that, like a big mining operator that basically switched from the biggest miner manufacturer to another one just so they could get a small change in the firmware, which is kind of insane because if you actually had access to the firmware, to the source code, you could just have one of your engineers do that in a weekend and you would just be able to try out your new business ideas right then and there. It's kind of ridiculous the way it's set up now.
I feel I'm like right here, but so I'm just curious. Can you describe the back and forth that is like the brains booth is somewhere over there, but they always do their firmware, and there's like and then they're dealing with the Bitmain. What is happening there?
Yeah, what the industry is hampered by the current situation. There are several people that make aftermarket firmware for a very popular Bitcoin miner manufacturer. And so there obviously is a need for different functionality. Like there's businesses that have sprung up and can support themselves making this aftermarket firmware. Okay, so we have the need. The unfortunate part is those businesses, they're like, it's like an adversive, it's a battle between the original equipment manufacturer and these aftermarket firmware manufacturers, because they'll release a new miner that breaks the current third-party firmware, and so then they have to hack it and go back and make new firmware that can load on the new one, and it's this cat and mouse game back and forth. That's just wasting time. Like it's just like, this is smart people who want to work on Bitcoin and want to advance it forward and want to buy their chips, and yet we're just wasting time trying to stop each other from doing it. Like I'm not quite sure what the point is.
Well, and the opportunity cost has got to be huge. Like I said, there have been leaps and bounds in and around the mining space, but imagine if all of the effort of that protectionist kind of mindset had just been funneled into like, hey, let's just do things. let's just do things.
Let's just do things. Yeah. Exactly. Like we could be so much further along with Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining and just in general, like Bitcoin adoption, if we can just do things.
Yeah. Okay. So I feel like we've been down in the dumps for the first 10 minutes of this, but there's a silver lining. There's something that, a project that you've spearheaded, and this is where the disconnect and now the connect came from me, was it mining as I was kind of coming into it, especially just like being at home and I'm, doing hobbyist things. And so wallets and hardware and self-custody and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, there's always stuff for me to play with, but mining was kind of prohibitively, like it was tough to do it living in a city. I don't have access to cheap power, stuff like that. So I could never really tinker very much. I think the first thing I ever did was get an old S9 and retrofit it with different fans to make a space heater in my office. But that was like my first mining experience. But shortly thereafter, I come across what you're doing. And now this is interesting to me. So let's, for those unfamiliar, actually, I'm curious, how many people here have a BitAxe themselves? Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
awesome.
This is my decision.
Yeah.
It's a big change from last year.
Yeah. So for the people that didn't put up their hands, can you describe what the BitAxe project is and why you believe it's so important and kind of how it came to fruition?
Okay. The BitAxe is a small ASIC Bitcoin miner. Very small, think like 15, 20 watts. That's like a cell phone charger. So you can run it at home. You know, if you're married, you can stay married. It's very unobtrusive. It's not hot. It's not loud. It doesn't cost a lot to run. You know, I think you're not going to even notice this on your electricity bill every month. The downside to that is it doesn't have a very high hash rate, right? You don't get anything for free. So your chances of setting up a profitable mining enterprise with a BitAxe are extremely low. Your chances of solo mining a block are extremely low. So people call it lottery mining. You can kind of just plug it in and you're like playing the lottery. I actually did the odds of winning and the payout compared to the California state lottery, and it was basically the same. So, you know, there's the off chance. Some people have won. We've had 2 confirmed people solving solo blocks over the last year or so. So it happens. But I think, and what I was alluding to earlier, you know, a very important part of the BitAxe that is unique is that it's an open source project. It's not even a company. It's fully an open source project. So you can go to bitaxe.org, my website, and you can get links to the actual source code for the firmware that's running on it. You can get the design files for the hardware, and you can audit it. You can make sure it's doing what you want. You can hack on it. You can change it. And people have done that. And that's kind of a really exciting thing to see, is people hacking on it and changing it and making it their own and improving on it. I started the project a couple years ago, but there's absolutely no way I could have done this all by myself. And I think I was very lucky to have a bunch of extremely talented people show up and want to help on this project. And I think that's in a large part because it was open source, right? It's not like they're just showing up at a company's door and volunteering to work. They're working on a project with a mission, and you know, we're trying to like make this thing work here. And as a result of that, it moved incredibly fast. We're on the 5th major revision of the BitAxe in just a couple years. We've got the latest and greatest chips from Bitmain running in these things. Yeah, I couldn't have done it alone. And I think open source really it's like a force multiplier, you know, that this is out there and that anyone can like dig in and start contributing.
Yeah. And actually my first device that was it was actually a derivative. It's the NerdAxe was the first one that I had.
Those are awesome.
They are awesome. And now I've got an array of them on my shelf behind me when I do the show. And it's great. Like it was, so again, it makes it accessible. Like for me, it was, how can I dip my toes in and learn without, one, piling thousands of dollars into a rig that I don't know, you know, 2, getting divorced because I have a jet engine in my office next to the living room.
It's like as loud and hot as running just like 4 hair dryers continuously 24/7 in your bedroom.
Yeah, when I retrofitted that S9 to make a space heater, I had the original fans on. I plugged that thing in. My wife, she was like, "What in the hell are you doing?" So that one didn't go as well. Once I got the new fans on, it was fine.
Yeah.
But much more friendly when you get this little thing in, and we'll call it a gateway drug to larger things, but it's so accessible just to plug this into the wall, get on a simple interface just on your local network, and just start tinkering it. Oh, I see. This is how if I want to connect to a pool or solo mine to my own wallet or whatever your decision is. But I mean, how do you view this in the short term? So like right now, are you viewing as an educational opportunity? And how does that mindset shift over time? What does this maybe begin to become? Does that change?
It is an educational opportunity. There's a lot of different facets to it. I mean, when I started, I didn't have any of these ideas in mind. I just wanted to see if I could do it. But it has become so much more. And so a large part of it is education, right? It's a gateway drug, like you said. The barrier to entry is low. The first one's always free. But I think a lot of people find they want to get more and more BitAxes, and maybe they want to step it up and get an S9 or an S19 and figure out, how to run that, how to figure out how to run it, because it can be really difficult. So it is changing, and kind of the goals here are changing, especially as more people get involved. I think one of the I keep coming back to this, but one of the things I really want to see happen is Bitcoin mining return to open source. You know, that this is I want to show that with an open source project that we can really make things happen, meaning we can really develop fast. Lots of improvements can be made in a short amount of time, and you can make money. There's lots of people who've started companies surrounding BitAxes, selling BitAxes, wholesale manufacturing BitAxes, who are making money. Open source is not this like vow of poverty that you're just this altruistic miner, or you're just getting into it because you're into it. You can make money doing it. So I want to show that it can be successful, and that we can really advance the state of the art quickly with this, because I've seen that happen in lots of other industries, like we were talking about, the web industry, the internet industry, personal computers. Also, Bitcoin itself, right? If Satoshi had decided to pair up with Microsoft to publish the white paper and release it as a proprietary project, we would not all be here. We would definitely not all be here.
Yeah, Satoshi definitely didn't tap the Federal Reserve on the shoulder and say, "Hey, I've got a competing monetary system. What do you guys think? Can you get that rubber stamp of approval?"
Like, is this cool? Like, I want to get permission to produce this. So, open source was obviously a very important part of that, and I think a big part of the BitAxe is to promote that open source mining movement, bring it back. You know, because it was open source initially. Satoshi mined the original Bitcoins on software that he wrote and released publicly under an open source license. So initially, all the OGs who started mining Bitcoin on their laptops, they did it with open source software. They could just download it and start running it. There was a couple people that early on, they said, "Hey, this is kind of cool. Like, we have some experience using GPUs." And so they modified it to work on GPUs. And a lot of that stuff was released open source, then FPGAs. That's how I got involved in Bitcoin mining, was downloading some open source FPGA designs and running those myself and tweaking them and playing around with them. We lost all that with the advent of ASICs. When ASICs came out, people got very secretive. I think because there was a lot of money on the line, people had to invest crazy amounts of money for those initial ASICs. They still are. But we need to have a return to that open source ethos that started this whole industry, that grew it to the size that it is now, that kickstarted it and made it what it is. And I think a return to that could take us to that next level, right? That next, like, that exponential growth in development and miners, and it can easily take us there. It will take us there.
What, in your mind, are some of the biggest hurdles to getting to that point? Because I mean, there's a lot of people that would absolutely love exactly what you're saying, but what's stopping people right now? Like, what has to be done?
We need access to the chips. We need access to ASIC. ASIC is the chip. We need access to those. Like I was talking about earlier, this is uncommon in the electronics industry where you can't get a hold of these. So we need access to those. We need to have documentation available for how they work. There's tons of smart people out there that can design these miners, but the reverse engineering process that currently has to happen to do that is insane. I spent a really long time on it myself. We still don't fully understand how these chips work. There's like these unknown settings on it that we just don't know what they do. We're trying to experimentally determine them. Anyways, that's a pain in the neck. That doesn't really scale. The biggest hurdle is the chip supply. If we can solve that, this, all the stops come out and the floodgates open here for sure.
In what world do you see that happening? Like what do you figure the incentive has to be, or are the incentives just not aligned for that to happen? But I mean, it's not happening right now, but what could align to allow that to come to fruition?
We have new players coming to the market. They're hungry. They've already invested millions of dollars in their ASIC tape out, their designs. They want to go after these new applications, these new customers, right? They need to find these new customers. And I think we have this future coming for Bitcoin mining that looks a lot different than what it is now. Right now, I think a lot of Bitcoin miners are just buying boxes and plugging them into the grid. That is not how this looks in the future. I don't know when it changes, but definitely in the future, it's not like this. It's a race to the bottom. You're trying to get the lowest energy cost you possibly can, and that looks like getting creative. That looks like going after stranded energy. That looks like going after renewable resources. That looks like going after all sorts of crazy things. Heat reuse, that's the crazy one. Like everyone heats the water in their house. That could be done with Bitcoin miners if we only had the hardware to do it. So I think the thing that changes this is that first little tear in sort of the narrative that Bitcoin mining is just plugging it into the grid, and then the ability for chips to be available for makers and builders and companies who want to go after these target markets, and then it just cascades after that.
What are some of the things that you're seeing out there and some of the projects that you're seeing, maybe tangential to your own, that are some of the most positive and exciting that you can't wait for either people to just get their hands on that already exist or that are coming down the pike?
Oh man, there's so many. We have this Discord chat, the Open Source Miners United. There's like 7,000 people in there. People are posting all kinds of stuff, using bitaxes, derivatives of bitax, like you mentioned, the nerd axe. People are building more and more chips into their miner to try and get that hash rate up there. We've seen some really cool projects around going after stranded energy. Like, think about taking a miner and strapping it to the back of a solar panel, so that basically whenever the sun comes up, it's mining. And it can be totally wireless. Like, you could just put it out in the yard, and as soon as the sun comes up, it starts mining over Wi-Fi, and then it stops when the sun goes down. And it's just, generating you sats while the sun's up. There's some interesting control problems with doing that, but it's entirely possible. And there's some people working on that. I think that's really cool. I've talked to Gridless out in Africa. They're sort of, they are providing a way for people to monetize the build out of these microgrids for people that desperately need it. And I think they're operating their miners in some very adverse conditions. It's really hot, dry, dusty, all the above out there. And so they can really use, and it's also in the middle of nowhere. So they need some remote management stuff. They need some different types of machines to go after those. They are getting involved in the BitAxe project to build some of these ideas out. It's just, I don't know. And I've like all sorts of people have come up to me here and showed me new cool things they're making. We've seen the BitAxe Touch is like, it's just like a very user-friendly version of the BitAxe. It's got this glorious full color touch screen on the front, right? It just makes that like process of doing it even easier, lowering that barrier to entry. I'm super excited about that. So it's like these large categories that people are going after, like certainly way more than I could possibly do myself.
I love the resurgence of home mining in the form of lotto mining. I think it's a very compelling thing where you could say to somebody, do you regularly buy a lottery ticket? Well, okay, well, stop doing that. Get this little device. And then if you need that dopamine hit in the morning, you check, did you hit a block? No, come back tomorrow. And it's just there.
It is really cool. One of the things I really wanted to have on the BitAxe was that sort of high score that it shows on the display. It's your best difficulty. It's how close you have gotten to solving a BitAxe. It's really cool, or solving a block, sorry. It's really cool to wake up in the morning and look at it and, did I do any better? Did my BitAxe do any better overnight? That's a really part of it. I like having that screen on there. It's sort of like unobtrusive, but you can take a look at it every now and then. It kind of like ties you back into Bitcoin mining. I think the BitAxe Touch has got even more of that, which I think is a really neat part of it. Solar mining or lottery mining is, it's a fantastic use case for this. And if it gets people to run decentralized open source small Bitcoin miners by the millions, all around the world, I'm all here for it. And a crazy part about these small home miners that are running in lottery mode is they're never going to unplug those things. They don't care what the hash price is. They don't care what the Bitcoin price is. They don't care what the local regulations and laws are. Like, Bitcoin mining gets outlawed. You're like, what? This little cell phone charger? Like, no one's going to know that that's running in your house, right? These are like just indestructible miners, and in mass, like in aggregate, millions of them around the world, they will have a significant effect.
My favorite event that I went to that you were at down in Nashville, we went to the Global Bitcoin Summit for the Human Rights Foundation. There were 150 human rights advocates and political dissidents from around the globe. I can't remember, it was like 50 or 60 different countries all in a room. Every single one of them got a bit axe. And then all of us went back to the hotel and plugged in. There was probably 100 bit axes just plugged in that hotel that night. And it's such a valuable, again, just as a learning tool, is incredible. And I guess I've got a general question to the people out here that are working in the mining industry. From what I've seen, a lot of Bitcoin companies, mining and not, they're growing at a pace where the crop of Bitcoiners available for hire is just no longer there, and you need to start hiring normies. And those people are not as familiar with Bitcoin, and so they're in a job where they're dealing with Bitcoin all the time, and they don't have the experience. So I'm just curious, how many people of you work for a company and you know for a fact that a good portion of the staff have never actually mined themselves? Is there a good, like, I see some of that, and there we go. There's a few.
Don't be afraid. We won't dox you.
Yeah. But I mean, I feel like this is an opportunity where when you have staff that are new and you need them to be at least quasi knowledgeable about the stuff, you could be like, all right, we're going to have a little BitAxe workshop, and we're just going to teach the people on staff, like, hey, this is the practicals of it, the very bare bones basics. It's a great tool.
It is a fantastic tool. And I was telling you earlier, I think that the documentation and the tutorials and things that have sprung up around this movement, like, it's not a company. We're not paying anyone to do this. The stuff that has sprung up, the desire of people to teach and educate and show people how to do this is huge. I mean, that's just as important as the hardware itself. So, I mean, I really appreciate what you're doing and others are doing, like making these videos, these tutorials where someone who gets one of these dropped on their desk and is like, figure out how to do Bitcoin mining, right? They can go to a BTC Sessions video, learn how to do it, and then hopefully, fall in love with it and dive even further, because it's pretty exciting. Yeah. There's another interesting angle to it too, is that because this is a low barrier to entry project, it's relatively affordable to get a BitAxe, and all the source code is along with it. Is there's going to be all sorts of people, kids that are just messing around with this and are going to learn how this works, and it's going to create a whole body of talent that can come work at your companies, of kids just messing around on the weekend with their BitAxe and just accidentally learn how Bitcoin works, how the Bitcoin network works, and mining.
Yeah. So speaking of kids, so my daughter is turning 8 this summer, and she now gets an allowance. She helps clean the house and everything, but she gets it half cash, half Bitcoin.
Nice.
And the Bitcoin she has a Lightning wallet, and she keeps it safe and everything. But one thing that I started doing to kind of show her a little bit about mining, I've got 3 BitAxes, got like a Brains mini miner and a FutureBit Apollo. And for like a month, I think I pointed them to a pool that did Lightning payouts. And I was like, you see these machines in my office here? You're going to start seeing that you're getting more sats every now and then. And that's from them. And so she's looking, she's going, this is the coolest thing. So like, challenge to the parents in the room, try that out. If you've got, like, it's a fun weekend project, say, hey, if you learn a little bit about something, you can see a few sats popping into your wallet. You can make a few sats, and maybe one day your allowance will buy you a house. Who knows? So
if we're doing it right, it will. It will.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic learning experience, right?
I think maybe we've got a couple minutes left here. I think I'd love to leave some actionable. I'm very much about getting people to take action after any content, they ingest a talk. I like leaving with people tasked with doing something next. And so we're looking at a room full of people that are familiar with mining, if not like deep into it. And so in your opinion, given what we've been talking about and this open source movement and where mining goes in the coming years, what can the people that are here and are in it do to further this movement? What actionable things can they do?
Yeah, thank you. That's a fantastic question. I think open source Bitcoin mining can dramatically affect miners, Bitcoin miners, people involved in Bitcoin mining at all levels, right? We've talked a lot about hobbyist mining and home mining, but this movement can also benefit large miners of all sizes. And you think, okay, wait, why? Well, we know that just plugging in miners doesn't actually make you a profitable Bitcoin mining company. There's always some secret sauce, right? You have operational excellence. You have this. This is how you're going to make money, Bitcoin mining, on top of just, hashing really fast. Think what you could do if you actually had access to the hardware and firmware, like the source code, the designs of the firmware that's running on your miner, right? That's what we're trying to do. I'm involved with a group called the 256 Foundation to promote free and open source Bitcoin mining. And we're developing things for the whole stack, for all parts of mining: firmware, hardware, control boards, software, everything pools up and down. This is a good thing for large mining companies to be involved in. Eliminate that counterparty risk that is closed source firmware that you don't control. You don't know how it works. You can't control what changes go into it. Open source mining can benefit your operation in a massive, massive way just by eliminating risk. And think of the features that you can build on top of that your engineers can build on top of that, and you can actually own it.
All right. Well, Scott, it's been a pleasure. Let's give Scott a huge round of applause. Glad to chat, man.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Well, I hope you guys have a little bit more information of if it is possible to hobby mine at home. It seems like it is, but I hope you guys take that upon yourself. So, a question. Have you guys seen those really big bags? You have one up there. They're huge. They're from a company called TicTac. And TicTac is the hash rate ambassador for Bitmain. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Carmen Lee. Carmen Lee is their head of marketing. And if you guys have not already gotten one of those huge bags, you should check them out at booth number 75. You can really see how glowing and beautiful their booth is. But come on up, Carmen. Okay. Give it up for Carmen, you guys. She's a little nervous, so please give her a lot of energy.
Thank you, girl. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Carmen, head of marketing from TicTac. Today, I'm truly excited to introduce you all to TicTac, which is a leading force in the cryptocurrency mining hardware investment and distribution sector. Okay, let's start with who TicTac is. We have been asked this question whole day today with those eye-catching booth over there. Okay, here we are. We established in 2017 with our headquarters in Hong Kong and a strong capital base of $120 million. TicTac has rapidly grown into a vertically integrated firm. We specialize in the procurement and investment of ASIC mining hardware across both spot and futures markets. And we've built a robust cross-border trading and distribution network. Our strategy is actually built on two key pillars. Firstly, we deploy capital strategically to seize market opportunities. Secondly, we leverage our institutional grade distribution infrastructure to efficiently deliver hardware to our clients. This enables us to achieve superior return in the dynamic cryptocurrency markets. All that brings out our value proposition. Essentially, we act as a crucial liquidity bridge between hardware manufacturers and large-scale mining operators. Now, let's move on to our performers. Our investment track record really speaks for itself. Here are some key metrics for you. We've demonstrated a 5x return on a single product investment and consistently maintain an annualized return exceeding 20%, regardless of market conditions. Our investment team is really proud of this performance and would be happy to share their experience and fun story with you at booth 75. Please come over and have a chat. In distribution sector, we've traded over 200,000 mining units annually, maintain a 100% contract fulfillment rate since 2017, and we are an official distributor for Bitmain, backed by a $25 million security deposit. That deposit gives our client a peace of mind when dealing with us. Now, let's dig deeper into our firm. We ask ourselves this question all the time. What makes us unique as a hardware investment firm? Unlike many mining operations, large or small, we focus purely on hardware trading within the spot and futures markets. We nearly have any position in self-mining sector. I will give more details about why we do that on the next slide. At the same time, we are firm believers in long-term value of Bitcoin, and our investment decisions are made with Bitcoin-denominated mindset. Our firm always invests a certain percentage of our annual profits into Bitcoin. Here comes our proprietary hardware investment program. We use advanced quantitative models and microeconomic analysis to identify prime investment opportunities. Our approach is disciplined and focused. We employ cycle timing strategy to acquire undervalued assets during market downturn. We have successfully deployed that strategy on several models from S9 to X19 and S21. Then we optimize inventory turnover by selling hardware during peak demand through our dedicated sales division. Because of our sales network, we can liquidate our miners fast when we want to, saving us from major investment loss. Finally, we mitigate risk by using derivatives to hedge our physical holdings and secure targeted returns. Grabbing market opportunities not only needs our investment strategies, also needs our institutional grade procurement. We have built a powerful procurement framework based on strategic OEM partnerships and proactive capacity management. Through substantial capital deployment, we secure exclusive agreement with top-tier manufacturers, giving us volume and price advantages. We also engage in production capacity buyout, locking in exit futures months in advance, stabilizing manufacturers' liquidity and enabling us to control pricing. This capital-intensive strategy creates significant barriers to entry, further solidifying our position as a key liquidity provider between manufacturers and operators. Another question we always ask ourselves is what makes us unique as a distributor? We believe that what truly sets us apart is as Bitmain's official distributor, the hash rate ambassador, and how we empower businesses, large or small, to thrive in this competitive landscape. Our strengths lie in four core areas: security, pricing, service excellence, and compliance. But beyond that, we focus on delivering tailored solutions that align with your unique needs. Let's dive into the details. Number one is our competitive advantage as official distributor for the Bitmain, starting with security assurance. In an industry where trust is paramount, we've implemented rigorous anti-fraud measures and fully ensure supply chains. Every transaction and piece of equipment is safeguarded, so you can just focus on growth, not risk. Next, price leadership. Thanks to our direct partnership with manufacturers and economics of scale, we offer unmatched pricing. We ensure you receive fair, transparent rates, no hidden costs. Then there's after-sales support. Hardware challenges are inevitable, but downtime shouldn't be. We operate our own official repair centers, provide technical assistance, and guarantee rapid replacements. If issues arise, we resolve them immediately. Lastly, our collaborative ecosystem. Whether you are a reseller or partner, we offer flexible terms, rebates, and co-marketing support. Number two is our flexible financing solutions, a critical factor for scaling operators. BTC collateral options for institutional clients, we accept Bitcoin as collateral. This allows you to secure large orders without liquidating assets, a strategic advance in volatile markets. Customized payment plans. We understand cash flow challenges with low upfront deposits and repayment schedules extending up to 12 months. We adapt to your financial timeline. Our internal liquidity ensures these terms are both flexible and reliable. Number three is our compliance and enterprise grade service. For institutional partners, compliance and scalability are non-negotiable. Here are how we deliver. Dedicated service team, our expert, many with Fortune 500 experience, specialize in handling complex, large-scale requirements. From onboarding to customization, we prioritize your operational efficiency. Regulatory alignment. We adhere to global standards, including KYC and AML protocols, with fully auditable sections. Transparency isn't just a buzzword, it's built into every transaction. Scalable capacities. Whether you need 100 units or 10,000, we accommodate high volume orders with customized pricing, accelerated logistic, and adaptable payment terms. Our financial stability ensure we meet even the most demanding timeline. To summarize, we've built for big players who need reliability. We speak your language, whether it's crypto, compliance, and all custom solutions. And we are not just a vendor, we are a partner invest in your success. We are not just a distributor, we are a strategic ally committed to your success. Lastly, we are hiring. We are hiring business development managers. Please come and check with us at booth 75. Thank you for your time. I'm glad to have this opportunity to share with you. And come visit our booth, the one you won't and you shouldn't miss. Thank you.
Paging Jolie Kahn backstage. Jolie Kahn. By the way, look at these bags, you guys. You need, you need to go to.
So in 2019, we went and visited a crypto mining site. We looked around. I said to myself, there's got to be a better way. My name is Chuck Lecuvier, founder of CS Corporation, home of the IntelliFlex line of product. At IntelliFlex, we're innovators. We design, build, deploy, and operate our system. At IntelliFlex, our motto is start to finish.
The WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner guarantees an exceptionally stable and superior mining experience, regardless of extreme weather conditions. With an outlet water temperature reaching up to 70 degrees Celsius, which is significantly higher than the industry average, the WhatsMiner Hydro Cooling Miner stands far ahead in the field and significantly reduces cooling costs compared to others.
Put in a couple jokes here and there. I'm the CEO of AgriForce. We have our roots in ag tech and recently pivoted into Bitcoin mining. Why Bitcoin mining? Because that's my background, and also because we were looking for a way to move the company ahead in the fintech space while still maintaining our agriculture roots. So the way we're doing this is by what we call sustainable mining. So we are taking modular Bitcoin mining units and co-locating them with ag tech in the form of modular agricultural growing systems. For instance, our pilot project in our Columbia County, Ohio, is Bitcoin in containers. We then gather the heat and we pipe the heat into our containers that contain rack growing systems. The plan is to grow, for the most part, microgreens, and we'll also be branching out into red algae, and then branching from red algae also into white-tailed shrimp. Our COO, who is not here and is the engineer with 2 PhDs in agricultural engineering, can explain that in detail. Why white-tailed shrimp, I have no idea. So we're going on. We have little problem with cutoff people, but you have myself, you have our chairman, you have our COO over in the corner over there, and basically looking at where we were in January, we are, again, if you're looking to do a stock that's in Bitcoin mining and you want something that, in my personal opinion, is very undervalued, that would be AgriForce. So basically where we are now and some data on us. We basically are mining in 2 places right now. We're mining in Alberta and we're mining in Ohio. Why this is important? We do not have to use immersion cooling. So our systems do not overheat. They run 24/7, 12 months a year. Very, very sustainable. We're off the grid, so we don't have any issues with systems going down, looking at whether or not the grid needs to be used for the purpose of cooling people's houses. We are going 12 months a year. We've been using S19J Pro miners. That's what we bought when we had the sites. We're in the process of upgrading all of this to the latest and greatest. But what's really interesting is that by using this modular design, we have the miners racked in shipping containers. We can move the miners wherever we want. If we have another site that is better suited for the miners that we have, we just unplug, we move it, and we plug it back in. It can be done in a day. So very, very flexible. We're also able, because of this, to take advantage of the low price stranded natural gas, which is how at this point we're powering all of this. So very advantageous, works very well, and it means that we can go into various areas where we think we can get the best bang for our buck at any one time. The other interesting thing is that in Alberta, we have the ability to grow. There's lots of stranded natural gas near us, and we're able to go in because of that and really take advantage of local conditions. And what's interesting is because we're piping the heat out from the miners and we're co-locating very closely with the agriculture in some, I lost my feed. Oh, there it is. In some places, we're separating the mining containers from the agriculture by 20 or 30 feet. So we're not losing, we're capturing all the heat. Everything works in a very coordinated fashion. So we're very excited about that. Our Bald Eagle project in Ohio, same thing on a little larger scale. We're currently up to a total of about 1,200 miners, working really well. We're profitable at this point on a site-by-site basis. So we're very excited about that as well, first for the company. So let's talk about the indoor farming market, because this is the interesting part. This is what sets AgriForce apart from all of our competitors. If you look at indoor farming, where we are today, you can see the market values. Basically, we're showing almost $15 billion available through in the U.S. That's pretty exciting. A lot of it is floriculture. A lot of it is also nursery stock crops. We'd be focusing mostly, as I said, on the red algae and on the microgreens. The microgreens are great because you harvest them. The turnaround life cycle of microgreens is usually about a week. So you can rinse, repeat, and actually generate real revenue on this, which is great. We're also looking at the whitetail shrimp. I don't have any data on that up here, but it's very exciting. We can do this in greenhouses, shipping containers, anything inside. We can, if we have a big data center, we can portion up part of the data center, insulate it, and grow the crops in there as well. So that's really exciting for us. Co-location, as we say, is the key to success. You're taking the heat and the CO2 and you're regenerating it through the indoor container form. You're offsetting emissions. You're leading to year-round cultivation. So by doing this, we're creating a second sustainable continuous revenue source. And that's very important for us. The key for us is revenue generation at this point, and that's what we're really focused on for our shareholders. We have a history in greenhouse design. We have patents in various greenhouse designs from earlier in our history. We're looking to use those right now. The shipping container model is much more cost efficient. And again, we look at to do everything in a simple manner. So the container farms are plug and play, just like our miners are plug and play. So we want to keep everything simple. The simpler the business model, the better we like it. So that's where we are. We can use the excess carbon dioxide as well to enrich the facility and boost production. When you do this in places where energy is inexpensive, again, We don't really use much electricity. We need to run some computers and a few fans. Other than that, we are powering these agricultural facilities solely from the heat that's coming off of the mining. So that's very exciting to us. Can these yields justify the higher capex infrastructure? We think it does. Obviously you have a gradient here. The cheapest is conventional farming, right? You're doing it outside, you're dependent on natural sunlight, etc. The most expensive is the indoor vertical agriculture, which is what we're looking to do basically. You rack trays or you do vertical farming, same concept all inside. The interesting thing is that even though our infrastructure cost is much higher, the yield is a lot higher, the capex costs are high, but we also are able to deal with something. We don't use any water. There's a very low water footprint as well. So this can be done in all sorts of climates. So we think it's a great model. And the market size in 2023 was about $7 billion. So as you can see, there's demand for this. So basically, if you want to look at indoor agriculture, you can look at the dollars per pound, right? You compare apples to apples. How many dollars per pound of yield if we're dealing with indoor agriculture versus conventional farming? Well, I'll move over here for a minute. The numbers are pretty clear, right? Revenue of about $7.80 a pound versus leafy greens at 50 cents a pound. That's pretty incredible. So it justifies the higher costs. And again, we went over this page. I don't know why I did that. We also have another business venture, which is kind of interesting because it goes hand in hand with the indoor agriculture. And this is our Radical Clean Solutions. Basically, these are air sanitizing devices. They emit hydroxyl radicals into the air. They bind with molds and other pathogens and neutralize them. So the really exciting thing about that is, whereas moist indoor environments where you don't have proper ventilation can grow a lot of mold, we're able to avoid that by putting in these devices, which are not expensive. And these devices are proven to work. We're using them in the Caribbean, in hotel rooms and buildings with moist environments with sick building syndrome, which is, pretty bad molds where the schools and the offices, etc., can't be used anymore. They're not safe for humans. And we come in with these devices and we can purify the air and then we can keep it clean. So that's also something that goes and dovetails in with what we do. So these are the various units. And that's really our presentation. Our highlights are what they are. We do very well with our IP portfolio. We have the M&A strategy on the growth side, basically picking up stranded natural gas and other low-cost energy and racking miners, and then co-locating the agricultural systems. So that's our presentation for today. Does anybody have any questions? No questions? Okay. Oh, you do? So hydroponics is something else we've looked at. The hydroponics is interesting. The problem with the hydroponics is that if you're going up into colder climates, such as in Alberta, where the weather is very, very, very cold, especially in the winter, to keep it heated, it's a bigger area. A hydroponics is a bigger surface area than the vertical farming. So it's doable, but that would be something we'd look at in warmer climates. So you're saying, could we use the water from the fish farm to circulate? That is possible. That is possible, but again, that is something that our chairman of our board has a lot of experience in aquaculture, as does our chief operating officer. So that's a discussion we have ongoing, but that's probably something we'll look at next year.
Awesome. Wow, it's really loud on this side.
Yeah.
You guys give it up for our lovely speaker, Jolie. Thank you, Jolie.
Thank you, everyone.
Aquaponics. I think sustainability is a super important topic, but to bring sustainability to Bitcoin mining, also. Awesome. Thank you, Jolie. Okay, so up next, you guys, I have our last panel of the day. So thanks for making it through all the way to the end with us. After this, we have a screening for the inflation movie right here. So you're going to want to stick around. I'm going to invite back to the stage Dell. Dell, as I said earlier, he is the one who hosts a weekly show on the Mining Disrupt YouTube channel. And Dell is going to be talking about ASIC supply, the big mystery. Give it up for Dell and our last panel of the day.
Thank you. Today we got a number of people on this panel. We've got Gao Devia of Bitmain, Steve Gao of Volk Miner, Shannon Squires of Compass Mining, Scott of Bitax, and Wright of Micro BT.
No, I'm happy someone else is up here in shorts. I was a little worried. Like, it's Miami. It's way too hot for me coming from Colorado and like being in all the heat and humidity. I can't believe you guys are all wearing pants. Shorts is the way to go. I agree.
All right, we're going to start here with ASIC supply chains. That's what the whole thing is about, this panel is about. And when it comes to supply chains, there's a lot of factors that go into building something as advanced and complicated as an ASIC. And some people may see that whole operation as a little opaque and mysterious. Satoshi like to work behind the scenes. So what are the things going on behind the scenes when it comes to the supply chain that makes it difficult for people in the industry and maybe people outside of the industry to understand about that process, getting the parts?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things is when you look at, like, when we talk about ASICs, we're talking about the actual physical miner, right? We're not just talking about the little ASIC chips that are in the miner. So it's the process of acquiring those, whether they're manufactured in various places throughout Asia and overseas, getting them in the US, getting access to them, whether that's through a manufacturer like we have sitting on stage, buying them directly from those manufacturers, depending on quantity. And if you don't have the ability to do that, or maybe there's, not a whole lot of inventory around, then you have to go to third parties. So there's a vast network of brokers that exist within the space. And then from that standpoint, if you're buying them overseas, you have to get them into the US. If you're looking for units that are in the US, that's a different set of brokers you got to go through. And so it becomes kind of convoluted after a while. And so I think it's a lot better than it used to be. Back in like 2017, 2018, this was actually a much more difficult process. And it was a much more narrow group of people who had access to ASIC miners in the way we do today. Today, the manufacturers have done a great job of coming out, being more public, working directly with miners in the space on a more regular basis, and having those conversations more direct. And so there's a lot less opaqueness than there used to be. And there's a lot of walls that have been kind of broken down over the years and creating more congruency in this channel. But depending on inventory, because there's only so much available, right? There's only so much capacity to foundry, only so much capacity to manufacture chips, to get them put together. And then from that standpoint, once they're manufactured, all the miners are trying to buy, or all the companies are trying to buy the same hardware. And so if we're all going after the same thing, you end up with inventory and supply chain issues that then make it harder to get. A handful of people get access to those, and then they're trying to resell them and distribute them, and they might go 3 or 4 distributors before they ever make it to the hands of the end miner. So I think that's kind of a broad spectrum of the mess that makes that supply chain look opaque.
Do any of our other speakers have any comments there on what makes that such a convoluted process, and if there's anything that can be done to help streamline or make some of that a little bit more accessible?
Yeah, I can add a little bit, just building on the comments Shannon just made. Another important factor is for you, like as if you're a miner or you're planning to start a mining operation, to have a clear procurement strategy. That's I guess is the biggest mismatch between like the manufacturer and the market. Is like we as manufacturer, we put out units and we expect to sell them over a certain period of time, right? And we start selling them, like sometimes the resellers come in, or like when you are ready to pull the trigger, we might not have the model that you were looking for to begin with, whether because you were raising funds or any sort of like operational bottleneck. But the bottom line is, if you plan your operation well and you place like a contract at the right time, you will be able to secure the machine, the quantity, and the delivery you're looking for. So plan in advance and be prepared.
I have one comment.
Yeah, I
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I totally agree with that. In maybe last 10 years, yeah, at the beginning, the shortage would comes from the chips. So it means, just maybe based on the economic payback period, you would just ask as much as possible from the manufacturers. But right now, yeah, you can see that it's easy to calculate the payback period, and of course, from the supply, we can see that the shortage just maybe disappeared. We have enough capacity from the semiconductors. So it means right now you can do well done from the beginning, and you can just try to maybe do final management for the minings, not just from the one point right now.
Yeah, and to add to that, I think one of the biggest risks when you're sourcing, can you hear me okay? One of the biggest risks is your counterparty risk. So you have great manufacturer partners, but not everyone can buy directly from the manufacturer. So they have to go through a network of brokers, deal with international logistics, and then you have credit risk with those counterparties. So let's say you buy X model, or let's say S21s, and from time to time, those hash rates may vary based on what you have available in inventory. So I think it's really important that if you're sourcing ASICs, that you're mitigating your counterparty risk and trying to create certainty in the transaction. Because I think all of us have had an experience where, hey, you do a deal and maybe everything or a couple of things go sideways. So it's making sure that when you have a deal go through, you have good counterparties that are going to work with you and also create certainty in that transaction.
I think one of the reasons why we have these supply chain problems is because we have about 100 too few manufacturers, right? There's just a couple of them. Like, we're surprised that we can't get enough of these machines out of them. We need a lot more manufacturers.
I can add to that. I think one of the reasons we've entered the space with Block is to make it somewhat more accessible for people, to eliminate counterparty risk. Dealing with an American company, we've built over 30 million consumer devices. Our payment terminals are used in a lot of venues across the world. So one of the things we want to eliminate is, mostly for the little guys, if they want to get a miner, they can get a miner. They don't have to, go and wait till it's gone through 3 or 4 different sets of hands. They can go on the site, get the same price as the big guy or whoever else is getting it, and make sure that the whole supply isn't gone right away. We're going to try to do the best we can. But that's how we kind of see it. We've heard a lot of these pain points, and whether it's shipping, DDP, XWorks, or where we manufacture, tariffs, like we've got a lot of experience in that stuff, and I think it's something we want to bring to the table and streamline the process of buying, deploying, and then even using.
Okay, to the source all of the miners. Hope the miners shipping process, the manufacturing process can be maybe printed in the blockchain so everyone can trace all of the process. So Bitcoin bring us a lot of interesting project. So I hope to maybe as the manufacturer, we hope to all our miners can be transparent and public in the blockchain. Maybe every users can can source all the materials from this blockchain. That's my opinion.
When it comes to the building of machines, I got to be honest, this is the very first time I've ever thought about the supply chains and getting the components to build an ASIC. And I imagine this is true of a lot of supply chains. Is the reason that we don't hear this topic talked about, like I've never seen tweets, I've never seen podcasts talk about the supply chain aspect. Is it simply because it's one of those things that as long as it's working, nobody questions it? Kind of like when the pandemic hit, we saw these supply chains disrupted. Or is there, I don't want to say nefarious, but are there other reasons that this isn't talked about? Is it simply just a boring nature and if it's working, it's working? Or is there some other reason that this is such an under-discussed topic?
I would say that this is like a manufacturing question, right? And like most people wouldn't be interested to know the minutia of it, because like any manufacturing endeavor is like a complex system that requires several components sourced across the globe, and then like you need to put them together and test and then ship. And that's not for ASICs, but for basically any electronics. And I think it's just something that people are not really interested at, unless again, like during the pandemic, when you start hearing, oh yeah, look, there is a shortage of chips, like we cannot produce cars, fridges, and ASICs. But other than that, yes, I would say like the public is not very keen to know the minutia of a manufacturing endeavor.
I got to get you some better podcasts. It's a topic that I've been discussing and talking about with people for a long time. So my first experience buying a miner was I ordered some Dragon Mints, sight unseen, batch 1 from China, right? So any of you guys know the backstory on Dragon Mints, right? That was the new miner. It was competing with the S9 at the time, slightly better terahash. The fun backstory with the manufacturer of that and a bunch of other cool, great stories you get to tell now. But back then, you'd order a first batch of miners, and you didn't know when they were going to show up, right? And that happened a lot. Is things that get ordered, they get delayed, they get pushed back. They showed up like 3 months after they weren't profitable anymore. It was a wonderful learning experience. Back then, you also were literally sending Bitcoin to buy miners blind to people you were meeting on Telegram. And so it's come a long ways. Today, there's a lot of resources to buy hardware, right? You can go to Compass Mining website. You can buy it there. You can buy it from Luxor. You can buy it from all these other marketplaces. Like there's lots of people selling miners that are now more visible to the public. They have podcasts. They have websites. They're US-based companies. We inventory stuff in North America. We have warehouse supply chains in North America, and so do these other entities that are selling these. And so for a lot of people, it went from that really difficult, scary environment of, am I sending a scammer a bunch of Bitcoin that I'm never going to see my hardware, or will they ever show up, to, well, I trust the guys that I met at the Kaboom Racks booth because I talked to them in person. I've talked to someone else who bought from Kaboom Racks. The miner showed up and had a cool sticker on it. I see the guy talking on Twitter all the time. And so now people like that is their easy access to the miner. It created a simpler process. They don't have to see that entire back end. Like we deal with the back end process knowing that like, hey, it's Chinese New Year. Did we order enough fans? Did we order enough control boards? Did we order enough capacitors? Like, do we have all of our components for our repair shop? Because when like Chinese New Year happens, it shuts down. Like things don't come to the US. It's very like, it's blackout dates as far as that goes. And so they never see that backside of it. They just see the kind of forward-facing companies. Like they go to Compass Marketplace, they buy a used miner, a new miner, or they take possession of their one that's being hosted. Like they just deal with a US-facing company. They don't have to see that backside. And so as long as that transaction with that front company is clean, no one asks those questions. So kind of like you said, it's out of sight, out of mind. Whereas the larger companies that are dealing with this, whether we're providing a service to someone or acquiring hardware for ourselves, we care about that backside. Like we had to build our own logistics company to be able to import stuff because we could do it faster, better. We've shipped to 28 countries now. And all of that was to like fulfill a need that we had because we needed to import miners and other hardware. But now it becomes something, okay, we figured it out. Now we can provide this as a service. So it creates that streamlined like appearance to everybody else. They don't have to see the mess. People like, I guess, you know, if you're in the US, you like having that, like everything easy. You need the easy button. Was that like a Staples commercial I just did?
Yeah. I mean, what you said sounds completely normal when you're in the mining world. But if you think of any other consumer facing device and you're like, you know, we have to buy it so people will buy it from us, like that doesn't apply anywhere else, right? People can still, like, you can go to Dell.com and buy a computer, but no one's bringing a bunch of Dell computers. People don't have to deal with it, you know, shipping and logistics and all that. And it's funny, like what you said is a vast improvement on how it was, but I still think there's a lot more we can do in the space. And ideally, you know, at some point we get there.
Okay, I kind of figured that was a pretty straightforward question because it's like you said, who cares about where exactly the leather's coming from for your boots or whatever. Now, when it comes to all of these supply chain issues that you've been talking about here, what are the largest, or I guess it'd be the smallest bottlenecks where you see holdups like, hey, we've got everything that we can build here, but I don't have the wiring because copper mines aren't producing copper right now, or if not that, what are the bottlenecks that you see? Or is it time dependent, like you were talking about in regards to the Chinese New Year?
Just to piggyback a little bit on what you said, it's bad planning. The biggest bottlenecks I see, because we sell infrastructure to so many people now, is just bad planning. The reason why I can sell cables to someone to run their, you know, S19s is because they didn't remember to buy them when they ordered their S19s, or they had ordered a PDU and didn't pay attention to the plug type and they needed an adapter or a different cable or a different plug. Or they, you know, we've been doing it long enough. We understand there's going to be a certain amount of failure rate on fans, and I don't want to RMA a miner because a fan went bad, so I'm just going to buy a bunch of fans. So stocking, inventorying, planning, like that's the biggest bottleneck we see, is people's lack of planning. As far as like getting infrastructure in within the Bitcoin mining space, like I don't see a whole lot of bottlenecks. It's just paying attention. Like if you have to get something manufactured, you know, ordering it in time to get it manufactured. Manufacturing days are super fast now. Like, you know, like that's the reason why so much stuff is outsourced to Asia, is their manufacturing time is super small. It's not necessarily because it's the most cost-effective component. It's because they can manufacture it faster and ship it here faster than I can get it manufactured in the US, right? It's a speed thing. And Bitcoin mining runs extremely fast. Altcoin miners, they don't have that same ability, right? It's not something that's a robust thing. Like we used to host a decent amount of altcoin miners throughout facilities, but if it was a manufacturer that wasn't in the space for a while, it was a new piece of hardware and something broke, we couldn't get parts. Like we could fix anything, but if we couldn't get parts to fix it, well, then we're scrapping other units, right? Okay, I got 5 dead ones. I'm gonna pull the chip off this one to put it on that one, and I'm putting parts together because there's no backbone infrastructure there. So that was a holdup. Now, when you deal with Bitcoin miners, like these manufacturers, they have extra parts, they have extra chips. It's easy to get a hold of. There's multiple resellers now. Like it's cleaned up a lot. Like, and I think that's a big thing that if we feel like it's cleaned up a lot, but then going over there, it's still not walking into Apple and, you know, getting your phone fixed and knowing there's going to be X amount of brand new iPhones on release date and everybody's going to be able to get one. It's still not there.
Scott, when it comes to the bit axes, is the bottleneck issue sort of the same there? I was talking to Matt from Solo Satoshi, and he was saying that they can't just get the chips to build the bit axes. Part of the issue is that you have to get a whole ASIC and then take it apart and then build the bit axes. So it's a whole other operation entirely. Are the bottlenecks similar, or it sounds like it might be a little bit more nuanced there?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. The bottleneck in producing bit axes is getting the chips right now, because we use the Bitmain chips and there's no official source to get them, not in any quantity or in any way that's suitable for sort of mass production. It's kind of ridiculous. I mean, that's why we're looking to move off of Bitmain chips, is just some sort of better solution there so that we can streamline that and start to really scale this, because there clearly is the demand.
All right. Very good.
I think one of the other bottlenecks that I'd like to address is as you alluded to, the mining industry buying ASICs is not like going and buying an Apple computer, right? Naturally, there's a higher defect rate with this type of equipment. And I think one of the industry challenges is repair and RMA process. I mean, how many times do you get maybe 3% or 5% defect rate and you have to go through that process? And I think one of the bottlenecks is skilled labor, skilled repair techs, reliable shops that, hey, if you have a broken miner, how do I send that out, get it fixed, and get it online and hashing as quickly as possible? And again, it goes to having good counterparties and trying to create certainty. And that's something that we specialize in at RepairAbit is how can we provide institutional grade service to getting these miners fixed and redeployed as quickly as possible?
Personally, I have ideas how to improve the process. If the manufacturers can constitute a union, so our team can be open to the customers. So you can customize your system. So we can supply the chip to you. So so all of the we can define the uniform, the interface, the case, etc. So I hope that all of the manufacturer can only supply the chip to the customers. So their farm, their PSU, their control board can be the standard components. So each miner can develop and can run their miners by themselves. So I hope that this business, the mining ASICs, will be more and more open to customers. This is my personal idea.
And just to add to that, I mean, I think one of the things, no matter how good you build it, it's going to eventually break. And so the thing is, what do you do when that happens? Instead of people trying to reverse engineer, like whether it's RepairAbit, is can we give you proper instructions, proper tools, and an easy way to even source replacement components for those repairs? Because the manufacturer doesn't have to do everything. People usually don't want to, whether it's geography or cost, whatever it may be, or speed, whatever the best way. Because at the end of the day, it all comes down to uptime, and this is just another way to measure uptime, right? And so I think it makes perfect sense to make sure that there's what you can do in warranty, and then how do you help people want to service their stuff after warranty. I don't think a lot of people think about that right now, manufacturers.
That's insane to try and repair something when you have basically no documentation as to how it works. Like you just kind of trying stuff until it starts working again.
Not breaking anymore.
Yeah, on the repair side, it's something we've been doing for about 5 years, and all of our processes have been pretty much reverse engineered. So it's I'm very fortunate to have a great team of about 100 techs and a lot of trial and error there.
Talk about like slowing down the sort of supply chain and then like keeping miners up and running. I mean, obviously you guys are very good that you've developed this body of knowledge and sort of tricks of the trade as to how to keep these things running. But like, there's a lot of miners out there, and there's a lot of them that need repairing. Like, if we're going to scale this thing up and keep this whole mining industry working, like this has got to change.
Yeah, just on the repair side, there's clearly an opportunity. But as far as the logistics side, how much of an opportunity is there for there to be there's a lot of miner companies out here, but I don't see a logistics company. Is it pretty much to each individual company to do the sourcing, or do you guys collaborate at all, or is it pretty much, hey, you're on your own, good luck, hope you can figure out what you need to get the parts that you need?
Yeah, so something similar to what Compass has done, we actually started our own logistics company as well. And it's about how do you vertically integrate and control the flow of materials, and something that we're specifically looking at. So we're North American, but we're opening a Middle East location because we're seeing with the new administration and some issues with borders and tariffs that, hey, that's another point of friction. And if you have miners that you want to get deployed right away, you don't have time to deal with that, right? And so for us, it's how are we looking at the market from a global perspective to make sure that we can service our clients? And we're seeing a tremendous amount of flow into the Middle East. For example, if you're not focused on the logistics side of your business and streamlining that and mitigating and managing the tariffs, you're not doing business correctly, in my opinion. And I'm sure, Shannon, you could probably speak to that in some detail on the logistics side, right?
Yeah, I think there are 2 logistics companies here. I think I saw OIA had a booth, and then Crypto Logistics, right? So there's been a few companies pop up, and it was very much OIA is a more traditional I guess, logistics brokerage house. And then, but same thing you just said. Like we started our logistics company because we needed better options. So we had to learn. And you'll see Vishnu running around here, and talk to him about it. Like it's a huge learning curve. I've never dealt with that before, and so that's the reason it becomes a service that we can provide. And I think it's an endless learning curve. And then obviously we're dealing with all the tariffs right now, right? We got a new Trump tariff every day, and a new Canada, Mexico, and whatever. Like that becomes something that's like now a new challenge you have to juggle, is understanding the impacts of those tariffs. Is it going to affect a Bitcoin miner? Is it just on steel and aluminum? Is there enough aluminum in a Bitcoin miner to be a part of that tariff? Is it all electronics? Like it starts to become much more nuanced. And then the next piece of that is like, well, when you are shipping stuff, there's also the insurance side, right? Like who's insuring it while it's shipping? Is it insured from Asia to the US, from Canada to the US, from the US, like whatever that piece is. And that's like you mentioned components a little bit ago, right? So there's more access to components today than there ever has been. And as far as like learning how to do repair, like I remember back in the day, and you know this probably better than I do, you've been doing it longer than I do. There's like a few companies, you could go to Bitmain, you go to China, and you go through the like repair certification. It's improved vastly since then. And, they had a few third parties doing repair certification. But it's a very rapid pace, because every new miner that comes out is going to have new things you have to learn. And so it turns out that human capital, those skilled labor, become kind of that key component. Guys who can quickly figure that out before we have to reach out to the manufacturers and get, more training. It's kind of a balancing act. But on the logistics side, there's there are other companies that are here today that had logistics companies, and then they are gone. It comes and goes. Because we're trying to get into it's a new industry. Bitcoin mining touches so many facets of so many industries, and we just got to learn them all if we're going to be successful and be nimble and succeed.
I just want to add something here, like on the logistics side of things, from like a manufacturer perspective. Like, of course, we ship the miners here, but to mitigate some of these risks, we are engaged in onshoring some of our production here to the United States. So as a result, like our clients wouldn't have to deal with the customs and shipping, right? They would just have to basically, deal with internal logistics plus sales tax, but ideally not. But yeah, and it's a big project. Like we are expanding the capacity to be able to service at the scale that the market demands. I think it's important to mention, because it's not like 1 or 2 units, but a few thousand units that will be available for purchase here in the United States.
Yeah, actually, yeah, we also just realized that the logistics should be a very important part. For the miners get their hardware on time. So our solution is just try to maybe move the manufacturers from the China to US, and we can provide the localized support. It will just maybe reduce the risk from the logistic, and we can just easy to get the permit support from our local warehouse, and also just support any requirement from the local suppliers.
Have these challenges been a net good for your companies? Like, it doesn't sound like you got into Bitcoin mining to do logistics. I'm not hearing that from anyone, but you've kind of been forced to get into the logistics side of things. Has this been beneficial? Like you mentioned that it's been, Bitcoin touches so many things. Well, I wouldn't have expected that a Bitcoin miner company, ASIC development company, would have to get into logistics. Has that been a net boon for you?
Yeah, I think it's more of how do I create a convenience or create certainty for our clients, right? So for instance, we have an insurance company by the name of Evertas. So it's how do you insure miners when they're at the mining facility, but also how do you put the proper stock throughput policies in place so that if you're shipping internationally or domestically, and God forbid there's units get hit by a train or units get stolen or anything else, you're fully covered, right? The last thing you want to do is take a total loss. So our approach was logistics isn't a material amount of our revenue, but hey, if our clients can work with us to do repair or source used ASICs, or we provide liquidity on broken units, so we'll buy units, The logistics was just a complementary aspect of that. Most people want a one-stop shop, and something that we work really hard on is how do we work with all the great companies in the industry, these wonderful manufacturers and everyone else, to create a seamless transaction for their clients and our clients. So we just built the company out of necessity.
I mean, if I can just pitch in, like I think logistics is like energy, right? For Bitcoin, it's a industry that permeates like all aspects, right? There is no escape from that. And in the beginning, like you were dealing with a certain scale, and now it's a multi-billion industry with huge amounts of goods to ship globally, right? So the necessity, it's almost like it's an imposition, right? Everyone needs to have the logistical part like very cleared and figured out, as organic as it can be now.
I have a suggestion. So I add to the vocal miners, we to supply the Dogecoin miners. We cannot, in fact, we cannot resolve the logistic issues, especially to the US. I think maybe I suggest our team to ship the miner to the US first, such as to ship to our Houston office. When customer online, he can visit our offices and take all of the spot machine, not the future machines. Maybe this will help the customer to confirm their payment security, their shipment security. So ship the miners to the US first, then sell them.
And I think that's something that we might also overlook in this space is that everybody in Bitcoin mining came from somewhere else, right? So we may not have been exposed to industries that already had to deal with, logistics and supply chains at this level. So if we came from a different industry that maybe some other part of our company had to deal with it, like if you weren't a large manufacturer or a large entity in general, you generally don't see logistics, right? No one knows the logistics when you go buy an Apple iPhone. No one knows the logistics when you go buy your Dell computer. They don't see on the back end a manufacturer securing capacity at TSMC or Samsung, getting capacitors from other locations, shipping them to a new location to be assembled, getting a PCB board manufactured, all the R&D that went in before that to happen in the first place. And like that's like and then that's happening overseas. We don't do any of that here because like for any of those companies, like it's all done somewhere else. TSMC is building a foundry in the US, right? They said they're going. Okay.
Yeah, Arizona, I think.
But it's like it's not here yet, right? So all this happens other places. So other entities have had to deal with the logistics standpoint and the supply chain standpoint, where a lot of people who got into Bitcoin mining got there from a similar path to me. It was like I learned about Bitcoin, and then I was like, I'm going to mine Bitcoin, but then I couldn't, so I started mining Ethereum on GPUs. And eventually, I bought my first ASICs, and my wife kicked me out of my basement. I had to go like mine in a real facility, and so. Like a lot of us weren't exposed to that world. So it's something we probably should have prepared for and planned for, but we didn't do a good job of it. So then we depended on other people. We thought we could just call a manufacturer who is a manufacturing company, not a logistics company, and order stuff from them, and they'd have all the logistics sorted out, even though they're they sell globally. That you got to pick it up in China, you got to pick it up in Hong Kong, you got to pick it up in wherever, Malaysia, or whatever that situation is. And so it may be much more of a facet that Bitcoin miners were coming from other places that didn't have to deal with manufacturing, supply chains, and logistics.
So every 4 years there's a halving. Some people say that the whole halving cycles are done. I imagine that's had an impact on the sales of ASIC miners. Do you think that's going to continue? Do you think that that's a thing of the past, or is some point in the next couple of years we're going to see a sudden, we got to sell all this old inventory because of the halving, or increase our inventory?
I mean, we sell a lot of miners during a bull run. We sell them during a bear market. Like there's times and periods in which Bitcoin mining is more profitable and you sell more miners. When it's less profitable, you sell less miners. But even in those situations, it becomes less profitable. All of a sudden you get some surplus and you get some better prices. Once there's a surplus in the market, whether that's used miners or old miners or whatever that case is, because of suppressed, profitability, then all of a sudden miners become less expensive. They get bought up. It's a very real market. Like there's not a whole lot of markets that see that like direct, supply and demand relationship. Like we see that in this space in real time and very quickly. Whereas, the halving cycles obviously impact profitability, but a lot of people have started to guess, okay, does that mean this price is going to go up? And then they try to buy miners at a low price and sell miners at a high price. And sometimes those companies fail and sometimes they succeed. So I don't think it's really, much I don't know. I think the halving cycle doesn't really seem to have an impact on the total velocity of sales. It just changes the price of the hardware based on availability.
I think that the mining industry right now is very narrowly focused on basically one application, which is just plugging them into the grid and running them and sort of gaming the hash price. I think as we start to move away from that and go after a lot of the other applications that we know about in Bitcoin mining, like heat reuse and stranded energy and all these other fantastic things, it'll be a lot less tied to the Bitcoin price and to the hash price. Start to get more diverse in what affects these things.
Yeah, and I think something else is when you see halvings take place, what you do is you see a migration of ASICs around the world. So for instance, this last halving, we've seen vast amounts of S19J Pros and other S19 variants leave the US and go to markets like South America, Ethiopia, Oman, UAE, Saudi Arabia. So what you're seeing is a rotation of miners globally. And for us, we're seeing a huge amount of demand on used or broken ASICs. So one of our big business lines is we'll go in and buy broken miners or working miners, air immersion, we don't care, and we resell internationally. So right now we're moving probably 10 to 20,000 miners a month. I'm talking S19 variants. So it's when you see a halving, how do you plan for that migration of ASICs globally? And then I would also say, and the manufacturers are going to know better than I would on this, but more so what drives sale is Bitcoin price rather than the halving event. When you have halvings, you're going to see a migration towards cheaper power with older generation. But I would say Bitcoin price is probably the best predictor of top line revenue on ASICs.
Is it does the supply chain issues that you've talked about affect the innovation that ASIC manufacturers can do, and in what ways? How does that change? Because it seems like it's pretty steady progression. Like you don't see many jumps. Is that accurate, or do these supply chain issues not really have any bearing? It's just business as usual. We're going to do what we can.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't claim there is an impact. Like the roadmap for improvements in the product line, it follows again several logics. The halving, the constant need for more hash rate and efficiency, and I mean it's sort of like the iPhone, right? So we keep improving. There is the name of the game is an average, right? Average of hash rate, average of efficiency, and we want to keep pushing the boundaries, of course, to save space, save costs, improve profitability, and those are the major forces behind that. And the supply chain is more it's secondary. Let's put it like this. At least I would put it this way.
I think one of the things we might see in the future, like you brought up the iPhone, they stop, sending chargers with the iPhones because they're reusable components. You don't need a new charger every time. So the less stuff you have to ship, like on a supply chain side, maybe minor design changes where you only have to ship certain components, or you're not shipping everything all at once. And so we may, if there's future supply chain issues, see how it affects, minor design to some extent. Whether they get more modular or a different form factor for heat reuse applications or something along those lines.
All right, we've got a couple minutes left. As we close out here, let's start down here at the end and just work the way down on some insights that you have that you could share with the logistics side of things. At least 3 or 4 of you have mentioned needing to start the logistics side of your companies when you hadn't been planning on that. So if you've learned something over the past few years or many years of doing that, what do you have to share in that regard?
Hire the best people and then outsource.
I want to discuss another idea. So I choose I discuss a lot with the TSMC guys. So we how to book more capacity for the chips. Especially for the AI increased a lot. AI increased a lot. The NVIDIA book all. I think they will take most of the capacity for the TSMC. So, so for the ASIC, the ASIC supply chains, the ASIC increase. It cannot increase a lot. It's become more and more traditional business. So there may be 10%, 20% of market share increased every year. But you want to, if the S19 series can, it cannot happen again to 1 million or 2 million units per year. It's very, very difficult. So I want to share this information with us.
Yeah, my advice would be to pay for quality counterparties that are going to work with you if things go sideways, because they will at some point, and then make sure that you're properly insured and maybe even over-insured for a variety of scenarios.
I think from what I've heard, when Apple calls TSMC, they jump, right? It's like, how many do you want? Like, we can do this for you. Whereas other customers might not get that same response from a big foundry. And so why is that? It's because they buy a ridiculous amount of these chips, of the ASICs that they need for making iPhones and computers and things like that. So I think we have a real opportunity to massively grow this industry, the mining industry. And so that will enable all of the manufacturers to place bigger orders and hopefully absorb some of these other factors that control the demand for it and the supply chain troubles that go along with it. So let's just open it up and encourage like a lot more applications, so there's a lot more customers.
So also, I think, besides the logistic issues, actually, we should like to, maybe work with customers in advance to know the requirement. That would be very helpful for us to understand how to just maybe optimizations from our perspective, not only from one point.
Yeah, on our end, like from a perspective of a manufacturer, we don't have a logistics company nor plan to have one, but our commitment is to onshore some of our production here to the United States to mitigate the risks we all kind of point out here today. And I guess like the message for the market is to let us know like the demand for these specific products, right? Because if there is enough demand, like we will keep on shoring them and mitigating these risks.
I mean, the biggest thing is it's so much better than it used to be, guys. Like, it is light years ahead of where we came from all aspects, whether that's supply chain logistics, from the manufacturers, from the components, from the infrastructure, from repair shops, and everything within the industry as you guys see it today is leaps and bounds ahead of where it was. But we're still like, I feel like we're still in like 1990, so there's still a long ways to go. And there's like, I don't, there's a ton of me. I could keep talking about this all day long. So, but like, I mean, yeah, I'll keep talking to you guys afterwards because this panel could be like 12 hours.
All right, thank you guys. Give a hand up for Gaio, Steve, Shannon, Scott, and Wright.
For the whale after party, you can upgrade your pass right now. You can go to miningdisrupt.com and you can pay for that upgrade. And we're going to have a great time at Club and Tice.
So last thing of the day. Tomorrow we have a full movie screening, but tonight is just the trailer for this inflation movie that's being advertised right here. So I hope you guys enjoy this inflation movie, and we will see you tomorrow morning. The floor is going to be open all day. The stage opens at
8:30.
8:30.
8:30 sharp. We're going to have some great content tomorrow. We got some lawmakers coming in here to talk about policy, strategic Bitcoin reserve. We've got some really great interviews we're going to be putting together. Frank from Hive is going to be up here chatting with me and Erica. We are going to have a blast with the content. Thank you, everybody that came today. Any closing remarks, Erica?
Nope. Enjoy the parties. Don't stay out too late unless you want to, of course. Do whatever you want. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
What? The video. Here we go. Play the trailer.
Any place you drill for oil has something we call associated gas.
A lot of this gas, especially in North Dakota, is just flared because it's not economical for people to build the pipeline. It's wasted energy and it's not as environmentally friendly.
There's a handful of different types of products that come out of the flare: methane, ethane, butane, propane. There's several more. When it's real windy out like it is today and you can see the flare blowing, you have the potential for some of that stuff to escape and not get fully burned off. It's damaging to all the wildlife and all the plants and everything around it.
They don't like just burning the gas. They wish there was better solutions. Until Bitcoin came around, there wasn't a great solution.
Those are mobile situations where we can bring generators out.
We can run that right into our generators. Methane, ethane, butane, propane. Those liquids are stripped out and that burns clean.
We can go hook right up and put miners right to work. And that energy is being used and that flare is dropped, or if not, gone.
I try to knock out this flare down to as low as we can get it.
So what we're doing is a net positive.
I grew up in this area my whole life since I was a little child. There's thousands of wells out here. Bitcoin mining is already playing a huge role out here, and we're really happy to have it out here.
We're so dependent on energy, and we kind of get this idea that energy is a bad thing. Energy is one of the biggest factors in life expectancies.
You definitely got to come to Mining Disrupt, the largest mining-focused conference. It's pretty dang awesome.
It's a great opportunity for the people.
Let's go out and make some money with it.
Get engaged, defend the industry.